Hello, hello. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Let's go to the radar. All right, sweet. I think I'm live. I'm going to wait however long it is, 10, 20 seconds, and I'm going to wait for the chat to start going, oh, hey, just so I know that we're actually live and I didn't make a mistake and hit the wrong button. All right. There it is. Wait, I'm still waiting. Okay, yeah, all right, sweet. There we go. We're live. Thank you for tuning in. We're live here on the Ryan Hall, y'all, YouTube channel on this May 21st, 2024. It's 2:54 Eastern through 1:54 Central. We've got a tornado outbreak likely happening today. We're in the beginning stages of that. We currently have a couple of tornado warnings in place, and we're going to get to that right here in a minute. We're going to dive into that, but before we get into the other stuff, I want to mention that if you are in any of these counties in Nebraska or Iowa, you should be taking shelter. Mostly in Iowa, Fremont County, Cass County, and then we've got Otto County, Nebraska, yeah, please take shelter now. We've got a tornado warning here, and we had a report of a funnel cloud associated with this near Bartlett, west of I-29. We don't know, this is not confirmed by the National Weather Service yet, but this does look like an extremely dangerous storm. Malvern, Hillsdale, and Hastings, you guys need to take shelter immediately, okay? Also, these storms that are popping up to the south of that, down here around the tri-state area between Nebraska, Missouri, and Iowa, I mean, these are just classic supercells that are likely at some point here soon going to produce tornadoes. So if you're downstream in Red Oak, Villisca, Claremore, Lenox, Creston, Greenfield, Atlantic, all these places in the southwestern quadrant of Iowa, you are under the gun for some really intense storms here in the next little bit, okay? Let's zoom out, though, and talk about everybody, because we've got a lot more going on here than just that, all right? We have a huge moderate risk of severe weather today, Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. That includes most of the state of Iowa, a little bit of Minnesota, southwestern Wisconsin, a lot of northwestern Illinois, and northern Missouri. An enhanced risk is indicated in the orange area around that goes from Michigan all the way back down towards extreme northeastern portions of Oklahoma. And then we've got a slight risk that goes from Canada to Mexico, essentially. A large scale severe weather outbreak is getting ready to take place. We expect the most significant severe weather to happen in that red zone there, but you are still you're likely to get some severe weather tonight if you are even in the dark green. Okay, so we want everybody to be taking precautions and paying attention to the weather today. That's anywhere in this area, and there are tens of millions of people in that area. So please, if you know anybody today that's in the path of severe weather, please let them know what's going on. Share this outlook with them. Share this live stream with them. Send a text message to a family member or friend that's in the path, or just share it on social media. Whatever you can do to help us get the word out there. The way that this works, the way that we help people, is through you guys. Kind of doubling the message by sharing it out there to as many people as possible. All right. A lot of people end up watching us that would never turn the TV on for news. They probably don't even have cable. They don't watch their news, so we try to reach those people who otherwise wouldn't know the severity of the situation. And we do that through you. So thank you for doing that. And if you don't want to share us, if you don't have social media, then just hit the like button right now on YouTube like you would a video, and then hopefully the YouTube algorithm is going to take care of that so we can spread, once again, hopefully life-saving, important information to people who otherwise wouldn't receive it. So that's our moderate risk of severe weather. This is driven by, for the most part, a tornado risk. The red area, there's a 15% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of a given point. Today, yellow is going to be 10%, brown's going to be 5%, the green's 2%, and then you got that hatched area, the hatched dotted line area. That indicates where we expect to see strong tornadoes producing EF2 or greater damage. So we've got a 15% hatched risk today. That is that's big. All right, that's not common. It's not rare. It's not like our high risk, but it's still something that is going to be, you definitely need to be paying attention to this. Some of our biggest tornado outbreaks occur on days where we've got a 15% hatched risk. It's not all about the number, okay? So just make sure you are ready to take shelter today, and you got a plan in place for when that tornado warning comes through. If you live in that hatched zone, especially hail. Big hail is also going to be a problem today. Softball size hail is possible, especially in that hatched zone and especially in the red and pink area. We've got a 45 to 59% probability of severe hail, damaging hail occurring in the pink there. And then wind. We've got this whole system is going to start off as a kind of supercellular event, and then it's going to go into a semi-discrete linear embedded supercellular event, and then at some point this is going to go mostly linear, but at that point this is still going to be a strong storm capable of producing QLCS tornadoes, as well as strong straight line damaging winds in excess of 90 miles per hour. Some people are even throwing around the D word. All right, not obviously we won't know about that until after the storm's done. There's no point in talking about it, but hey, Iowa, you guys know what's up. Today's severe weather risk should definitely, ring some bells. All right, we've got a big time damaging wind threat, and then we've got a tornado threat. You guys are more than familiar with the type of severe weather that we are expecting to see today. So everybody should be taking it seriously as these storms are just now starting to get their act together. We do have a tornado watch already issued for portions of Iowa, southeastern Minnesota, a little bit of Wisconsin, and Illinois as well. Y'all, this is one of the most significant watches we've seen all year. We've got several strong tornadoes likely. This is a PDS watch, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, very rare. Scattered hail up to softball size likely. And widespread wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour likely. So that wording there, several strong tornadoes likely. I can't stress this enough. That's nuts. All right. When the Storm Prediction Center, their job is to obviously let us know what they think about the situation as far as developing tornadoes and, are conditions favorable for tornadoes here or there and all that stuff. But their job is also to be somewhat conservative and a voice of calm and reason in times like this. And hearing several strong tornadoes likely is just about as, confident as you get from the Storm Prediction Center as far as wording goes. And once again, we got the hail up to the size of softballs, likely 90 mile per hour winds, likely. So this is a high-end watch if you are in any of these places. If you're one of the 4.4 million people under this watch, you've got to take this severe weather threat as seriously as you've ever taken a severe weather threat before in your life. Fort Dodge, Des Moines, Mason City, Waterloo, Cedar Rapids, Davenport, Burlington, all these places over here in Iowa. And then, of course, maybe even La Crosse, Wisconsin, and up there just south of Minneapolis and Rochester. You guys are under the gun today for significant severe weather as well. So, that's the gist of what's going on here. Additionally, we do have storm chasers. Of course, we've got a team of some of the most, talented and experienced storm chasers on earth helping us out today. Brad Arnold's one of those. Okay. We've also got Riley out there. Riley's, he's storm chasing today. He's a young buck, but he's doing great. All right. And like he was a huge help during the last Iowa and Nebraska tornado outbreak with him being really close to the Minden, Iowa storm. So he's out there helping us today. And of course, we've got professional storm chaser Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1 as well out there. We don't have a location on him yet, but that'll load up here soon. We've got probably about 40 other people that are chasing as well that are working with us, and we're going to pull them up as we need. But right now, nobody has a shot of anything that's pertinent, I guess. So we're just monitoring Riley, Brad, and Caleb at the moment. We also have a really interesting thing going on here with some probes. So Caleb Beecham has been driving around Iowa this morning, putting weather instruments and cameras on different poles and trees. So in places where we think storms are going to go today. So we have kind of like our own little network of tower cams that we are able to kind of put wherever we want and take them down later. And, we're kind of testing out this for hurricane season. But we've got a probe here near McCallsburg, Iowa, and then we've got another one a little bit closer to Des Moines. Allie, if you want to change the location on probe 5 to Ivy, Iowa, that would be good. IVY. So yeah, we've got a probe there too. So we've got a lot of these probes. In fact, one of them you can see right now in the back of Hull Force 1. You see that box there and the big metal device that it's attached to. That's a probe that we're actually going to try to put inside of a tornado today if we can. Caleb's job is going to be to try to very safely, of course, put that thing in the path of a tornado and then allow us to watch it get hit by a tornado. There's also some weather instrumentation in there to record pressure, wind speed, and all that stuff. So it would be a big deal if that actually happened. So, and we'll have a live feed of that as well if that's something that goes on there. So that's one of the probes, and then we've got the other ones kind of more locked in place in different places around Iowa. We have a lot of these things, but we're playing around with 2 of them today. I'm sorry, 3, just to test them out. Caleb is not, he's not going to put himself in the tornado. All right. It's going to be a situation where, it's going to be a rare, situation where we're actually able to deploy that probe and get it in a tornado. But if we can, that's what we're going to do. The probe needs a name. It does. We'll work on that. I don't know what it is just yet. I also, before we get into the radar coverage here, which does need to start, I want to mention before we get started, lots of people are watching right now that will eventually be on the roads. Please don't be on the roads this evening if you don't have to. It's going to be a dangerous place to be. But also, as the storms move into more populated areas later tonight, strong storms are going to move in, and it's going to be a situation where you could get stuck on the road. You could, all kinds of terrible things happen in storms like this on the road. So just a reminder, if you do have to be out on the road and you get in a big storm, don't park under an underpass. Apparently a lot of people just haven't heard that before. So if this is your first time hearing that, there's a lot of good reasons behind it. Okay. It's probably the worst thing you could possibly do. Don't stop under an overpass. Thank you. All right. The lights are white. So that means professional storm chaser Caleb Beecham in Hull Force 1 has something for us right now. Go ahead, Caleb. Oh, was that real, Caleb? It was? Okay. All right, we're going to wait on Caleb to come through here. And then we've also got Chandra out there. If somebody can get a hold of Chandra, just whenever she's ready, we can talk to her. I know that she's waiting on that from me, so you guys tell her to go ahead and get set up. And then, Allie, you just let me know when she's ready or something. Caleb, I still can't hear. Oh, go again. Say something.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Alrighty. I just wanted to note when you were talking about people being out on the roads, most of Iowa is actually doing really good with that. Pretty much every single district in central Iowa, there's actually 76 school districts, have already released school. They released it at 2 p.m. Central Time, so that is an early out for most people. Just trying to get students and faculty out of the buildings home to be as safe as possible tonight, and obviously not keeping them in schools as these storms start to roll through.
All right. Thank you very much. So yeah, Caleb is out there on the road right now, storm chasing, and also, so we're going to hear from him a lot today as well, just with updates like that. So one person we won't be hearing a lot from today, just once again, another thing I want to get out of the way here at the beginning of the stream is Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill is on vacation. All right. But of course, meteorologist Andy Hill is so in tune with the atmosphere that he doesn't go to the beach. Okay. He doesn't go to an all-inclusive resort. He's in Iowa right now. He's underneath a storm, and he's getting up close and personal with one, and he's becoming a better meteorologist by doing that. All right. Now, he has the ability to reach out to me through Zello. If he wants to, he can, but we're not going to bug him today. He's not working. All right. So, you know, that a lot of people are going to be asking about Andy. He's not going to be chiming in the same capacity that he normally would, but he'll be back. I promise. And we've still got people watching the radar. When I'm looking at one storm, I'm not ignoring all the other storms. We're good. I promise y'all. And Andy will be back with us. He is storm chasing though, so hopefully we do hear from him at least in some capacity at some point. It'll be really fun to see Andy out there in the field. But yeah, let's start talking about these storms. Okay. Yeah, of course, Andy goes on vacation to a tornado outbreak. All right, so let's start talking about these storms one by one. All right, we'll go over these warnings and everything because a lot of you, how many of you guys are already getting pounded by a storm right now? How many of you guys are already hearing lightning or hearing thunder, seeing lightning, hearing the rain and all that stuff? I know it feels like it's already started for a lot of you, but we're not quite there yet. We're not quite at the top of the threat here. However, we are getting close. We've got storms popping up down here near Shenandoah in Iowa, southwest Iowa, that are rotating. Okay, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Shenandoah and Essex in Iowa. No immediate tornado threat yet, but what we're going to be watching on a lot of these storms are these little dangly bits right here. Okay, if we start to see them curl up and wrap up and turn into more of a hook, then that's when we are going to be concerned mostly about the tornado threat starting to ramp up, which it's not quite there yet. We do have a tornado warning. I do want to say that we do have a tornado warning still for Malvern and Hastings in Iowa. That's going to be allowed to expire in about 15 minutes unless they decide to extend it. And if they do extend it, it's going to be for Henderson and Wales, Iowa. I don't see much rotation here, so I don't know if they're going to extend it or not. So... but we're gonna keep watching that. You're getting ready to get a big storm over there in Macedonia and Carson, and you're not under a warning right now. However, you're probably still going to get some hail, and it's going to feel like a severe thunderstorm warning. And that's actually the storm that Brad Arnold is near. How many of you guys are looking at the Radar Omega app right now? Lots of you guys, thousands of you, I know, have this on your phone, iOS, Android. You can open it up right now. Go up here to Iowa on Highway 92, just to the east of Macedonia and Carson in Iowa, and click on Brad Arnold's face, and you can see his live stream right here. There it is, in all of its glory. And you guys can watch independently here. If I don't have it up on the screen long enough for you, then you can control that yourself in the Radar Omega app. There's a link in the description. They support us a lot here. We love them, so we try to shout them out as much as possible. And speaking of Brad Arnold, let's talk to him. Let's see what old Brad Arnold's up to. By the way, you can see Caleb, I think. You can see his location, at least. I don't know if we'll work on the video feed. But you can see several storm chasers here on the Radar Omega app. Let me find Brad Arnold's thing. Hold on. Brad, we are live on YouTube. Just whenever you get a chance, if you got a second, give us an update on what you're seeing, what your plan is for today, all that good stuff. You know the drill. So hopefully Brad Arnold's going to get back with us here soon. But they did actually just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. Now you are under a severe thunderstorm warning in Oakland and Griswold, and that's going to be for $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Just wanted to let you know we are headed east right now. We're pretty much directly in between Carson and Griswold, Iowa, headed east. Just trying to stay in front of these storms. As far as the threats go, obviously you've gone over this, the big tornado threat, and then obviously the big wind threat. It's the trifecta today. We've got wind, hail, and tornadoes today. So we're going to be heading east to stay in front
All right, so that's the latest from Brad Arnold.
These storms, one thing that's a little bit different than past events in Iowa and, the plains is these storms are going to be moving very fast. So we're going to have to stay in front of these. They're moving at, 45 to 50 knots, which for the plains is very, very fast. So it's almost Dixie speed. So, we're going to keep out in front of these. We're going to target mainly the southern line of this broken line of cells for more of an isolated threat. Take these warnings seriously today. These are the type of warnings and tornadoes that would have a direct threat on life and property today. So we want to take this very seriously. Anytime you need anything, just hit me up and I'll let you know once I see something.
Awesome. Okay, so that was an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, who is out there giving us a live view of what's going on out there in Pottawatomie County, Iowa. Riley's in Montgomery County. And of course, we've got several other storm chasers out there as well. We will, kind of show those as necessary. But that's the storm that's going up towards Atlantic, Iowa right now. We also have another storm just to the north of that going up towards Shelby and Harlan in Iowa. We talked about you guys a lot in the coverage we did on April 26th. This storm's not going to be anything like that one. However, it's still going to be strong. 60-mile-per-hour winds, $50 size hail. And, y'all, it's very important to understand that 60-mile-per-hour winds, it can be serious. All right, we don't have to, every severe thunderstorm warning essentially is going to have that 60-mile-an-hour wind tag on it. And it starts to maybe feel like it's not that big of a deal, but certainly things can go flying around. You can get some damage there with 60-mile-per-hour winds, so make sure you understand that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning. And that's going to be for the storm to the south of the one we were just looking at. For Red Oak. We just saw the polygon light up there for a moment, and then it went away. It'll come back here in a second. I want to make sure I got all my resources on this. But yeah, that's going to be for Silver City, Malvern, and Hastings as well, and Red Oak and Villisca. So we do have Riley Dibbles on that storm, and John White as well. So this is the storm right here. This is going to come up towards Essex. This is the newest tornado warning. You can see it flashing there now. Tornado warning for Essex, Coburg, Stanton, and Red Oak in Iowa. The velocity on radar is not incredibly impressive, okay? However, the reflectivity presentation here is actually quite impressive. We've got a decent little hook here. This is definitely going to be a storm that tries to produce a tornado as it comes up towards Stanton, Iowa. Take shelter immediately. Okay, and before we get too deep into the tornado coverage here, we've also got the Y'all Squad. Okay, the Y'all Squad is they're doing work down there in Tennessee right now. The last time we went live, we had a big tornado outbreak. We had a damaging tornado in Tennessee near Columbia, Tennessee. The Y'all Squad is there helping people right now, and Chandra is going to give us an update. Go ahead, Chandra.
Hi y'all, it's Tan. I'm here in Columbia. I got to join you again. I'm here in Columbia, Tennessee. I'm actually in the middle of an interview, and this interview is going to be a part of the next Y'all Squad video. I'm here with Tanya Moon, and sorry, I didn't know. I never know about this audio stuff. You guys see me out here, think I know how to work it out, finding that out. So anyway. I'm here with Tanya, and her house was actually directly hit by the Columbia, Tennessee tornado. And we're just kind of getting to know her story and the background of the family that happened. She actually had 16 people in her home in a basement here in this little bitty town. And as you can see, the tornado kind of took a direct hit to to her house, and we're filming here at her daughter's house, which is just 8 yards away. So it's so crazy to think about like how impactful a tornado can actually be in small communities, and why it's important to be super aware of your surroundings and super aware of their radar, and just, like being weather aware. But I will say that although the tornadoes are scary, these little cicadas are just not it today. Like I don't know if you can hear them right now, but we're around them. So, Tanya, do you have anything you want to say?
I want to say thank you, Ryan, because it's hard to get it out that you saved our families' lives. Because if we were not watching you, we would have had no idea. You were the only one that was on point, paying attention to the Columbia tornado. We were watching the radar. We knew from you that it was about to hit our house. The weather apps that my husband was looking at were not showing the same thing. So thank you from the bottom of our heart. And I heard you were sick that day and live streaming still for 12 hours. Had you taken a sick day, we might not be here. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we've been talking about. And then we're gonna talk to a lot more of the family members and get their perspective. And we also have a little boy, and he loves the Ron Hall Y'all channel, and he loves the idea of crazy tornadoes. And so we're gonna talk to him, and we'll give you another update here soon.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chandra. And yeah, that's just amazing stuff there. Hold on, I've got two different things pulled up. Okay, so Chandra's out there doing awesome stuff on behalf of the Y'all Squad. I don't know how well the audio was there, but basically what's going on is Chandra is in Columbia, Tennessee. We've done a lot of stuff for a lot of different places that have been hit by tornadoes recently. The place that we're at right now is Columbia, Tennessee. We found this family, Tanya's family there, who was watching our stream, had 16 people in their house, and was able to take shelter and survive a tornado, even in a direct hit. So we're down there helping them out, and we'll be helping people out throughout this. Honestly, we're going to be pretty busy. There's many places that have been hit by tornadoes. But thanks to you guys, I think just in the past month or so, I could be over-exaggerating here. I don't know the exact number, but I think thanks to you guys and in combination with what we put in on our own here, we've raised about $250,000 in a little over a month for tornado victims. So we've been able to help a lot of people. We've been giving people cash. We've been giving people, places to stay. We've been serving free meals. We've been dropping off tens of thousands of dollars worth of generators, chainsaws, supplies, whatever anybody needs. And it's just been a really awesome thing that it's unique. There's not a lot of media places that are doing that, and I think that it's something that is that is unique to the Y'all Squad, and I'm very happy that we're able to do that. So thank everybody who has contributed in any way. Thank you for allowing us to do that. So yeah, that's what Chandra's doing today. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, the ongoing tornado warning storm has a really well-defined funnel cloud that is reported by several chasers currently.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. This is, once again, our tornado warning here for Red Oak. And the storm is looking quite impressive on radar as well, right here near Imogene, between the intersection of J18 and 59, coming up towards Coburg. This storm is looking a lot more impressive on velocity and reflectivity, and we've got a funnel cloud here. Do we have anybody within range here? I think our closest chaser is going to be Riley. But also, Allie, you should probably be watching Bryce Shelton and Storm Runner Media if you have the ability to pull them up. and we should probably use their feeds here soon, as they are going to have a pretty decent view of that, the base of that storm as they come out here near Stanton, Iowa. But of course, Riley is also out there, and you guys can see his feed above my head right now. So as soon as Riley sees something, he will holler at us. But this is our first storm of the day that's really kind of showing its teeth here, and it looks like it's about to potentially do something that could be tornadic. Yeah, look at this. Last scan there definitely looks more concerning. So we could have a tornado forming here right now along Highway 59, just to the east of that, near Coburg and Nyman in Iowa. You got to take shelter right now in Fremont County, Cass County, and Mills County in Iowa.
Hey, Ryan, I got an update for you.
That's Riley right there. Go ahead, Riley.
I'm in the town of Villisca, Iowa, on that southern tornado warning. We just put a drone in the air to see if we can get a visual on this base, and it's pretty low contrast, but I didn't see anything, so I don't think there's anything going on with it right now. However, it does look like it's starting to get its act together.
Awesome. All right, thank you so much, Riley. Riley's still a little bit of a distance here. He's near Villisca. All right, the storm is a little bit to his west. Also, if you're looking at the camera above my head there, a lot of the stuff that you see is actually just cloud debris from this storm down here near Shenandoah and Essex. So his view is a little bit obscured from the top of the supercell that's to the south of this. However, pretty soon we should be able to very clearly see the base here, and maybe see some of what we're hearing from some of these other chasers. So once again, tornado warning for Red Oak, Stanton, and Coburg in Iowa. Y'all got to take shelter. Before we lock into that storm, I do want to continue my trek up this line here so we can go over all of these warnings. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Denison, Buck Grove, and Deloitte, Iowa. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've also got a new thunderstorm warning for Sac City, Schaller, and Nemaha, Iowa. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, also possible up here in Alta, Truesdale, and Rembrandt, Iowa for the next 20 minutes. Tornado possible tag on that one. Let's inspect that. I want to see why. Yeah, maybe a little bit of a little bit of some bookend vortex action happening up here on this northernmost storm. Very broad rotation up there near Alta and Storm Lake. That could kind of tighten up and produce a tornado as it goes up towards Rembrandt. But right now, I think the main threat for you guys up there near Sioux Rapids is going to be the wind. All right, so get ready for that. All of the major tornadic activity, at least in the short term, is likely going to be focused on this more southern side, where these supercells are a little bit more discrete. You're probably going to see this. Okay, you see this right here? This is what we call a blip. We're going to watch every blip very closely today, because that's very quickly going to turn into a supercell and then kind of merge into this line. In its path between being a blip and a blob that's a part of a line, it's going to have a very real opportunity to produce a tornado. So we have to watch these storms as they form very closely from the moment they pop up until the moment they become part of the more linear system. All right, so once again, Red Oak, right now, out of anybody, you guys have got the best chance of seeing a tornado here soon. That also goes for you guys in Coburg, Stanton, Tenville, Ceola, Morton, Mills, and Wallen. So y'all take shelter if you haven't already. It's a pretty nasty-looking storm there. Chase, thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to Chase. That's a very generous super chat there. And yeah, I'm seeing a picture now of one of those funnel clouds that's seen on this storm. So this is a serious storm coming up towards Red Oak right now. Sirens are blaring in Stanton. I'm sure they're going off in Red Oak as well. If you guys are hearing tornado sirens right now, you should take shelter. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to go to the three view here. We got Riley, Riley and Bryce Shelton are really close to that storm. Allie, I'm sorry. Let's do Riley and Bryce in 1 and 2. I want to make sure that they're correlated because I don't think Brad's close. Let's see here. Yeah, he's not. So we'll get that switched around. But we should have a visual on the base of this storm pretty soon from one of our storm chasers. Remember, I know we got a bunch of people that are just now pouring in. We're about to enter the phase of this stream, I think, where we see a bunch of tornado warnings, and I don't get time to talk about anything other than that. But there's 45,000 people here right now. We're about to experience a big time severe weather outbreak. Millions of people are about to experience a pretty serious situation. If you guys want to help us get potentially life-saving information out in front of those people, you can do so by sharing the stream on social media, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, whatever. Or send it in a text message to a family member or friend that's in the path here. Also, you can just hit the like button right now on the live stream like you would a normal YouTube video, and the YouTube algorithm will hopefully get us in front of those people who desperately need the information that wouldn't normally be watching the news, So like we're after people that aren't already informed. We're trying to get those people that say in the news interviews, "Oh, it happened without warning. Nobody ever knew it was happening." No, we know. You don't. So we've got to make sure we get in front of those people, right? And you guys can help me do that. In fact, you're the only reason I'm able to do that. So thank you for that. And we're going to continue to track this storm here once again as it comes up towards Red Oak. Right now, I still don't think we have anything on the ground, but just in case, I'm going to go ahead and get the mesoscale information pulled up. And kind of lock in on this storm a little bit here near Red Oak, Iowa. Red Oak looks like a pretty decently sized place. They've got a subway. They've got a this is like a Tractor Supply. Yeah, this is a decent sized town. So hopefully everybody in that town is aware of the situation. I couldn't tell you how many times we've been doing a stream like this, and there's a town with a population of 10,000 or more people that doesn't have sirens. This town probably does, but it's important that people rely on more than just sirens to get their warning information, especially in this day and age. So we're about to have a really interesting thing happen here with our storm as well, where there's going to be a pretty intense merger. All right, so with that newer supercell that formed down here near Shenandoah is growing, and it's about to kind of crash into the base of the tornado-warned supercell that's moving up towards Red Oak.
Give me a second. Hit me up.
And when that happens, it's either going to be constructive or destructive. It could tear the supercell apart and just make it a part of the big linear mess here, or it could actually influence on a mesoscale level the storm in a way that allows it to rotate enough to produce a big tornado here. So we've got to watch the next couple of frames very closely. All right, Brad Arnold wants to talk, so let's reach out to him. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know that our plan was originally to get a little bit further east because it wasn't looking very impressive, but it's really wrapping up right now southwest of Red Oak. So we're going to meet it near between Grant and Morton Mills on that highway right there. Watching the southern storm as well to see if it can do the same thing.
All right, so Brad is actually going to be pretty decently close to the storm as he's going south on Highway 71 right now. The closest town that's near him is Alleman, Iowa. He's going to go down past Grant, and that's around Morton Mills as well, where he will intercept the storm. Once again, if this is a constructive cell merger that happens here, this could turn into a pretty big tornado. We are already seeing a very well organized signature on velocity. So, this thing is rotating. We'll just see what happens to that balance whenever the merger happens. We're also starting to see a little bit of rotation, a little bit more rotation, I should say, here east of Oakland in Iowa. This is going to move over towards Griswold, Lewis, and Atlantic, Iowa. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit brighter colors here with our velocities, and in the next couple of frames that we see a tornado warning associated with that storm. Also, we've got to watch for this little kink right here, this little area north of Avoca, moving up towards Rohrbeck and Kimballton. Not tornado warned, not tornadic at all right now. However, we've been doing this for a while, and when you see that, you got to watch it as it goes up towards Elkhorn and Kimballton, Iowa. Also back here towards the northern side of these storms, we're going to start to see some more of that bookend action, where we see some rotation on the kind of like the top of the convective system as it moves through. Right now, we don't see a lot of that happening, but near Defiance, there is some broad rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a tornado warning associated with that at some point, even though it doesn't look immediately tornadic. That can change. That's why they issue tornado warnings. It's not always a tornado on the ground when we get a warning. It's it could be happening soon. So the merger is really happening now with our storm here near Coburg. It's honestly, this is no longer forecasting. We're now casting. We've got to watch every frame here and analyze how this merger happens. That last sweep there still looks like we've got a really impressive amount of rotation here. So we've got to watch that closely. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we may have actually had a recent brief tornado outside of the tornado warning, just to the north of it. If you go back the last few frames near Macedonia, Iowa, there was some rotation that briefly spun up. There was some CC that got lofted at least about 4,000 feet, it looks like. A few of the other analysts in the server caught it as well.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. Y'all, we're going to see a bunch of that today. Even the best meteorologists on Earth, the guys that work at the National Weather Service, even this is going to slip by them every once in a while tonight. So that's why it's so important to, if this line of storms is coming towards you tonight in Iowa and you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, especially if it's got that tornado possible tag on it, which this storm does, you've got to treat it as if it's a big deal and at least get away from windows. Okay, at least go indoors. But if you want to be extra hyper weather aware, which you probably do if you're watching this stream, go ahead and take shelter, even under a severe thunderstorm warning today, because this right here was likely a tornado that did damage here east of Highway 59, and it was not warned. It was not warned as a tornado warning. However, it likely did tornado damage. So just know that is a possibility with all of these storms as they race to the east tonight in Iowa. Also, I want to talk real quickly again, because I know we've got a lot of new people tuning in now. It's not just Iowa that we're talking about tonight. We're going to be talking a lot about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Missouri as well. Maybe even as far south as Texas at some point, and as far north as the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Right now, everything is just kind of happening in southwestern Iowa and western Iowa, so that's what we're focused on. But as the storms get larger and start affecting your area, we will talk about you as well. It's always a good thing if I'm not talking about your town. Keep that in mind. I'm not being mean. I'm not ignoring you. It's just your life and property is in less danger currently than somebody else's, and that's a good thing, right? Red Oak is probably one of the more dangerous places to be right now as far as the context of this severe weather outbreak goes. The rotation is picking up here. We could have a tornado trying to develop right now with this storm. So I would definitely be getting into my safe spot if I haven't gotten there already. Okay, so there is another funnel cloud report coming in with this near Red Oak here from an emergency manager. In one? Okay, yeah. All right, what do we got here? Let's come over to Brandon Clement's feed. Yep, I think that's a tornado right now. This is a live look from Storm Chaser Brandon Clement, who is in Red Oak, Iowa, and you see it right there on the bottom of your screen. a tornado. We also have a view of this from storm chaser Bryce Shelton, who is on this storm. So it's official now. We've got a tornado on the ground near Red Oak, Iowa. This is live. This is happening right now as the tornado is just now coming down. And unfortunately, this is going to go. Oh, man, this might go right into Red Oak here soon if it's not there already. So we need you to take shelter if you're in Red Oak, if you haven't gotten there. Once again, this is a live look at a tornado that's on the ground right now in Red Oak, Iowa. The closest place that I can tell you that it would be if it's not in Red Oak yet is the Red Oak Livestock Market. Okay, if you're in Red Oak, then you know Highway 34 that comes into Red Oak on the western side. That's where the tornado is going to come into town at. Hopefully this skirts off to the west of Red Oak, but we're not going to work off of hope here, right? We're going to be, extra weather aware and extra prepared. If you know where the Nishabanta River is on the western side of town, that's where the tornado would come into Red Oak at, specifically near the River Bend Heritage Lodge and the Red Oak Municipal Airport. All right, that airport is probably around where the tornado is right now. Hopefully it goes off to the north, but if it doesn't, it could, impact areas over here near the Dollar General, the Red Oak Chrysler dealership, also Cubbies and the Faith Community Church. Maybe even the tractor supply company there on the Highway 34 on the northwest side of town. However, without getting too nitty gritty on the exact locations, it's important to note that everybody in Red Oak should be in your safe spots because we don't know, to the inch exactly where that tornado is. We're estimating right now. But as Brandon Clement gets closer, we're going to get a much better idea. Same thing with Bryce Shelton there. It's starting to become rain wrapped too. You can see on Bryce Shelton's feed, it's a little harder to see, but it's in there and it's getting bigger. You can see it really well there from Brandon Clement's point of view. So Brandon Clement is in Red Oak right now. And yeah, this is doing damage in Red Oak, I believe. Once again, on the side of town where the Dollar General is, New Cooperative, West Lake Ace Hardware, that's around where that's doing damage right now. We got a tornado on the ground doing damage in Red Oak. Now, next in line here, we've really got to be concerned.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad again. Just wanted to let you know that northern cell that's producing a tornado near Red Oak is becoming rain wrapped. Mm-hmm. We're going to the southern cell that's going to be near Essex. We're going to be on that one. That has a little bit more isolation on it. It's going to do the exact same thing this one did.
All right, so that's an update from Brad. He's going to go down Highway 71 past Villisca there and try to get us a view of the next tornado that's going to happen. This is still ongoing, though. Near Red Oak right now, we've got an ongoing tornado doing damage as it crosses Highway 34. Next in line, we've got to worry about you guys over here near the St. Mary's Cemetery, the Anderson Conservation Area, and then, of course, up there towards... let's see here, Stenant and Wallen as well. You guys have a tornado coming towards you. This is going to cross Highway 48 next near the St. Mary's Cemetery and then go up towards the St. Clair Cemetery.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So there, okay. All right, we've got a confirmed tornado warning now from the National Weather Service. So if you needed another stimulus, there it is. Obviously, we've saw this tornado for quite some time, but now we've got an official confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service moving up towards Stenant and Wallen. Take shelter immediately. Now, the tornado is completely rain wrapped at this point. I don't think I see it at all. So we're going to keep trying to see that, but we might be a little bit more dependent on our radar at this point. So yeah, we're gonna hope, and we're gonna really hope that tornado missed most of Red Oak. And from what I can see on radar, that was likely the case. However, we definitely saw some debris. We definitely saw some damage there. So something on the northwest side of town, maybe the Riverbend Heritage Lodge area was impacted. So we're going to listen in and we're going to try to hear if there's any reports about this, and we'll let you know as soon as we hear something. But for now, we've got to let people know downstream what's going on here. We've got a tornado coming towards you up there in Elliott. Grant, Iowa, you guys need to be taking shelter if you haven't gotten there already. If the tornado stays on the ground and it follows a similar path that it's already taken, it's going to pretty much go the path of the East Nishnabanta River, okay? And it's going to go right on up towards Elliott along that river. So keep that in mind. If you're anywhere in Elliott or Grant or anywhere in between here, you are in the direct path of a tornado that we have just seen through our storm chasers. All right, and then Brad Arnold was talking about how he was not going to go to that storm because it's getting a little rain wrapped. He's instead going to go towards this storm, the one to the south there. We just got a new tornado warning that does include Nyman, Bethesda, Hepburn, and Villisca, Iowa. This is likely going to do the same thing. This is going to try to produce a tornado here as it comes up towards Stanton and Villisca. Y'all need to take shelter as well.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right. So we just got a new tornado watch as well. By the way, before I show that and we get back into the radar thing here, I do want to make sure everybody, we've got a lot of people that are just now tuning in. We do have until 9 p.m. Central tonight a PDS tornado watch. We are probably on the beginning stages of what will become a tornado outbreak. This is going to be a long, stream full of tornadoes, unfortunately. So if you live in any of these places, that's under a tornado watch this evening through 9 p.m. Central. Several strong tornadoes are likely. Softball-sized hail, likely. 90-mile-per-hour winds, even outside of tornadoes, likely. So keep that in mind. So we just saw a tornado go through or near Red Oak, specifically near the airport there on the west side of town. That storm is continuing to look like it could be producing a tornado as it goes up towards Stinnett and Elliott. We're going to hope that goes away, though, as our focus is now becoming a little bit more of this more southern storm, because it looks like it's more poised to produce a tornado that could maybe last a little while longer. That more northern one is certainly rain wrapped at this point, and its inflow is getting choked off, so it's likely going to dissipate here soon. But we need you to stay in your safe spots in Stinnett and Elliott in Iowa. We've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So this is not an update on that ongoing tornado, but you're probably going to get a lot of viewers real quick from Florida. They just put the entire metro of Miami, Florida under a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. 1.1 million people. So I just wanted to mention that so you were aware.
Wow. Okay. Thank you very much, Elijah. Drawing our attention to Florida as well. Wow. Yeah. Tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning in Florida right now near Miami. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and enough rotation to potentially warrant the idea that, we should be concerned about a tornado here, specifically near South Alapath, Cutler, Rockdale, Kendall, these places in Florida near Miami. If you guys are in Miami, big storms going on right now, you're tuning in to the Ryan Hall y'all channel. Why is this guy talking about Iowa? Well, because we got a tornado outbreak going on up there. We weren't really thinking about you down in Florida, but thanks to Elijah, we are going to keep you as updated as we possibly can in this situation. If this gets upgraded or if we get any sort of reports out of Miami, I promise we will let you know about what's going on down here with these big storms that are popping up in Florida right now. My goodness. Let's fly back over to Iowa real quick, though, and get an update on our ongoing tornado warnings up there. No longer do we have an observed tornado. The tornado that we saw through the live feeds a moment ago from Brandon Clement and Bryce Shelton, that tornado is gone. Okay, it's dissipated, and it's mostly because of this. If you can see here, this is a live look of the severe thunderstorm that's going on now near Red Oak, Iowa, closer to Stanton. The inflow was really just taken over by the forward flank of this new storm to the south, which is promoting a tornado warning for Villisca, Iowa, and Tinville. And we expect that this is going to be the new parent storm that, or dominant storm that produces a tornado as it goes towards Highway 71. Okay, so that original tornado is gone now, but it's still a dangerous storm as it approaches Elliott. By the way, we just got a big severe thunderstorm warning that's going to last for the next 42 minutes for Audubon, Hamlin, Exira, Weota, Cumberland, and Messina, and these places in Iowa, 60-mile-per-hour winds and $50 size hail. Expected for you guys. Also, pretty large severe thunderstorm warning that exists for Carroll, Lake City, up towards Rockwell City in Iowa. Same thing for you guys, 60-mile-per-hour winds and $50 sized hail. So we just saw, once again, a tornado with that storm near Red Oak, and I think we're going to see a very similar sight in just a few moments with this storm to the south near Villisca, unfortunately. I've retweeted some videos and photos of the tornado, but we've also got a live look from Storm Chase. So this is what just happened near Red Oak, Iowa. This is a live look from Storm Chaser Brandon Clement, who is in Red Oak, Iowa, and you see it right there on the bottom of your screen, a tornado. We also have a view of this from Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, who is on this storm. So unfortunately, we just want to show that image as much as possible because we've got people tuning in right now that are probably like, man, I've been under tornado warnings before, man. And I ain't never seen no tornado. The more we actually show the real imagery of those things, statistically, this is like a scientific proven fact. The more you can show the image of the tornado and not just the radar, the more likely it is that people take shelter. There's been studies done on that. So we're going to try to make sure we can remind people of what's going on here. Right now, the storm chasers are repositioning themselves to get to the next storm that's likely going to produce a tornado, and that's the one that's coming up towards Villisca, Iowa right now. The original tornado is gone, but you should still be in your safe spot in Elliott just in case, and they might even continue that tornado warning up towards Lyman. It's not likely, but if that rotation makes it past the warning polygon there and it still looks even somewhat plausible, then they might do that. So get ready maybe to take shelter in Lyman, Iowa as well. So yeah, this big dangly bit right here is what we're watching south of Stanton. That's the similar look to what just caused a tornado up there near Red Oak. Also, unfortunately, more storms popping up to the south. This will be another instance where we've got this blip that turns into a supercell, and very quickly it produces a tornado right before becoming a part of this big line. Now, if for whatever reason it doesn't merge with the line and it remains discrete for any period of time, this could produce a long track tornado. All right, so keep your eye on this little blip right here up towards Gravity, Lenox, and Corning in Iowa. And all this stuff is essentially going up towards the greater Des Moines area. And you guys are, if you step outside right now in Des Moines, you're going to feel it. Okay, super unstable atmosphere up there. Obviously impossible to tell you exactly what's going to happen right now in Des Moines later, but certainly these storms are going to keep getting stronger as they get closer to you. You are under a PDS tornado watch until 9 p.m. tonight in Des Moines. So if you guys know anybody in Des Moines, please let them know of the gravity, the severity of the situation. I'm going to go ahead and move my mesoscale stuff
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
here to Villisca, just so we're ready for that. Just in case we need to zoom in. Villisca, Iowa.
A new tornado warning has been
All right,
issued.
there we go. We just got a new tornado warning.
Here, I got an update for you.
For Lyman, just like I was talking about a moment ago, Cumberland, Weota, Anita. Nothing immediate. It's not a confirmed tornado, but it's a cautionary tornado. Y'all should definitely take shelter, okay? Now we've got an update from Caleb and Riley. Let's hear from Caleb first, and then we'll talk to Riley. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan. I saw this the area of convergence up near Carroll start to pique my interest, and as I'm approaching the city of Carroll right now, I can actually see a small lowering off to my left. I'll try to get a shot here shortly as I get a little closer, but there is a fairly broad rotating area right now. Nothing significant, but I'm going to continue to monitor that situation as it moves to the northwest or northeast.
All right, so that's Caleb, who's up here in the northern side of the line, north and west of Des Moines, near Carroll, Iowa. Allie, let's put Caleb in 6. Let's just put Caleb in 6. I think that's a good idea for now. And now let's talk to Riley as well. Go ahead, Riley.
I'm on that storm down here to the south. We just had a pretty pronounced RFD cut, and there's a little bit of a lowering back inside the rain core more. I don't think it's going to tornado yet because of its interactions with the cell to the north, but you can see a clear RFD cut and hail core on my feed right now.
Hey, Ryan, large bowl funnel looking southwest right now.
All right, Brad Arnold's got a view of the large bowl funnel associated with this storm moving into Villisca. And what he's referring to is if you squint, I don't know if you guys can see it, like it's rain wrapped, so it's hard to make out for me. But if you squint, you can see the darker area of clouds behind the rain there that kind of dips down. It looks like the bottom of a bowl. That is the beginning stages of likely a funnel cloud. It's the mesocyclone rotating there at the base of our tornado-warned storm, moving up towards Villisca and Tenville and Ceola, Iowa right now. So that is a view from Brad Arnold. Yeah, you can see it very clearly.
Right, I also have a funnel on that same storm.
And it's getting a little bit more bowly. And it's getting a little bit more funnely. So that's not a good sign. Allie, make sure you've got eyes on Nick Gorman's stream if you haven't already done that. Good old Nick Gorman. I feel like Nick's one of those guys that's always there. All right, so what you're looking at right now live in front of you is probably tornado genesis. Okay, this is the beginning stages of a tornado that's going to at some point make full contact with the ground and go up there towards Tenville and Villisca. It's probably going to cross Highway 71 before it touches the ground, hopefully. And then it's going to go towards Dickeyville. Okay, if you guys know where Dickeyville is,
A new tornado warning
that's that new
has been
tornado
issued.
warning. So Dickeyville, Carbon, Mount Etna, Dewey, Gilead, Bridgewater, Fisk, and Fontanelle, Iowa. Y'all are under a tornado warning, and it's for this thing right here, that little bowl funnel. Allie, is that name correct on 1? Okay, all right. So that's still Brandon Clement. He got out of that storm fast. So Brandon Clement.
Ryan, we got ground circulation, tornado on the ground, not fully condensed.
Okay. Allie, let's try to get Brad and Brandon in 1 and 2 here so I can do the 2 view. But there we go. We've got a tornado here. I'm going to keep that above my head as I show you the radar again. A tornado on the ground here as this storm is moving into the northern side of Villisca, Iowa right now. Big tornado. This one's bigger. This one's much bigger than the one that we just saw. All right, I'm going to pull him up full here. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is a large tornado coming in over Highway 71 towards Dickeyville and Tenville, Iowa right now. All right, and this is Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's view of that. Even though we don't see that fully condensed funnel that goes all the way to the ground, we still have a ground circulation, and we're seeing damage being done by this tornado. And there it is.
Tornado on the ground,
Yeah,
Ryan.
it's making contact with the ground now.
Hey Ryan, this storm's on the ground now.
Yeah. All right, so keep it. Allie, I don't know if you're still moving things, but keep it the way it is. We've got 3 people with it right there. Unless you've
Ryan
got
having a
something
bell
better.
east coming right at us, right on our ass.
Okay, so once again, if you guys are just now tuning in, we've got a big tornado on the ground here moving across Highway 71 near Tenville and Villisca, Iowa. Let me give you a little bit more information about that. It likely crossed the highway there near the Hackle Barney Woods area, and it's going to continue to move to the north and east as it approaches southwest Iowa Outfitters and eventually the Middle Nodway River. Okay. This is a live look at that right now from Bryce Shelton and Brandon Clement. Wow. Is this Nick or Brandon? Okay. All right. So this is a live look from Nick Gorman here. Once again, this is right near the Hackle Barney Woods Esquitarian campground, unfortunately. It's crossing the road there, Highway 71 right in front of Nick. And then it's going to go up towards southwest Iowa Outfitters and the Middle Nodway River. Okay, so this is a live look of a tornado doing damage right now in Iowa. This is coming towards you in Dickeyville, Iowa. You need to take shelter. This looks to me like the beginning stages of a even larger tornado than what we see here. Nick is in a bad spot here. My God. Nick's in a really dangerous spot. Obviously, nobody should be on the roads during a situation like this, but this is a good reminder of why. The tornado that you see right now is going to continue to do significant damage as it goes up towards Dickeyville, Carbon, and Strand. Okay? If you're in Strand, Iowa, this is coming towards you. Okay? Strand, Iowa, this is coming to you. We just saw it go across Highway 71 there. Now it's going to go up towards Strand. Okay? So Nick's going to try to turn for us here and give us another view of this. This man literally just dodged a tornado. Like he got really close there, but it just went right by him, and now it's going towards Strand. All right, some other local landmarks that might ring a bell here with you if you know what we're looking at here. This tornado.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, yeah, we got a confirmed tornado warning now for Montgomery County, Iowa, just in case you needed another stimulus. This is going to, once again, coming up towards Carbon and Dickeyville. If you know where, essentially, if you know where the Middle Nodway River is, the tornado is kind of paralleling that river. All right, it's going to go past the Corning Farm, the Riverview Cattle Company, and then it's going to continue up the Middle Nodway River towards Carbon, if it continues on the path that it's been going on. And looking at it on radar here, it should continue to do that. All right, I don't see any major things that are going to get in the way here. So it looks like it might be recycling a little bit, but I think that this is going to continue for quite some time. And that's why they issued that the purple polygon there, that tornado warning that goes all the way out to Orient and Greenfield. You guys should be taking shelter way down there, because this tornado, I don't know if it's going to be on the ground for 44 more minutes, but if it is, you guys have had like an hour heads up. You guys should be the most sheltered of anybody. If you're not, taking early precautions in Greenfield and Orient and Fontanelle, Iowa right now, you're doing the wrong thing. All right. You got to take shelter because this is coming right for you.
New information.
And
this tornado warning has been upgraded.
What that was is that was an upgrade to the warning that makes it a PDS tornado warning now. PDS tornado warning means that this is a particularly dangerous situation. A large damaging tornado is on the ground now, and your life is in extreme danger if you are in the path of this thing near Strand, Carbon, Lincoln Center, Mount Etna, Carl, Dewey, Gilead, Bridgewater, and Fontanelle, and Greenfield in Iowa. If any of those places sound familiar to you, once again, you're in the path of a life-threatening, considerably damaging tornado. Dickeyville and Strand are the places that are most immediately under the gun for damage, I guess you could say here, from this storm. So you guys should be bracing for impact now. Beyond that, once again, I think we've got to be really concerned about Carbon. This is going to eventually, if this stays on the ground, which once again, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't, this is going to eventually go up there towards Lake Icaria, and it'll likely cross Highway 148 somewhere between that lake and the Talty Wildlife Area and 125th Street. So if you know any of these places that I'm talking about, you're likely very close to this thing, and we need you to take shelter. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we have a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation for Adair County, Iowa, Adams County, Iowa, and Cass County, Iowa, and Union County, Iowa. Take shelter if you're in those places. You've got time. Once again, downstream here, if you're back towards Dewey, you might have 20 minutes. You've got time to get your shoes, all right? Get your shoes. You want to wear a pair of shoes that you would be okay walking over splintered wood with. You don't want to put on the flip-flops, all right, or the slippers. You want to put on good shoes, closed-toed shoes. Put on something that you wouldn't care to walk in the rain with, and bring a charged phone, charged tablet or something with you, and get into a safe spot, a basement, a storm cellar, preferably. If not that, then you want to get into the most interior room of a sturdy building on the bottom floor with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And also helmet. I forgot to mention that one this time. We need, if you've got a helmet, the kids got bicycle helmets, baseball helmets, whatever it is. If you've got a helmet, wear a helmet in your safe spot, because the number one way you're going to get injured in a situation like this is by debris falling on you. Okay, so Riley's got a video of the tornado near Villisca here. Once again, this is now coming up towards Carbon and Quincy, Iowa, right now.
Tornado.
This is Storm Chaser Riley Dibble. This is his video here that he just took of that tornado that we saw as it crossed Highway 71.
Vortex tornado.
And this tornado that you're seeing right here is moving into Carbon and the area between Carbon and Strand and Quincy, Iowa right now. It does look like there's might be a little bit of a merge, some interference is happening here with the inflow. So hopefully that will stop the tornado. However, as we talked about before, it also has the very real ability to, enhance that circulation as well. So we've got to watch very closely as this merge happens. Also, unfortunately, we've got all of these little storms that are popping up down here near Gravity, Bedford, down towards Ravenwood. Oh my gosh, we got bigger storms popping up down here in Missouri as well. Look at this. How quick has this happened? Yeah, so like these are popping up like out of nowhere. Look at this. Boom, boom. Kansas City, you guys are getting ready to get a big storm. We've got a rotating storm moving up towards Smithville, Missouri now. Another one down here in Kansas. We're starting to see storms pop up in Oklahoma and Arkansas and Texas as well. Our major, widespread, multi-million people impacting, severe weather outbreak is underway now. We are focused a little bit more on Iowa and southern Iowa, southwestern Iowa right now, because the most life-threatening storms that we have going on right now at this very moment, they're happening in Iowa. But we will update you on all the other storms as well as those storms become stronger. It's always a good thing if I'm not talking about your zone. Damage reports are starting to come in from some of these tornadoes. We will let you know more about that as we learn more. Brandon Clement has added again. Look at this. Tornado on the ground. Now on the northeastern side of Villisca, closer to Nottoway. Did you guys just see that? Yep, it's still doing damage there, closer to Nottoway. This is. I think that this is actually not the original rotation.
A new tornado warning.
Right,
has
tornado
been
on the ground. It did a handoff to the south.
Yeah,
We got tornado
okay.
on the ground.
Confirmation now from Brad Arnold. Brad Arnold's got it up as well. We should probably be monitoring his feed. But we've got a handoff.
Ryan, tornado on the ground. We have a perfect angle of it on stream.
What we just saw happen was the original rotation here. Okay, the original rotation here kind of occluded, and now we've had a new handoff. A new area of rotation is happening down here between Nottoway and Brooks. New tornado warning was just issued for Brooks, Corning, and Prescott. You guys have got to take shelter now, and this tornado is doing damage. We just saw it through Brandon Clement's stream. We're going to see it again. Hopefully, Allie can get Riley and Brad up for us because they've also got it. But there it is. It's still doing damage as it moves up towards Corning. Take shelter in Corning, Iowa right now. All right, let me dive into that a little bit more.
Ryan, we're about to get an extremely close range intercept on this one.
Okay, all right. Brad Arnold's up there. Let's make sure we get two sorted out. Brooks, Iowa. So right now, Brad's exact location, this is a live view from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. His exact location is he is on 210th Street, looking to the south. So this tornado is moving to the north and east. He's looking over there towards Highway 34. This tornado is going to cross 210th Street in just a moment. And then it's going to continue to go up towards Corning and Quincy, Iowa. One second. Let me get my ducks in a row here. If this does continue to go in the direction that it's been going and it comes close to Corning, which it looks like it's going to do that, this will enter town on the side of Corning where you guys have the, what is that? The Corning City Airport, Brooks Road, Brown Bear Corporation, if this comes through town. Now, we need everybody in the town of Corning to take shelter and assume that this is going to hit you head on. However, we're going to hope that this does a similar thing as the other storm and it kind of skirts the northwest side of town. But still, even if that happens, I think the airport, the Southwest Valley High School, I think those places are in the direct path of taking a hit from this tornado. So we need you to take shelter right now. Wow.
Ryan, huge tornado, close range, right in front of us. Huge debris in the air. Huge debris.
Elijah, I know you might, I don't know if you have anything at all, but I have to step away from the computer for like 30 seconds. So I'm going to pull you up. Okay.
Okay.
Just go ahead.
So
Sorry, I'll be right back.
Okay. We do have some damage reports coming in from the previous tornado that occurred earlier near Red Oak. Let me pull those up real quick. So I'm trying to get to them real quick. So report of an 18-wheeler was flipped over on I-80 westbound and a house was damaged, most likely by the tornado. We don't know if there's injuries yet, but according to the scanner, it was described as, quote, major damage along US 34. So I know Ryan has the, I'll keep you updated on as we get more damage reports. But with those two ongoing tornadoes, one of them is going towards the town of Mount Etna. It is probably, you need to be in your shelter. I think it may skirt the town slightly to your west, but it is still on the ground doing damage. I am currently seeing debris up to at least about 13,000 feet with that. And the storm to the south near Corning and Brooks, there is an ongoing tornado there, as well as we've seen on stream. Debris with that is also
New information.
potentially reaching,
This tornado warning has been
let me try to
upgraded.
see here, at least 10,000 feet with it. So it is still on the ground. It is doing damage. If you are in any of these tornado warnings, make sure you take shelter because this is a very dangerous situation.
Thank you very much, Elijah. I'm back. So basically, if you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado.
Ryan, I have a great view of this tornado in the distance.
We have a tornado on the ground doing damage here between Adams County and Villisca, Iowa. This is moving up towards Prescott and Orient. We need you to take shelter. Unfortunately, we also have other storms forming as well. Down here to the south, we likely have more tornadoes that are forming at this very moment as they come into northern portions of Missouri and southern Iowa. So this is the beginning stages, once again, of what will likely become a very large tornado outbreak. This is a live look from Brandon Clement, who is a little bit farther out. Okay, he's got a little bit of a more distant view here of the storm, and you can kind of see just how big it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we have multiple tornadoes on the ground here. Once again, we just got a new tornado warning for areas just to the north here near Exira and Guthrie Center. This is definitely, this is a pretty unfortunate situation too, because I think that this one's likely on the ground here. That's an amazing signature on velocity. This is likely on the ground as it comes up towards Exira, Gander, and North Branch, Iowa. Take shelter immediately. Storm chaser Caleb Beecham might try to get us a little bit closer to that one. Our larger tornado that is still doing damage right now is down here near Quincy right now, moving up towards Carl and Mount Etna in Iowa. You guys also need to take shelter. That's the tornado that you see on your screen through the storm chaser feeds down to the south, okay, or on the bottom part of your screen. Additionally, I want to show you this storm down here in Missouri that's coming to the north of Kansas City. These storms in Missouri are also going to have the ability to produce a tornado or two as they move up towards more northwestern portions of Missouri. So you guys need to get ready for this in Kansas City, up there towards Lawson, Cameron, Hamilton, Chillicothe, Bethany. These supercells are going to be in a similar environment, not quite as intense, but a similar environment as our storms in Iowa, and they are producing tornadoes, okay? Next in line for our tornado here in Iowa, once again, is going to be Mount Etna and Carl, Williamson, Fisk, Nevinville, and Orient. You guys are also in the direct path of this thing. Yeah, these storms definitely popped off very quickly, unfortunately. I believe that the tornado is mostly rain wrapped at this exact moment, which is probably why we're not seeing a view of it right now. Debris, big time debris signature with our tornado here. So we've got the original tornado that went to the north of Villisca that was likely on the ground. It might even still be on the ground here as it goes up towards Dewey. You can see that there's a lingering debris field here. Okay, this is debris that was likely picked up near Villisca and Strand that you can still see on the radar. That tornado might still be down as it crosses Highway 148 here in just a moment. Dewey and Bridgewater take shelter immediately. This is likely new debris that's still being picked up from, this is pieces of houses and trees and stuff that we can see here on the radar that's up in the atmosphere, 10 to 20,000 feet high. This is crossing Lake Arcadia now, moving up towards Carl and Williamson. You've got to take shelter if you haven't already. Unfortunately, Lennox and Sharpsburg, I am incredibly worried about you guys. You guys should definitely think about maybe watching out, because this is going to be a pretty.
This tornado
if this storm
warning has
does
been
a similar thing as to what the other ones have done, we could have a tornado here soon coming for Lennox and Kent in Iowa. So they just upgraded that warning for Prescott, Iowa, to confirmed tornado warning. So we, of course, we know that we have a tornado coming there for you guys between Prescott and Carl. And we're just kind of at this point waiting for Brad or somebody to find another view of this thing so we can see it a little bit close up. But I still am very confident that we have a tornado on the ground here moving up towards Carl right now. If you are just now tuning in, we are in the beginning stages of a big tornado outbreak. If you know anybody in the Des Moines area, or really anybody in Iowa, honestly, you should definitely give them a heads up. Let them know what's going on here. We've got a big time severe weather outbreak going on. We've seen a bunch of big tornadoes already, and we are still in the very beginning stages of this thing. Debris now up to 25,000 feet with our tornado. So this is that only happens with big ones, with ones that are doing very significant damage. Okay.
Ryan, it's cycling again to the south. It's doing the exact same thing.
Okay, Brad is saying that it's cycling again to the south. It's doing the same thing. So what that means is we're going to kind of move our attention a little bit to this little part of the storm that's kind of protruding out here near Prescott. However, this does not mean that the tornado that was already on the ground that we already saw is over. This tornado is likely still on the ground, still doing damage right now as it moves up towards Carl in Iowa. Okay, so it's over the Lake Arcadia area right now near Forest Hill Cemetery, 150th Street. It's still a big tornado. It's rain wrapped at the moment. You're not going to be able to really see it that well, but it's going to come up towards Carl. It'll come in on the side where you guys have Carl Cemetery and Corning Carl Road. This is a big tornado, okay? You can see it, unfortunately, very clearly there on our correlation coefficient product here. Tornado touchdown probably around 15 minutes ago and started lofting debris, continues to do so all the way up to now where we have a larger debris field visible. So get ready in Carl, Williamson, and Gilead, Iowa. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we just got a report over radio of second tornado. I don't know if that's referring truly to the one just to the south or if there's like a twin or satellite associated with the one to the south. But we got reports of like a second tornado with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. That could be a lot of different things. One of the things that we have to consider that it might be is another handoff, another circulation kind of popping out here near Prescott. Regardless, everybody in the polygon here needs to be in their safe spot. Everyone between Stringtown, Prescott, Carl, and Williamson needs to be in their safe spots, and then all the way up towards Creston, Orient, and Macksburg, Iowa as well. Okay.
New information. This
PDS
tornado warning
now.
has been upgraded.
Another PDS tornado warning. It's a particularly dangerous situation, okay? We only get these whenever we have big bad tornadoes on the ground. We've got a large damaging tornado on the ground now heading up towards Neanville, Williamson, Iowa, and these places. And this is like this is just huge. Look, that is a disgusting signature to look at on radar there. from the correlation coefficient product. Look at all of our storm chasers. They're all right here in this area because that is where this tornado is. If you're new here, if you don't know exactly, man, that went right over Bryce Shelton. Allie, are you back at the desk yet? Okay, Bryce Shelton's still moving, so he's okay. But his locator dot right here was very close to that. Okay. All right. So our storm chasers are trying to get in front of this
Brian,
thing.
we have a satellite tornado on the backside of this. If anybody is chasing that tornado that is just north of us, let them know that there's an elephant trunk tornado behind it.
Okay, so what you're looking at here is a live view from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's feed. Guys, what you see there, that tornado is not the big nasty tornado that's doing significant damage. It's a satellite tornado. It's an additional tornado that's formed off of the vorticity that's kind of, occurred as a result of this storm, and that could definitely surprise some people that are chasing. And obviously residents in the area as well. You think the storm's over. Now we've got another situation where there's a really interesting looking tornado on the backside of the storm. But I want to go back to this view, okay? Because if you are unaware, what we're looking at here is the debris. And this is one of the bigger debris signatures as far as like size goes that I've seen. But the dark blues there indicate dense areas of stuff in the air that shouldn't be there.
I have a view of the tornado again.
That's Nick Gorman, Allie. If you're watching him, he says he's got a decent view of it. We've got debris here inside of the tornado being lofted up to 20-something thousand feet in the air. And basically the radar scans the atmosphere and it sees a bunch of raindrops. And it's like, okay, those are all the same size. We're going to paint them this red color, right? But, oh, wait, actually in this one spot, there's tree limbs, there's leaves, there's, this, there's that, there's shingles maybe from a house. That's a different size. It doesn't correlate. So the software drops the correlation coefficient and we get this big blue dot. And that is a very good sign that we've got a strong tornado lofting honestly, with this signature, maybe copious amounts of debris into the air as a result of it being so strong. And then additionally, not only do we have the one big tornado, we've got this satellite, this extra tornado that formed on the outside of the main circulation here that's also probably doing damage on its own. It's still there. That is not the main tornado. That's the baby tornado. That's an extra tornado on the outside of the main circulation. Unbelievable. The main tornado, the big troublemaker here that's moving past Carl, Iowa now, is rain wrapped, so we can't see it. We see its tentacles, essentially, as we see some of these satellite tornadoes kind of emerge from the rain here, which is unbelievable. This is a dire situation for Nevinville, Iowa. Nevinville, Williamson, Gilead, Iowa. You guys are next in line for this incredibly dangerous situation that's unfolding here. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable what's happening here, y'all. We need we really need to talk about areas a little bit farther downstream as well. Fisk, Iowa, Greenfield, Iowa. You guys should be getting into your safe spots now if you haven't already. You've got time, especially in Greenfield. You've got time to put on those shoes, closed-toed shoes, clothes that you wouldn't care to get wet in a rainstorm. You've got time to bring a charged phone or a tablet into your safe spot. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible if you can't get underground. And you want to bring me with you. We're going to get through this together. I'll let you know as soon as this passes. Hopefully it goes by you. It's not a big deal, but it very well could. This kind of tornado could absolutely destroy a well-built home. Okay. So you've got to do everything you can to, protect your life and property here.
A new tornado warning
as
has
the
been
storm
issued.
continues to move up to the north and east. And now, unfortunately, our other storm that we've been watching down here near Prescott, we've got a big area of rotation forming here between Prescott and Stringtown. This is now prompting a new tornado warning for Prescott, Stringtown, Cromwell, Iowa, Creston, all the way up there towards Macksburg, Iowa. You guys are under a tornado warning right now. And that if that tornado's not already on the ground, it's going to be soon. But this big one, this giant tornado that's still going on up here near Williamson is causing damage now. What was that, Allie? Okay. You might want to tell him that. I think that's a connection. I think that's the camera. That's not an internet thing. So somebody needs to tell Caleb that we need to. Okay. All right. So Caleb's got something. There's maybe another tornado situation with the storm that's a little bit closer to Bayard, Iowa. So we're watching that one extremely closely as well. And Allie, Bryce Shelton is still the closest. Just to give you some names here of people to watch out for. Bryce, Stormrunner Media, if we can find him. Riley, Max Archer, John White. These people are going to have a view of that southern one here soon. Look at stream text. Okay, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado outbreak going on, and we do have an update from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the Storm Prediction Center just put out a new mesoscale discussion highlighting this area basically from Atlantic all the way south into pretty much all the storms in Iowa south of Atlantic for a localized corridor of favorable for strong tornadoes. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elijah. So yeah, we've got storm chasers on the ground trying to give us a visual of these things. But I think our biggest tool right now that's really helping us is the radar, especially with our two most concerning storms right now, which are in southwest Iowa. We've got to look at the storm that's going through Gilead right now. I'm not sure exactly how to say that. This is a damaging tornado that's going to continue. If it continues on the path that it's on right now, I do think that this is probably going to go between Fisk and Fontanelle, okay, Iowa. So you guys have got to get ready for, honestly, probably the biggest tornado that we are dealing with right now. I mean, my goodness, the debris signature on that is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So you guys have got to get to shelter. And I do think that I would be very surprised if, the storm back here near Prescott isn't producing a tornado as well. So we're going to hear about that soon as it moves up towards Cromwell. Okay, Allie, you can put him back on. You can put him back on whenever you feel it necessary. Okay. All right. So yeah, we've got a tornado down here moving up towards Fisk. I do want to show you, once again, I want to zoom out and show you what's going on here. A lot of people are probably tuning in from Missouri. Big time severe weather situation, big severe storm for the I-35 corridor between Kansas City and Bethany. However, as of right now, no tornado situation with any of that at this moment. That's why we're not talking about you yet, but we will get to you. Right now, we've got people's lives in danger down here in southwest Iowa as we've got this giant tornado continuing to do damage over here near Fisk. We currently have a huge tornado on the ground, moving across the road here, highway, what is this, 301 or G61, tornado moving across the road here, west of Orient, moving in the general direction of 290th Street. and eventually, unfortunately, the area between Fontanelle and Greenfield, specifically Nottoway Park Campground, the Greenfield Country Club, and Nottoway Lake City Park. If any of those places are familiar to you,
a new
if
PDS
you know where
severe
those
thunderstorm warning has been
you
issued.
are, if you're in that area, you're in the path of an extremely damaging tornado that is doing seriously significant damage here as it comes up towards Greenfield. This is one of the more impressive correlation coefficient signatures that I've seen. Here's a picture of it. Here's a picture of it from Justin Daniels. Justin Daniels just sent this in. That is a big one. That's a huge tornado here, still on the ground, coming up towards Greenfield and Fontanelle, Iowa right now. Unbelievable.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got reports of wind turbines being taken down and catching on fire in this tornado. Yeah, this thing's huge. This thing's huge. I'm retweeting as much as I can. Holy smokes. There's a lot of media out here around this one. Some of it I can't share because we want to make sure we protect the copyright of our storm chasers. Allie, Ryan Scholl, if you're not watching Ryan Scholl, we got to get him up. I think he was in it. I think he was right next to it. But I'm trying to retweet it. So if you want to follow over on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, you can see a lot of the images that I'm seeing in the background that lead me to believe we just saw a really big
Hey,
tornado.
Ryan, it's Hunter. When you got a second?
Go ahead, Hunter.
Hey, off to my right here in a minute, you're going to see a turbine that completely got sheared off and is currently on fire.
Okay. I don't think so. I don't know. If you heard that, Allie, Hunter Hurley is also another one that we need to have up. We might as well just go to a full 6 and not worry about the probes right now. All right, if you're just now tuning in, we just got a new warning that was just issued. It's continued PDS tornado warning, and this one includes Greenfield. We're kind of in a situation
Local
right
PD
now.
does have the roads blocked up here. No one is getting through.
Okay, local PD has the roads blocked. We're preparing. I'm trying to get you guys a view of this thing as it comes into Greenfield because I really hope that people are taking this seriously and are taking shelter in Greenfield. But just in case anyone isn't, this is one of the biggest and scariest looking tornadoes you'll ever see. And it's coming right up towards the town of Greenfield, Iowa right now. Okay. So you got to take shelter if you haven't already up there in Greenfield, Iowa, Prussia as well, and Rosserdale. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Large, violent tornado on the ground right now, lofting debris way up high in the air, 31,000 feet into the air, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. I don't know if okay, this is a live look at a wind turbine on fire right now that was just hit by the tornado as it came up past Nevinville. Okay, So once again, what you're looking at here is a live look at a wind turbine that was literally taken down by this tornado, and now it's on fire as it comes up, past Nevinville and towards Greenfield. And unfortunately, from what I can tell on radar, this thing is, it's still just as big as it ever was, and it's coming right for Greenfield. So we got to get those people into their safe spots if they haven't gotten there already. We need everybody in Greenfield to be underground. Okay, we want you to be underground with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Allie, let's get that in one of the, maybe get him in one of the 3, or go ahead and switch 5 to another view. I don't know if you've got Ryan Scholl yet, but I don't know if he's still live or not, but he was in the path. But we've got to get you underground or at the lowest floor of your building with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. We've got a new tornado warning now. A new tornado warning down here in southern Iowa. Okay. Southern Iowa down here for Redding, Mount Ayr, Malloy, and Benton. You guys have got to take shelter. We've seen an unfortunate pattern today where every one of these cells that pops up like this and has even just a little bit of discreteness to it produces a big tornado. So I'm pretty confident that this one's going to do that as well as it goes up towards Redding, Delphos, Mount Ayr, and of course all the way up there towards Tingley and Elston as well. You guys have got to be watching this one as it comes up towards you. You've got a tornado warning. Take shelter immediately. We've got an observed tornado warning as well for Creston and Cromwell, Iowa. You guys have got to get in your safe spot. And then we've got our big PDS, life-threatening tornado moving up towards Greenfield as well. Right now, the tornado is likely going through or hopefully just to the west of Greenfield. It's probably coming over the Lake Greenfield recreation area, and then it's going to go across Highway 92 within the next little bit. And some of the places that would be in the direct path of this thing, okay, it's specifically in Greenfield, is the whole town needs to be in their safe spot, but if it comes into town, it's going to come in on the side where Nottoway Valley Community School is. One of the first places that it would hit would be the Greenfield Lake Boat Ramp, Fairway Meat and Grocery, Small Town, Specialty Printing, Los Altos Mexican Restaurant, the Greenfield Football Field, Adair County Health and Fitness Center. This is also, airports today are just right in the middle of some of the action here. The Iowa Aviation Museum is in the direct path of this thing as well. We want everybody in Greenfield to take shelter, but those are some of the more specific places that it's getting pretty close to. Okay, go ahead and switch them out for somebody that's got something. Oh, wow. So the Doppler on wheels is out there on this storm, and this is really close radar data of the storm that's coming into Greenfield now. And once again, just unbelievable what we're seeing here. This is one of the stronger tornadoes, at least from what I can tell on radar. This is one of the stronger tornadoes we've tracked this year.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning here. This is getting close to Des Moines. So now we've got the city of Des Moines needs to be paying a lot of attention to what we're talking about here. Winterset, Earlham, Maxburg, all you guys are under a tornado warning now. We've got this huge conglomeration, just this big mess of tornado warnings that's going on here. There's a couple of areas of more focused interest, though, that I want to show you. First one, obviously, is the big tornado that's getting ready to come through Greenfield. I think at this point, the best that we can do is just really hope that everybody in Greenfield is in their safe spots. This is likely coming through right now. If it's going to go through town, hopefully it lifted right before it got in there. But if it's going through town, it's going through right now. Next in line, we've got Rosserdale and Howie. Okay. But that's our main area of concern right now. But we also have another tornado trying to form back here to the south, okay, near Malloy, coming up towards Diagonal. We've got another one coming up towards Creston. And then there's an interesting area of rotation as well down here near Spalding. So Maxburg, all these areas, Tingley, you guys need to be in your safe spots because we've seen how quickly these storms organize, and it's trying its best to happen here. Just look at the debris ball visible from Greenfield on the radar here. Just absolutely unreal what we're seeing. Our correlation coefficient product on radar is painting it's painting a terrible picture now of we don't know exactly what's going on or what just happened in Greenfield, but it does look like Greenfield might have taken a direct hit from a very powerful tornado. Greenfield, Iowa has a population of 2,000. So it's not a tiny town, okay? And it's the county seat of Adair County, Iowa. Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing that I see here that might be a little bit of a good sign, I guess, is that the rotation on velocity definitely looks a little bit less intense as it crosses over Greenfield. But that, unfortunately, I do think we're definitely going to hear about some pretty significant damage that just happened here. So up next, after this goes by Greenfield, if this thing stays on the ground, and it looks like it's going to try to, this is going to go up towards Rosserdale, Howey, Arbor Hill, Caldwell Siding, and Stewart. And I want to point out something else to you guys as well. This is just unbelievable. This is the debris area. This is the tornado lifting debris immediately right above it. Okay, we've got floating pieces of Greenfield in the sky here, as visible on radar. But all of this is also debris. This is debris fallout that stretches for miles beyond Greenfield. So we've got maybe pieces of debris falling, several miles away from where the tornado actually hit, as the tornado's picking up debris, lofting at 30,000 feet into the air or higher, and then now it's maybe starting to rain debris in places along Interstate 80 near Stewart. So this is a very powerful tornado. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I was actually about to mention the debris field. There is a very small chance, I haven't had enough scans to confirm it fully, but if you're looking at correlation coefficient with the Greenfield thing, or the Greenfield tornado, you can actually maybe see a debris spike. Those are extremely rare to see. The last one I physically remember off the top of my head was Mayfield, which had a very defined debris spike on radar as it hit Mayfield. So I'm really hoping that is not a debris spike, but there is a chance it is.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Elijah. This is just, we've got literally some of the highest reflectivity out of any of these storms we've seen today occurring within the debris ball on reflectivity right after it got past Greenfield here. We've got velocity continuing to show a very concerning sign. And we've got the debris ball still very visible on radar. So the best that we can do here is I'm going to hope that, this kind of weakened out right before it got into Greenfield, but unfortunately that might have not have been the case. Now we've got to get into our safe spots in Howey once again. And guys, big time tornadoes like this, we saw, as far as the debris fallout goes, we saw something kind of similar with the Rolling Fork tornado as well. I actually went down to Rolling Fork right after that happened, and we were seeing pieces of sheet metal from Rolling Fork 40 miles away. Like maybe even a lot farther than that on the highway and stuff, wrapped around trees, and or just like laying in the middle of a field as it gently fell from the sky after being lofted up that high. Like that's something that we've actually got to watch out for. Maybe if we're up here in Stewart, Dexter, Earlham, and Redfield before the tornado gets to you. You guys are under a tornado warning for that same storm, but I definitely would make sure I'm indoors right now, long before it got even closer to me. Rotation continues to look quite concerning on the storm back here near Paulin and Shannon City as well. We need everybody to take shelter in Arispe, Iowa. And then, man, like just all of these storms in southern Iowa are just looking downright menacing. So unfortunately, we are going to continue to deal with this. One of the interesting things that looks like is going on here is so that that tornado went through Greenfield. It's still down. It's still on the ground. In fact, there's something weird going on here where we might even have 2 tornadoes at the very moment. But there's some sort of recycling happening. All right. I do think that the original tornado at some point might try to cease. And we'll see a new tornado take over here, and that might be the beginning stages of what we're seeing here. But man, it's going on the same path, and it's literally in the same trajectory as the other one, so nothing changes for the residents here. We need you in your safe spots in Caldwell Siding, Dexter, Stewart, Redfield, and Wiscata, Iowa, as this is just an unbelievably, unimaginable, life-threatening situation. This is probably one of the more dangerous situations you've ever been in if you live in those areas. Okay. And we do have, storm chasers out there continuing to show us a view of some of these storms. So we're going to look at them right here in a moment. Go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So that second circulation you're seeing, I think it's actually a satellite tornado. If you go back a few frames on the velocity, you can actually see almost like a mini Fujiwara effect as it's rotating around the gigantic mesocyclone. So that is actually probably a satellite tornado.
Okay. Unbelievable. We've seen so many, we'll call them, satellite tornadoes, whatever you want to call them. We've seen so many tornadoes that are not the parent circulation here associated with the storm, which is just another indicator of how powerful it is. So, this is one of those situations where, I'm doing my best to try to tell you what Walmart it's closest to and all that stuff, but it really doesn't matter. A 50-mile radius around this thing needs to be watching out. We've got flying debris falling from 30,000 feet in the air. We've got massive tornadoes, satellite tornadoes, the whole thing. All right. So everybody from Menlo to Earlham to DeSoto, Iowa needs to be taking shelter. And now, unfortunately, I think we're about to see another big tornado right here. The last couple of scans continue to show rotation increasing quite a bit to the south and west of Macksburg. Okay, Macksburg, Iowa. You guys have got to watch out. Now, you're already under a tornado warning, but I believe the original area of rotation that kind of inspired that warning is not really with us anymore, and now we've got a new one here that might try to spin up a tornado if it hasn't already. Just to the south of Macksburg, we're watching that extremely closely. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff going on here. If you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado outbreak ongoing right now. We're mostly focused on Iowa because we just had a huge, honestly, I'm worried about what we're going to hear about what happened near Greenfield. Hopefully most structures were missed. I don't know. But we just had a huge tornado go through or near Greenfield, Iowa. We've got all kinds of photos and videos of that out there. And that's likely still coming up towards Stewart and Dexter right now. But we also have this line of supercells where there are several other areas that could be producing tornadoes that are scraping across southern Iowa as well. On top of that, we have a situation where we've got more supercells forming in Kansas. Okay, these are also going to be capable of producing tornadoes as they move towards Chillicothe, Trenton, Grain Valley, and Richmond, Kansas. We've got more storms that are forming back here in Oklahoma and Arkansas and Texas. Okay, so we've got a lot of storms that are popping up. I'm trying my best to cover everything. We've got storms in Miami as well. We talked about you guys earlier. We got a possible tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning in Miami right now. On top of that, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in Vermont and New Hampshire and Massachusetts. So obviously there's a lot of stuff going on here. But my job at this point is to focus on the areas where life and property is most in danger, which unfortunately right now is going to be in Iowa, where we continue to watch our major tornado outbreak take shape. Now, our tornado that hit Greenfield is still there. I still believe we have a tornado down here, but the rotation definitely looks a little bit less impressive as it comes up towards Caldwell siding. That is not me saying that you should have abandoned taking shelter or anything like that. This is me hoping. This is me pleading with Mother Nature here to hopefully we get a break and you guys are going to come out of this one unscathed. However, we cannot rely too much on that hope, and we've got to get ourselves barricaded with as many walls between us and the outside world as possible if we live in the path of this thing, because that next scan actually looks, even more concerning. So Dexter, Caldwell siding, get ready. Big tornado on the way. Also, much bigger tornado likely starting to come together, I think, down here near Macksburg. We've got to start to really ring the bells here about Macksburg, Iowa. I think there's a tornado on the ground right now coming up towards you guys. So take shelter if you're in Macksburg. This is unfortunately, we could see a very similar situation here with this one. Do we have anybody near that? Not really. These storms have done a really good job of outrunning our storm chasers. So a lot of our storm chasers have kind of gotten left behind here as these storms are moving fast. I do want to reach out to Ryan Scholl. I don't know if we've heard anything else from him. Ryan, I see that your location is near Greenfield. Just whenever you get a chance, let us know what you're seeing, if you're seeing anything at all. We're obviously very interested in what's going on out there.
Hey, Ryan, I'm in the middle of Greenfield. We have lots of damage here, lots of houses hit. Just transported some people to town.
Okay. All right, so unfortunately, exactly what we didn't want to hear there from Ryan Scholl. Allie, when you get the chance, reset our counter for the Y'all Squad and let me know when you've done that. Or update it as of today. Brandon Kopic's there too. Oh man. Yeah. Brandon Kopic's live stream here. There's 1,000 of you guys watching along with me inside of the Radar Omega app. And as you can see here, there is significant damage in Greenfield as a result of the powerful tornado that just went through the area. Once again, all of these, most of the storm chasers that we work with, and even ones that we don't, their live feeds are available in the Radar Omega app. And
a new tornado
if I'm not showing the one that you want to
issued.
see, that's a good place to see it. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. Well, this is the report I did not want to do, but we have major damage in Greenfield. Also, Sam Emerson is a meteorologist, for those of you who don't know him. He's an OU alumni. He published a method for measuring the intensity of tornadoes, and he actually has now posted a tweet specifically related to that. So debris was lofted close to 40,000 feet from this tornado, and his intensity scale measured it over 200 miles per hour for the winds, albeit that is not the actual EF scale. That's just based on the tornado intensity. So it was a very violent tornado.
Okay, thank you, Elijah. Yeah, I think what we just witnessed there, what just went through Greenfield is going to be unfortunately talked about for a long time. I think we just witnessed an incredibly powerful tornado that we don't even realize exactly how powerful it was yet. Here's that tweet, by the way, Sam Emerson. A no doubt violent tornado just impacted Greenfield, 40,000 feet debris. A feat only achieved by the highest echelon of tornadoes. According to analogs, and of course, we don't want to get too into the whole pre-rating thing, but there's almost a 100% chance that this is EF4 or greater. And it's almost unheard of that we see a storm loft debris 40,000 feet in the air. So, that's crazy. We just saw an incredibly powerful tornado there, I don't really have words, but unfortunately, we are going to keep you updated on what just happened there. We're going to keep you, kind of in the loop of what happened in Greenfield, but we do have to continue to look forward to who's next. We know now that the environment that's in place is capable of producing some of the strongest tornadoes that have ever happened. So we have to keep that in mind as we continue to track these storms forward, because we're nowhere near done tracking these storms. We've got a lot of ground to cover here as more tornadoes are likely going to form tonight. Okay. So I'm going to go through all these different areas of circulation again here in a moment. The big tornado that hit Greenfield, I think, at least to have some good news, I think that it is lifted, and it's no longer on the ground. However, the debris fallout is still very much there. There's pieces of...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's pieces of Greenfield probably still flying in the air above Stewart and Redfield right now. So, we're going to continue to track that area of rotation and see if it kind of picks back up. We need you to stay in your safe spot in Redfield, which is the next place in line here for that rotation to go over.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
But if you're just now tuning in, we just watched a likely EF4 or greater tornado, loft debris 40,000 feet in the air as it went past Greenfield, Iowa. Now our attention is kind of moving a little bit towards some other places like Macksburg. We've got a pretty significant area of rotation that's crossing past Macksburg now. Next in line is going to be McPherson and Ord and Winterset. All right. You guys need to take shelter if you haven't already. Additionally, we've got a pretty, intense area of rotation trying to come together here between Afton and Talmadge, Iowa. That has the potential to produce a tornado as it moves up towards New Virginia, Truro, St. Charles, and Churchville. Additionally, Osceola and Grand River, Iowa, you guys are under tornado warnings as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And by the way, y'all, meteorologist Andy Hill is not here today. He is on vacation, and what he's actually doing is storm chasing. And Andy is actually very close to Greenfield. Andy's going to have a firsthand encounter, unfortunately, probably with the path of this tornado as he's out there storm chasing today. Sorry, I'm just reading some updates and stuff. There's obviously a lot of information that's kind of pouring in at once during times like this. By the way, once again, Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. I've got just a plethora of media sharing on there. So if you guys want to see what's going on, some of the stuff I can't show because of copyright, that's the place to see it. Here's a little bit more of some of the damage in Greenfield. This is Ari Perlman that sent this in. And of course, you can feel free to tag me in anything that you see that's newsworthy. More damage from Greenfield. And this thing shredded turbines. Shredded them, not just knocked them over. Unbelievable. Speaking of Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill actually saw one of the turbines. This isn't the one that's shredded, but it's on fire as it got knocked down by the tornado. Wow. And we did get a new tornado watch that goes until midnight for southern portions of Wisconsin. So now Madison, Wisconsin, all the way over towards Milwaukee is under a tornado watch until 12 a.m. Central. A couple strong tornadoes possible. Okay. Looks like it's frozen. Okay, so we got a new tornado warning in Minnesota. Everything that we've talked about today has pretty much been in Iowa. But we've got our first tornado warning of the day in Minnesota now. This is going to be for Winnebago. It's going to be for Amboy, Mapleton, and Good Thunder. Y'all take shelter now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also just got a new tornado warning in Iowa. Jewel Junction, Stanhope, Stratford, Camrar, Webster City. You guys need to take shelter. There's a tornado warning for you. And just to go check back in on our storms,
Ryan, you got a copy?
To the south, we don't have anything quite as alarming looking as what we had moments ago. Thankfully, our giant tornado that we were tracking seems to have let up. Also, that area of rotation that we were concerned about near Maxburg also looks like it has let up a little bit. So we're going to hope that trend continues. However, we know what today is capable of, so we're watching these storms extremely closely. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan. I just saw that new tornado warning pop up near Dubuque, and I just wanted to point out that Probe 4 is actually located just a few miles to the east of Dubuque, so you might be able to have a shot of that storm as it approaches.
Yeah, Allie, let's go ahead and put Probe 4 and 6. And yeah, we'll keep both of the probes now. We can go back to that. We can go back to what we were doing. Yeah, man. Oh my gosh. Edgar O'Neill. It's got some really insane footage of that tornado. Currently, at this very moment, we don't have a situation like that ongoing, but we do have a couple of remaining observed tornado warnings. I want to make sure that we're covering this really well because we don't want anybody to get it twisted. This is not over. However, the likelihood that there's a big tornado down at this moment is much less than what it was, but we still need you to be in your safe spots, especially in Redfield, Earlham, and Winterset. Okay, they're probably the most impressive area of rotation that we have left out of this initial system is to the west of McPherson, moving up towards Winterset. So you guys need to be taking shelter. I think our focus is probably going to have to, kind of wander down here towards this most southern storm that's going to go up towards Osceola. Maybe that's going to be our next big one. And then also we have to really start to watch these prefrontals, these storms that are popping up out ahead of the main thing here. Near Probe 4. And by the way, speaking of Probe 4, Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham and Hall Force 1.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. Let me know when you copy.
He, went out and put out some probes for us today. In places that we thought would be hit by strong storms, and we've got some of those prefrontals now popping up in front of Probe 4. Which, unfortunately, the wind must have moved the camera down because we're seeing more ground than sky here. But as the storm gets closer, we are going to be able to see a lot of detail from this. Also, Probe 5. This is an interesting look here. This is what it's like right now on the east side of Des Moines. All right, this is a live look. This is not sped up or anything. On the eastern side of Des Moines, Iowa, we've got these clouds racing. This is our low-level jet, kind of increasing a little bit. You can also see that those clouds are, we have some robust low-level cumulus clouds here. We might see prefrontal cells also try to pop up out in front of our main line here near Des Moines. So just keep that in mind. We got an update from Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, sorry, we had, we'll just say some technical difficulties from another chaser. We are back on the road, and we are headed east towards the Osceola 1 storm. It's got a little bit of space between it, so we're going to get on it. So, yeah, we are back at it, though. Just want to let you know.
All right. Thank you, Brad. Lots of tornado reports. Pretty safe to say that we're in the middle of a tornado outbreak here. Pretty concerned about our look here on our storm that's coming up towards Osceola. Like, this is, on a day like today, you cannot ignore this signature right here. We've got a developing hook. We've got a storm that's capable of producing a tornado trying to come together here. Very quickly. Unbelievable. Allie and Kinsey both, you guys can, if we can keep up with the counter, you guys can work together on that, because I know, Allie, I know you've got a lot going on. I'm just ingesting some more of the information here. This is going to be, just some of the stuff that happened during that tornado is going to be talked about for a long time. We got incredible data as well from the Dow. So just unbelievable. I'm still kind of reeling from what we just went through there with the Greenfield storm. We do have a plethora of tornado warnings out for the future, though. Des Moines, I'm pretty sure the sirens will start going off in Des Moines, Iowa soon, if they haven't already. This line of storms has a history of producing tornadoes. They will probably issue a tornado warning for Des Moines just as a precautionary effort, even though we don't have one area of rotation that looks really significant right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have a little bit more on the Greenfield tornado. So it appears there were several homes that have either been heavily damaged or completely destroyed, based on all the storm chaser feeds I'm able to see and photos and videos coming in. The Dow reported that trees had been completely just snapped off, multiple trees, and debris and beams had been thrown into roofs of damaged homes, but not completely destroyed homes that still had roofs. So it'll be a while before storm reports come in on the Storm Prediction Center. there's not many. In fact, I only have 2 reports of damage on the Storm Prediction Center's stuff right now, but that takes time to come in. So everything I'm seeing right now is strictly from all the chasers, because there's a lot of chasers that are in the area right there, as well as the Doppler on wheels in the area.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elijah. Yeah, we're likely going to continue to learn a lot of unfortunate stuff as a result of this storm. I think that we definitely got a violent tornado that we just witnessed there. So we probably got a lot of people that tuned in because they know people in and around Fontanelle and Greenfield, and maybe even around Corning and Prescott and Creston. And those people are not just going to tune out because the storms went past. So even though the storm is over there, you guys are fine. There's not another round of severe weather coming for you or anything like that. We're going to keep talking about you because we want to make sure we don't abandon anybody, and we do the news on top of the future. All right. So here's what the National Weather Service did. All right. So there is not a tornado warning for Des Moines right now, and they may actually go the route of not issuing a tornado warning for Des Moines, which is great. You know, as of right now, I don't see any reason why they should. However, we've got to watch this line very closely because it has a history of producing big tornadoes. But what they did was they issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So if I'm in Des Moines, Iowa, and I'm watching this stream, I'm probably somebody that wants to be a little bit extra weather prepared, right, than your average person. So just go ahead and take shelter. If you're in Des Moines and you're watching this stream right now, go ahead and take shelter just in case. What have you got to lose, really? If you went down there and nothing happens. The thing is, though, something is going to happen. There is a big storm capable of producing at least 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail coming through Des Moines. So you don't want to be in the living room for a storm like that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, now we're starting to get tornado warnings in Missouri. New tornado warning south of Kansas City. This is for Archie, Garden City, Adrian, and East Lynn in Missouri. Take shelter. That's a pretty significant area of rotation. So Burdett and Laceyville would be the first places that got impacted by a tornado. Next in line, it would be Archie, Crescent Hill, and then Austin, Garden City. Take shelter. That looks like a strong storm there in Missouri now. That's Bates and Cass County, Missouri. Additionally, if you look at the storm chaser feeds on the bottom of your screen, you can see that things are looking ominous again. Our storm chasers are closing in on our storm in southern Iowa that we're watching for the potential for another big tornado. This is our most exposed storm. It's got the most wide open inflow, I guess you could say, and it's in an environment that just produced a violent tornado. So this could also do that as well as it moves towards Van Wert and Osceola. So take shelter, guys, and hopefully our storm chasers stay safe and they allow us to see this thing. But even if we can't see it, whenever it forms, if it does form, we need you to get to shelter. So Brian sent this video in of the tornado that went through Greenfield not too long ago. Once again, this is not current, but this is a video of the tornado just before I think it got to Greenfield or just after it got to town. Wasn't very specific with the location there, but you can see definitely a damaging tornado. All right. Okay, so we're going to go back into radar mode here. There's just so much going on, y'all. I'm trying my best to, kind of take in a bunch of information, filter out the stuff that maybe isn't necessary, and then, kind of regurgitate it to you in a way that makes a lot of sense and is useful. There's just so much right now that it's kind of hard. But the good news is at this very moment, we don't have a huge tornado barreling down on a town. I think we're in a little bit of a lull, so that's good. But Elijah's got an update for us. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So I actually have two updates now. So from the Red Oak tornado, this is one of the first tornadoes we watched today. There is at least a couple of injuries that occurred from that. The tornado hit a campground near Red Oak, and there's a couple of injuries that occurred in the campground. Also, with the Greenfield tornado, there are several trees now that are at least 50% debarked. Hardwood trees that are 50% or more debarked.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. More unfortunate news coming in from the Greenfield area of just how powerful and how intense this tornado was. Obviously, we won't know probably for a couple of days exactly, what it was as far as the EF rating, but it's certainly going to be up there. It's certainly going to be up there on the higher end. And the reason why it's important for me to say that is because I really want everybody to understand that, on a day like today, when we knew yesterday that we could have big tornadoes, right? And that's kind of verifying. We now know, we have verification that the environment that is in place out here is capable of producing very, very large tornadoes. And we, some days we go into this and like, hey, the environment, all the ingredients are there, but maybe one thing's missing, maybe another thing's missing, and it's not that bad. Today's not one of those days. The environment's capable of producing maybe even more tornadoes like that. So we need everybody downstream to be paying attention and really get into their safe spot whenever those warnings are issued. And I'm sure we're going to hear about a lot more in the way of injuries and stuff from these. Like some of the imagery that I'm seeing, like there's it's going to be a miracle if a lot of people aren't hurt. I do want to remind...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Just got a new tornado warning here. This one's going to be for Grimes, Waukee, Dallas Center, Johnston, Ankeny, Slater, and Huxley in Iowa. You got to take shelter now if you're in any of those places. Also, this is right in front of our storm chaser, Caleb Beecham. So, Caleb, if you're listening in right now, tornado warning for the circulation that's just off to your south there, north of Ortonville. So take shelter for that one. So I'm just trying to find as much good news as I possibly can here. And the only other thing that I can think of right now is like these more southern warnings are not, we're not seeing the same kind of rotation that we saw with the other storms. So that's good. Also, if you take a look at our storm chaser feeds, we can very clearly see the base of this storm that's coming up towards Osceola, and I see nothing suspicious just yet. So we might have a brief moment here to take a breath and assess the damage from Greenfield before we have to get back into, siren mode or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. 1 second. I've been standing here for 3 hours now. I'm going to take a brief sit down. I'll see you guys down there. All right. So go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we do have reports now that the Greenfield Hospital took a direct hit from the tornado. Staging and triage from the hospital has now been set up at the Dollar General in Greenfield instead of the hospital. There is also a gas leak that is reported at the hospital grounds. So Greenfield Fire Department is en route right now.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. A lot of people in the chat are asking about Kansas City. Apparently the sirens are going off in certain parts of Kansas City, Missouri. Kansas City, the downtown area, and most of the metropolitan area is fine. You've got a storm that's just moved past you. The tornado warning that might be triggering some of the sirens is way off to the south and east of Kansas City for Archie and Garden City. There is a pretty decent amount of rotation down here. So I would definitely be in my safe spot in Archie, Austin, Garden City, up there towards East Lynn, and Gun City in Missouri. But yeah, Kansas City, you're done for the day, I think. I don't think there's any chance of tornadoes for the downtown area, especially for the rest of the day. We're most concerned, as far as Missouri goes, we're going to be concerned about the Joplin area in a couple of hours. We're going to be concerned about the Sedalia and Jefferson City area over the next few hours. Kirksville, Moberly, everybody out in front of this line. We've got storms coming for you, and they're capable of producing tornadoes, strong damaging winds, and hail, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on those.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. Just want to let you know that rotation on the southwest of Osceola is starting to wrap up.
All right. So, unfortunately, we may be watching the beginning stages of another tornado here with our Southern Charlie storm, is what we call it. Well, it's not. This is not really a tail end Charlie. It kind of is, if you only consider the context of this big line here. So essentially, the reason why we're most concerned about this storm right now is because it's got all this open space of unstable air that it has access to, whereas a lot of these other storms don't. But we just saw an embedded supercell do all that damage, and it had no clear inflow zone at all on radar. So on a day like today, that may not be so important. And I want everybody to say a huge shout out to Rod. Thank you, Rod. That's big. Also, my goodness, what's going on here? Baked Gaming, thank you for that. I appreciate you guys. I'm sorry if it feels like I'm ignoring chat. It's obviously been really busy today, and we've got to stay focused on what's going on here with the radar. But if you do have any questions or anything like that, right now for the next 5 minutes maybe would be the best time to ask those, because I'm going to have a brief period of time to glance at chat here before our next tornado warning sequence, which is probably going to come from this storm right here. Yeah, Allie, did you see my message in stream text? All right, go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have an update from the Dow team. Brian Wilson posted a message about the preliminary data from what the Doppler on wheels, or the Dow, caught. And they measured approximately at least 210 mile per hour winds at about 600 feet above the surface. Now, that doesn't mean the winds actually reached the surface, but there was at least what they believe approximately 210 plus miles per hour winds 600 feet above the surface.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Elijah. Definitely one of the stronger tornadoes that we've seen this year. We just witnessed go through Greenfield, Iowa. We're still hearing about lots of injuries and just terrible stuff that's happened out there, and we're going to keep you updated on that. But unfortunately, this is this is what we're dealing with here. We're in the middle of a big tornado outbreak. Oh, no, I don't like the way that looks.
A new tornado warning.
We just
has
got a
been
new
issued.
tornado warning. I'm going to see if that's for what I was just looking at here. That area of rotation is pretty concerning looking. Let's go over to reflectivity as well. Look at this. You see this kind of prefrontal supercell that's popped up ahead of our main line here near Radcliffe and Buckeye. That is really concerning looking, especially when we flip over to velocity and you can see that we've got some convergence, some developing rotation here as well. That might be a storm that tries to become a tornado here as it goes up towards Radcliffe, Iowa. That and I really don't like that we're seeing other cells also form out in front of this thing as well. We've got probe number 4 here near McCallsburg that's keeping an eye on these storms as well. So honestly,
a new tornado watch has been issued.
I think we're pointed right towards that. So if something happens, we should see it in the horizon there. But yeah, definitely keeping an eye on this storm right here in more north central Iowa. And then that most recent warning was actually way up here in Minnesota. Mankato and Madison Lake, Minnesota, you're under a tornado warning. Mankato, or is it Mankato? That looks like a pretty large town, so we're probably about to get a big pouring in of people there that have sirens going off and stuff. This storm is definitely capable of producing a tornado, okay? But the specific area of rotation that was warned is not apparent to me. So this is likely a large storm that has a capability of producing a tornado, maybe in a couple different areas, like right here. So, oh, look at that. Is that some anticyclonic? Go ahead, Elijah. What do you got?
Hey, Ryan, there is probably a tornado that is going straight through Martinsdale, Iowa, just south of Des Moines. There is a CC drop right next to the rotation, right over the town. It is in a tornado warning, not the confirmed tornado warning.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. So we're going to go back up to that storm up there in Minnesota as well. But we've got something going on down here near Martinsdale, Iowa. As we've got some rotation here. Like Elijah said, that we do have a tornado warning for this area, but if this right here is producing a tornado, and it looks like it might be, and it continues to do so, it's going to impact places like Greenbush, Scotts Ridge, and Norwalk that are not currently under a tornado warning, okay? So y'all watch out there in Spring Hill, Scott Ridge, Carlisle on the southern side of Des Moines. Very quickly, just kind of out of nowhere here, we've got a really quick uptick in the velocities, and now a correlation coefficient drops, indicating that we might have debris here moving up towards Norwalk and Carlisle. Did I not change my lights back, or do you have something else, Elijah? Okay, all right, thank you. Got too many buttons. Too many buttons, y'all. Yeah, thank you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Just put it in the fridge. I'll forget about it in the freezer. Okay, we just got a new warning for that now. So we do officially have a warning for Des Moines now, specifically for the rotation that we were just talking about. Okay, so we've got a circulating storm. We've got a tornado likely down on the ground right now, moving up towards Greenbush and Spring Hill. I think it did damage near Martinsdale, and it's maybe continuing to do so near Greenbush. So next in line is going to be Scotch Ridge and Carlisle. This is a very populated area down here in Des Moines.
We got a tornado on the ground in Grimes right now.
We got a tornado on the ground. That was from Caleb. Is Caleb's feed up? I don't see it. But Caleb, are you talking about that you can visibly see it, or on the south side of Des Moines there?
Nope, I can physically see it, and looking at radar, it's actually really hard to see. It's almost
a
in
new
the complete
tornado
dead zone
warning
of the radar
has been
right
issued.
now, but there is fully wrapped condensed funnel coming to the ground, probably 300 yards to my north, right behind the Menards.
All right, Allie, I don't know if we need to refresh Caleb or what, but I'm not seeing his feed. But it looks like we have a tornado with this as well. So we've got another tornado up here, actually closer to downtown Des Moines near Interstate 80 near Johnston, okay? Or is that an outdated? All right, so we're just continuing to monitor the radar here. We need everybody to take shelter in front of this thing. If you're under a tornado warning at all right now, you don't. It really doesn't matter which Walmart the storm's closest to and all that stuff. We really need you to take shelter. Here's a live look from Caleb Beecham's feed in Storm and Hall Force 1 close to Grimes. I don't see anything right now, but he was just able to see a condensed funnel all the way to the ground there, in pretty much on the northern side of Des Moines right now, near Johnston. So please take shelter if you're down here in Ankeny.
New information: this tornado warning has been upgraded.
As that is a tornado that's on the ground as per Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham. Additionally, Allie, let's put Caleb in one of our top ones there, so we can get him in the 3 view. Additionally, we've now got the National Weather Service confirming our tornado that's near Greenbush. Okay, so tornado on the ground in Greenbush, Iowa, moving up towards Scotch Ridge, Avon Lake, Carbondale, and Pleasant Hill. Take shelter immediately if you haven't already. This is a dangerous situation. Look at that. Very well-defined correlation coefficient drop there. We've got debris in the air over Greenbush. We were talking about Greenbush several minutes ago, so hopefully people heeded the warning there. Now we've got to get the same thing going on in Scotch Ridge and Carlisle. Let me pull up the mesoscale. Right now, the tornado is likely going over Highway 24 on its way up to Scotts Ridge, going near the North River Cemetery and Wilson Woods. All right, it's going to continue to go in that general direction. Let me get a better idea here. Yeah, it's going to go up towards the 6 Crane service. Also, if you guys know where Burge Audio and Video is, and the North River Adventures, if you know where that place is, that's in the direct path of this tornado. You've got to seek shelter as this approaches the southern and southeastern side of Des Moines. Tornado could eventually impact the intersection between Highway 65 and Highway 5 near GXO Logistics. Take shelter now. We also have a tornado likely still on the ground here somewhere around the radar site in Des Moines, moving up to the area between Polk City and Ankeny. Y'all got to take shelter right now. Additionally, we are not done talking about our storms off to the south and west here. These storms continue to have the potential to produce tornadoes. Thankfully, at this very moment, they are not. Also, I continue to watch this storm off to the north here near Radcliffe, Iowa. It's currently not tornado warned. It's not spinning enough yet. But as this line comes through and kind of pushes on this cell, I do expect that the rotation will increase enough to maybe spark a tornado here near Radcliffe and Buckeye, Iowa. Take shelter now. We also have to watch for a similar thing to happen near the base of this storm that's coming up through McCallsburg. Okay, and that's where our probe is. Probe number 4 is getting ready to see the bottom side of that storm as it comes by. So we'll keep an eye on it. We're also keeping a very close eye on our storm that's coming into Osceola, which is what you see there through Brandon Clement's stream. And it looks like a wall cloud is maybe trying to get organized there. We have several tornado warnings in Minnesota right now. No specific area of rotation that's extremely concerning just yet, but definitely if we're in Madison Lake or Montgomery, Minnesota, we need to be taking shelter. That's a precautionary warning. Do not let your guard down. Don't let it surprise you. Go ahead and get to shelter. It looks like the tornado that Caleb Beecham saw not too long ago is maybe starting to be a little bit more visible now on radar as it gets past the radar site here. This is likely a tornado that's on the ground here, moving up towards Crocker and Polk or Alleman. Crocker and Alleman on the north side of Des Moines. Take shelter now. Additionally, our very strong area of rotation and our CC drop continues to show itself here as it comes up towards Scotch Ridge, Iowa. You guys, and as well as you guys in Carlisle, you need to be taking shelter. I'm becoming increasingly concerned about our storm that's coming together here as it comes up towards Osceola, as well as this is probably the most organized it's looked so far in real life, as far as what we can tell here from the video feed. We've got a pretty decent lowering there, so we're going to continue to watch what happens there. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. I have a very unfortunate report from the Weather Channel. We do have a confirmed fatality north of Corning, Iowa. This was, I believe, from the first of the really large violent tornadoes we had. A person was in a vehicle and the tornado threw the vehicle and they were ejected from the vehicle. So I have that unfortunate report. We also have one other report of power outages being, Blairsburg, Iowa is completely without power right now. I don't know if that's from a tornado or just straight line winds, but the entire town is currently without power.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Unfortunately, lots of, continued bad news coming out about these storms. We're going to continue to hear that kind of stuff, guys. And I don't think that we're done yet either. I think that we're going to continue to see more tornadoes cause problems today. And, we're going to hear I think we've just heard the beginning of what happened in the Greenfield and some of these places that were hit. So, take care of yourselves. If you're following along, obviously, everybody needs to stay updated on this stuff. We need to know what's going on and everything. But take a step back if you can for a little bit and take a deep breath, because I do think that we're just getting started with our coverage of tonight's outbreak. We've got a tornado. I still think we've got a tornado ongoing right now, just past the radar site here in Des Moines. So this is a very healthy looking supercell tornado. Caleb saw it not too long ago. Could still be going on there near Crocker, moving up towards Alleman in Iowa. So you guys, please take shelter. Downtown Illinois, or why do I keep saying that? Downtown Des Moines. You guys are also under a tornado warning. The rotation with this one has let up a little bit, but it could be recycling. My goodness, we've done Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham did a really good job today placing these probes. This probe that is attached to a power pole somewhere is placed directly in the path of the potential tornado that's going to go through Carlisle here in a minute. So once again, we've got a live camera there that'll show us that if it gets close enough. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, if you look right next to KDMX, there is an ongoing tornado. Like right next to the radar. Look at CC. You'll see the debris ball.
Yep. Okay. Thank you so much. So this is the tornado that Caleb saw. And now we can see it on radar. So hopefully, once again, this is not a it wasn't a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service until
New
just
information.
now.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
We literally, Caleb told us about this tornado 15 minutes ago. So now, we know that it's still there, and it's coming towards you in Alleman and White Oak. All right? So please take shelter now if you haven't already.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
I wanted to give you up just east here, Johnston. I came across over some roofs off some houses. I wouldn't be surprised. If there was damaging wind, it was obviously very substantial damaging wind, but I do believe that this is right before the tornado came through earlier.
Okay, so that's an update from Caleb. If you didn't hear everything, he's basically just talking about some of the damage that he's seeing now between Johnston and Ankeny in Iowa as a result of the tornado, which we now know is down. A tornado on the ground here, moving up towards White Oak and Cambridge in Iowa. Take shelter now. We've got tornadoes all around Des Moines. Okay, so hopefully everybody in Des Moines is in their safe spot. Also, we've got an area of rotation approaching Woodland Hills that we're concerned about. So you guys need to take shelter in Woodland Hills and Ivy. Once again, this is our probe here, probe number 5. Can't see much through the camera right now. I believe we're facing west. The rotating part of the storm is going to come up from the south and west. But yeah, my goodness. Unbelievable placement today from Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham. If you're just now tuning in, we got a confirmed tornado warning for Jasper, Polk, and Warren counties in Iowa. We've also got tornado warnings for Wasaya County in Minnesota, Blue Earth County, Minnesota, and Boone County, Iowa. All you guys are under tornado warnings. Please take shelter now. Tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for an area between Conrad and Grundy Center all the way down to Monroe and Newton, Iowa. That is a big severe thunderstorm warning, and the tornado possible tag is obviously necessary there, as we know how capable this line is as far as its ability to produce tornadoes today. Ingredients are still very much there. Tornado genesis has been, helped along a lot by today's high levels of low-level instability and vorticity overlapping each other. We continue to see that out here into the environment that these storms are now going into in eastern Iowa. So we're going to continue to have problems with tornadoes for the next several hours. Also, it's important to point out that some of the storms down there in Missouri are also in that air, the kind of air mass as well. Not quite as intense, but man, it would be very surprising to me if some of these storms didn't try to produce a tornado, as they continue to be in that environment here. Also watching all the way down there towards Oklahoma. So ripe ingredients in place for tornado genesis today, from Iowa down through Missouri into portions of Kansas and Oklahoma. Speaking of Oklahoma, there is some storms getting ready to come through Tulsa. We are watching those. There's one severe thunderstorm warning right now, and that's going to be for Lenepa. Thankfully, nothing in Missouri right now that's terribly concerning as far as the rotation goes. Also, thankfully, all of our tornado warnings for the southernmost storms here in Iowa have been allowed to expire. However, those storms are definitely not done. In fact, I'm quite concerned about the storm that's coming up past Princeton and Ravenna right now in Missouri, because it's actually looking a little bit more discreet. And that last couple of frames there, even though we're pretty far away, we're not seeing reality here. But I do think we've got a lot of inflow kind of increasing into the storm here. So this might be another big tornado producer eventually as it comes up towards Ravenna and Powersville in Missouri. That most recent tornado warning that we just got is associated with our rotation that is getting ready to go up past Buckeye. Okay, so Buckeye, Iowa Falls, Iowa, you guys are under a tornado warning. Please take shelter immediately. And speaking of Tulsa, Oklahoma, we do have a chaser, Taylor Woodall.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. You copy?
Giving us a live view of the storm in Tulsa, or the storms that are approaching Tulsa now. Below severe limits, but they are rotating. So we're watching them. And we've also got an update from Brad Arnold. To go ahead. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, we're going to head down to that storm that is near Princeton. It's really showing some low-level rotation on it. Well, it's so far away from radar. It's rotating really well in the mid-levels, though. And in that environment, it is isolated, so that definitely has significant tornado potential. So we're going to be heading down there. Should be down there in about 15 minutes or so.
Okay, so Brad Arnold, the tornado sniffer himself, is going after this storm, and I don't blame him. That's definitely a concerning look. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, so Andy mentioned something.
A new
to me. He
PDS
actually asked
tornado
me to
warning
mention this
has been
specifically.
issued.
The big debris ball, for the tornado that is ongoing to the northeast of the KDMX radar. I don't know if this is actually a legitimate measuring, but there is a single pixel on the couplet for the tornado that actually has 193 mile per hour measurement on it. So it is definitely a very significant, strong tornado. And Andy specifically asked me to mention this real quick. The VROT on it, which is vertical rotation, is 76 knots.
Wow.
As well.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Elijah. So Andy did find a way to chime in today. And there he is, bringing our attention back to the tornado that, once again, Caleb called out this tornado, told us it was on the ground before the tornado warning was even issued and before it was confirmed by the National Weather Service. But now we know that it continues to be on the ground, and it seems to be intense now as it moves past White Oak and comes up towards Iowa Center. You see this right here? This is our correlation coefficient, our debris ball, whatever you want to call it. We've got a large tornado going through portions of Des Moines, north of Des Moines now, up there towards Maxwell and Iowa Center right now. You can see the debris ball very clearly on radar. So once again, huge shout out to Caleb Beecham, who saw this tornado long before the warning was upgraded there. And now we're watching this thing. Unfortunately, this is a powerful tornado. And if it wasn't for Caleb, we might have not even known to look over here until that warning was issued, because it was really hard to see. You can't really tell much about this on radar at all until it gets to where it is right now. So now we're starting to see the beast that this storm actually is, and my goodness, is that a concerning look. This looks like it could be as intense or even more intense than the big tornado that we saw earlier, and this is in an incredibly populated area. Let me zoom in. Hold on. Wow. Okay, so right now we've got this tornado doing damage.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got a PDS tornado warning. Once again, we've got a tornado doing damage north and east of Cambridge, Iowa, moving up towards Iowa Center and Shipley in the areas between there. If this tornado continues to go in the direction that it's been going, it will go to the north and west of Maxwell Center. It's probably over the Robinson Wildlife area right now, moving up towards Dottie Construction and the Hickory Grove Park. Okay. Eventually, this is
A
going
new
to make it up
tornado
there to
warning
Highway
has been
30
issued.
between Nevada and Colo. Okay. This is going to cross Highway 30 near Newsom Plumbing, Pleasant Run Cemetery, and Heather Fur Babies. Unbelievable. Massive tornado here. Massive tornado on the ground right now. If you know anybody out here, you've got to let them know. I'm talking about as far downstream as Waterloo. Like, there's not a storm really close to Waterloo right now. But in Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, like all of these places, if you know anybody out here, you've got to let them know. We have a tornado outbreak going on right now, and these things are producing tornadoes that are honestly some of the strongest signatures we've seen ever, in our time covering tornadoes here on this channel. So I really want to make sure we're driving that point home. We've got a life-threatening, destructive tornado going on right now, coming up towards Nevada and Colo in Iowa. And I don't think that this is going to be the last one. I think we're going to see more storms that try to do this as the ingredients for tornadoes continue to be very present in front of this. By the way, our storm down here to the south that Brad Arnold's going after officially has a tornado warning on it. This is going towards Cleopatra, Missouri, and it'll eventually go up towards Powersville as well. So tornado warning for Mercer and Cleopatra, Missouri. We'll likely see a new warning issued within the next couple of moments for Clio, Lineville, and Alberton and Corydon in Iowa as well. Once again, just blown away here by the radar presentation of our tornado that's went literally right past the radar there in Des Moines, and now it's getting ready to go over Highway 30. Once again, we'd never encourage anybody to do so unless you can do so safely. But if you have any reports,
A new tornado warning
any
has been
pictures or
issued.
videos that you would like to share, but the best way to do that is on Twitter right now at Ryan Hall, y'all. Wow. And thank you for everything that you've sent so far. It helps us tell the story. All right. So I'm going to continue to monitor that. And I'm also going to continue to kind of relay as much information as I can here as more information is coming in. What you're seeing on radar right here is a big damaging tornado continuing to happen here in Iowa, moving up towards Colo and Nevada and or Highway 30 between those two towns. You've got to take shelter if you haven't already. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So with that ongoing tornado that is now south of Nevada, it is moving with a forward speed approximately of 85 miles per hour. This is extremely fast moving. Do not wait to take shelter. This is extremely fast moving, approximately 85 miles per hour.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Elijah. And I'm glad that you brought that up because I actually thought, I wasn't thinking about that. I thought that we were losing frames. I thought that the radar was taking a long time to update because there's so much space between each of these updates. But no, that's because of how fast the tornado is moving. So right now, for example, if you're watching and we see this here, we just have to assume that it's already probably up around right here. There we go. Yeah. So that latest scan there shows that we still have a big, powerful tornado here. Hopefully it missed Nevada to the east, but we can't know that for sure. But now it's going towards Fernald and Zeering. Remember, this is, this tornado is flying. It's going almost 90 miles per hour up towards Zeering, Iowa. Who knows where it is right now? It's probably already here. By the time I finish this sentence, it could be right here. Like, it's literally going that fast. We're getting another scan here. Oh, okay, it ended right before it got there. Yeah, we've got to get into our safe spots. Remember, if you're in Fernald or Zeering in Iowa, you're in one of the most dangerous situations you've probably ever been in your life. A racing, violent tornado, intense to violent tornado is moving towards you at insane speeds that is not very common for tornadoes, and it has a history of producing big time damage, and it could be coming right towards you. So we've got to get you into your safe spots, get underground, or get into the most interior room of your well-built structure that you're in, on the lowest floor, and put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Right now, this tornado is doing damage near Newsom Plumbing, okay? And this is the kind of tornado that will literally destroy well-built homes there's nothing left, okay? We've seen it. We've seen pictures of it today. We know that the environment is capable of that kind of damage today, okay? So we need you to do everything you can to protect your life and property here as the storm comes towards you, once again, between Fernald and Zeering in Iowa. Once it crosses Highway 30, which it likely already has, this thing's flying, it's probably near the Scorpion Gulch and Murphy Cemetery area now. Some other places that need to be watching out are the Oak Hill Cemetery, Jones Ranch, Cornerstone Church of Christ. If you live in Zeering, if this thing continues on the path that it's been on, it's going to come into Zeering around where the Cornerstone Church of Christ is on the southern side on Highway 65 there. Now, here's an interesting situation. Our probe, we did attach a probe to a telephone pole here in McCallsburg earlier today, honestly this morning. Once again, great placement there from Caleb Beecham. This tornado is going to come really close to the probe, but I think the tornado is facing the wrong way. I could be wrong. Let me ask Caleb real quick. Caleb, the probes, are they all facing directly west?
Yes, they are. So we will not, unfortunately, be able to see this tornado come by.
Okay, well, note to self: we got to get PTZs on those things. That would be. I honestly think that this probe right here, probe number 5, if we could turn it left, we would literally see the giant tornado on the ground right now. But, hey, listen, we know it's there. We don't necessarily need a live video feed of it. Because, literally, the radar does all the work for us. Okay, here comes a new scan. Oh, my God. That's moving so fast. Unbelievably fast. So, yeah, now the tornado here is likely going over Highway 29. Highway 29 up there near Fernald. And it's probably going to hit Oak Hill Cemetery within the next little bit. It's in a pretty rural area right now. Let's hope that it burns out and it stops doing whatever it's doing before it gets to Zeering. But if it doesn't, you guys, we've been hooting and hollering about Zeering for a while now. There's no excuse. Everybody in that town should be underground, because it's coming. We know it is. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. Latest update there.
Hey, Ryan, if you have a second, I'm driving through that debris field right now.
Debris very visible on the correlation coefficient, and it's deep. So we've got new debris being lofted into the air there. So this is still an ongoing tornado. Caleb Beecham is live here showing us some of the damage that occurred near this tornado as it was closer to Alleman. And I think as he goes farther north, we're going to see a lot more of that. He is currently right here, and the tornado path is kind of like this. So Caleb, if you're listening to me, I think the tornado actually crossed Interstate 35. If your location is wrong on my end, then maybe you're already there, but it looks like it crossed Interstate 35 a little bit to your north. But yeah, you can already see damage there through his feed. Look at that overturned semi. Unfortunately, I think that the damage that this tornado is responsible for is probably going to be a little bit more significant than even what we're seeing there, as the returns on radar continue to look very intense. Zooming out a little bit, we've got a lot of we've got 7 tornado warnings, 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. The reason why we're not talking about all of the tornado warnings right now, and I know people are upset, it's because right now, if you're under a tornado warning and we're not talking about your town, there is not as much of a life-threatening situation going on for you as there is for these people up here in Zeering. So I do believe that we've got a very powerful tornado capable of flattening neighborhoods here coming up towards Zeering. That's not quite the case with the rest of these tornado warnings. Now, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't take them seriously. It doesn't mean that it's not a dangerous situation. It's just, I have to focus where I have to focus. You know what I mean? I do want to check in on our most southern storm, because that was the one that was really concerning before we got locked into the Des Moines storm. It continues to look concerning. It's not yet, it's not on the ground or anything just yet. However, it is looking concerning as it comes up towards Seymour, Promise City, and Plano in Iowa. And yeah, we've got storms down here in Kansas that are trying to rotate more. Yeah, we've really got to watch this one. Wow. This is crazy, y'all. 2024 does it again. Like, I keep saying that this is crazy, and I need to just get used to the idea that this is what we've got to deal with.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New warning now for Baxter, Newton, Laurel, Haverhill, and Ferguson in Iowa. Tornado warning, take shelter now. The rotation that sparked our PDS tornado warning looks to me like it's let up a little bit.
I have that tornado on stream ahead of me, probably 20 miles.
But it's still there. It's certainly still there. Whoa. So Caleb is a good 20 miles away from this thing, but you can see the mesocyclone very clearly from our rooftop camera there. Big one. Unbelievable stuff. So yeah, we've got a lot going on here. Big tornado continues to happen as it comes up towards Zeering. Hopefully, everybody in that town is in their safe spots in Iowa. We're also concerned about Newton, Iowa. You guys need to be taking shelter, and of course, Seymour, Iowa. Before we dive back into the radar, I do want to take a moment here to appreciate you guys for going over to the y'allsquad.org and donating. I'll finish that thought right here in a second. We've got an update from Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, this is a relay from Andy. He is monitoring the storm near Barnville, Wisconsin for a potential tornado warning that he believes it's potentially, looking rotation like it could warrant a tornado warning. He said it's been sidelobing for a while, but it's now somewhat visible on the lowest scan. Could get warned and give direction plus towns and Plymouth. So that is straight from Andy.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Guys, can we take a moment to just be incredibly thankful for meteorologist Andy Hill? Like, what in the world? Man is on vacation, chasing storms. Now, he's not supposed to be thinking about this, and he's still doing everything he can to help us, target our attention. Huge shout out to meteorologist Andy Hill. But yeah, we do have a rotating storm in Wisconsin now that we've got to really pay attention to. Arena and Mazomani. I hope I'm saying that right. You guys are in the path of this. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see a tornado warning associated with that, as this is, kind of in a pretty favorable area, honestly, for tornadoes if we continue to see, stuff like this, some of the returns that we've seen from velocity. So y'all watch out in Arena and Mazomani, Wisconsin. Additionally, real quick, I think we've got an update coming from Chandra here soon. Y'all over on the y'allsquad.org, I haven't even mentioned it yet today. We've already almost raised $10,000. Give me just a second, Chandra. We've almost raised $10,000 over on the y'allsquad.org today. And obviously the Y'all Squad's going to be doing work in Iowa as a result of this tornado outbreak. So if you want to help us, help people, you can go to the y'allsquad.org and make a tax-deductible donation to our 501c3 nonprofit organization. Speaking of that, Chandra, our Y'all Squad vice president, is in Tennessee right now helping people that were hit by tornadoes just a few weeks ago. And I believe Chandra has an update for us. Am I right on that, Chandra?
Is he ready?
Oh,
okay. Sorry. Yeah. We have you on the phone and we're trying to listen to you. But anyway, I wanted to give you an update. We are still in Columbia, Tennessee. As you can see behind me, there's still a ton of damage that is still yet to be cleaned up. A lot of houses are still destroyed. And we've kind of seen that a lot lately. There's a whole path of just families that were so unfortunate to be hit by this. And that makes me just super grateful to, be a part of the Y'all Squad, to be here, to be able to help on the ground and to help families in need. So one thing I wanted to say is how thankful I am for the Y'all Squad and how much it humbles you as a person to be out here and to see trying to draw them up here. Crazy experience. But I just want to say that this happens to anyone. It could happen to you. So just make sure that you're safe and you're aware. And hopefully the Y'all Squad don't have to show up, but when we do, we try. We try to do it big. So an update with our family, Tanya, we actually were able to give the family $30,000 thanks to the Y'all Squad donations. And I want to keep the momentum going. I love being out here doing what I do. And I love being a part of the Y'all Squad. So our next mission is to fill up the warehouse of supplies. That way we can immediately get those supplies out. That would be Caleb. And so I would love to raise more money to be able to do this and have this reoccurring and to be able to bless families so much in the future. And I know there's a lot of tornadoes down today, unfortunately. So we're on the ball, getting ready to tackle that in the next few days, hours. I don't know. But we're working so hard to get out here and to help y'all. So thank you, and I love you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chandra, and the Y'all Squad for the update there. Chandra is once again out there in Tennessee helping people on behalf of the Y'all Squad. We were able to help a family today. We wanted to share as much of that information as possible with you, but obviously we've got a lot going on right now. So yeah, just another reminder. We're out there. We're going to be out there tomorrow in these towns. We're talking to emergency managers right now. And however we're needed, we will show up. So, and that's thanks to you. So the original, and also I want to make sure everybody understands that whole thing, the tornado that was going towards Zeering is, it's gone. Now, okay, that rotation has completely lit up, and that's why we were able to take that little break there. However, we do have other areas of rotation coming together that we are concerned about. North of Newton, and south of Haverhill in Iowa up towards Marshalltown. You guys, there's an interesting area of convergence happening here. A new tornado may try to occur here as it comes up towards Marshalltown. Also, we've just got to be really concerned about the strong straight line damaging winds now along I-80 between Newton, Murphy, and Kellogg. These are going to be strong 80 to 90 mile per hour winds potentially as they cause damage there. And you can really see the backwards C shape, the bowing winds here coming through Newton right now. So that is a dangerous sign of what's to come there, with maybe the damaging wind threat that will evolve as the evening continues. Let's take a look at the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center, the mesoscale discussion here. Encircling an area between Des Moines, Marshalltown, Waterloo, Charles City, and Decorah, all the way up there towards the extreme southwestern portions of Wisconsin. Intense to potentially violent tornado threat over the next 2 hours. So this is another opportunity. If you know somebody in Marshalltown, Waterloo, Charles City, anywhere from Des Moines all the way up to the Wisconsin border in the northeastern quadrant of Iowa, if you look at it as it's separated by Interstate 35 and 80 there, you got to let them know that an incredible, maybe very memorable tornado outbreak is underway, and we expect this area to be the hot spot over the next 2 hours. Lives are at stake. Property will be damaged as a result of these storms. So not trying to scare anybody. We're just trying to make sure we're driving the point home of how serious this is. Once again, thankfully, the rotation that was heading up towards Zeering, the big tornado that occurred down here near Maxwell in Nevada, Iowa, that has let up significantly. So I don't think that that's something that we're dealing with anymore. However, damage was done. The damage has already been done there, and we're going to start hearing about it here soon as well. So I want to take you back down a little bit farther to the south. So I haven't had an opportunity to do this all day because we've been so focused on these big tornadoes, but I want to go through all of the warnings that we currently have from south to north, and then Elijah or if anybody needs to interrupt me at any time, go ahead, but I want to make sure we're covering everybody here. We'll start with our southernmost warning here in northeast Texas, a severe thunderstorm warning for Cooper and Tierra. We've got quarter-sized hail coming for you there in Texas. Little storms down here south and east of Dallas as well. Nothing severe right now. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now. That's going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. A little bit of a stronger storm coming through Pittsburgh, Kansas, over towards Liberal, Missouri right now. We've got to watch this one for the potential for a tornado in the future. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton and Appleton City in Missouri. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible here. I am a little concerned about that. We've got some convergence here, maybe a little bit of rotation trying to come in here to the north and east of Clinton, Missouri. That might warrant a tornado warning for Windsor here and Colloon, Missouri soon. Y'all watch out if you're ahead of that. Additionally, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Milan and Green City, Missouri. That's probably going to be continued for Unionville here soon as these storms move off to the east. Tornado warning continues for Promise City in Confidence and Melrose. Rotation on this one continues to look quite impressive, but not necessarily, it's not as intense as it was or as some of these other storms have been, but this is definitely still potentially producing a tornado as it comes into Promise City and Confidence, Iowa. Take shelter now. We've got a train of storms getting ready to be in view of it, so we will see exactly what's going on there soon. The storm that is going to the south of Melcher, Dallas, and up towards Williamson right now, and Belinda and Columbia, Iowa, is likely going to get a tornado warning soon. Look at this. You see in the last couple of frames there, we've seen it kind of curl out a little bit. We've got a little bit more of a hook here. If I switch over to velocity, you can see that it's, you know, it's not perfect, but we do see some rotation here. We've got a mesocyclone. National Weather Service is probably going to issue a tornado warning for that soon. Y'all watch out in Melcher, Dallas, up towards Knoxville, and Pella in Iowa. Additionally, we've got a severe thunderstorm getting ready to hit Monroe, Iowa, with maybe up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. We've got a really strong storm with 70-mile-per-hour winds likely coming through Newton right now, getting ready to go into Kellogg and Oakland Acres. I am watching this part of that storm very closely for some rotation that might lead to additional damage in the form of a tornado as it comes up towards Laurel and Ferguson. Y'all take shelter in that area. You are under a tornado warning. We also have a tornado warning for... what do we got here? New Providence and Union in Iowa. That's going to be allowed to expire here soon. We'll see if they reissue that for Grundy Center and Wellsburg. If not, then we'll probably just end up with another severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible as that storm goes up towards Waterloo. And that's what we got. We got a 60 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning for Waverly and Applington just now. 70-mile-per-hour winds, a considerable severe thunderstorm moving through Osage, Iowa right now, capable of producing some small hail as well. This is moving over towards Stewartsville, Minnesota.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. When you got a chance?
Tornado threat's low right at this very moment with that, but it's definitely not zero, so we're watching it closely. And we've got a tornado warning for Saugan, Wastedo, I'm sorry if I know I'm saying that wrong. Wastedo, White Rock, and Bell Creek in Minnesota as well. Rotation here looks a little bit more significant. I would say that they're going to reissue that warning or extend it out to Vaza and Welch here soon. All right, no tornado warnings anywhere else just yet. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings over there towards Massachusetts, but obviously our focus right now is on Iowa. And speaking of Iowa, that's where Storm Chaser Brad Arnold is. So let's get an update from him. Go ahead.
Hey, I was going to let you know, we were watching that storm that you had just mentioned that's southwest of Columbia, Iowa. It did have a cone funnel on it. I was just about to radio into you when you mentioned it. So good catch on that. The RFD did surge behind it though, and there's nothing now. But we did have a brief funnel with that storm southwest of Knoxville and Columbia.
Okay. All right. So that's Brad talking about the storm right here. So we're going to continue to watch that one and this one. The one coming into Promise City and Confidence continues to look more and more impressive. Let's go check in on the Wisconsin area. The storm that Andy mentioned to us earlier, thankfully, has died out completely. So I don't think we're going to see a tornado warning anytime soon over here in Wisconsin, but we definitely will see them tonight. So certainly don't let your guard down just yet if you're in Wisconsin. Right now, we don't have any major, huge damaging tornadoes down, which is good. That's why we're taking a little bit of a breather here and looking at a more broad view of everything.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. There is a warning for Wisconsin, but it's not for those storms down there that I just said we don't have to worry about there being a warning for. But it's associated with our main line here that's now getting close to the Wisconsin border over here near Red Wing and Diamond Bluff and Trenton. Okay, and that's actually a really concerning looking area of rotation there near Cannon Falls. So y'all get ready over there in Minnesota and Wisconsin. We've also got an update from Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So we have more reports from the Greenfield tornado. Some storm chasers have come upon houses that have been completely leveled. Some have been completely swept from their foundation. Jordan Hall did an interview with the Weather Channel just a few minutes ago, and the roads are so filled with debris that they actually called in road graders to try to clear the roads, just so like emergency manager and first responders can actually get to the debris.
Wow. All right, thank you, Elijah. Once again, if you're just now tuning in and you haven't been following along the whole time, earlier in the stream, honestly, about an hour and a half ago or something, I'm not even sure how much time has passed, but we do believe a violent tornado went through Greenfield, Iowa, and we're still hearing new information about that, and every time we hear something, it gets a little bit worse. So yeah, huge situation going on there. We do believe that it was a EF4 or higher, maybe, as far as the rating is concerned, and we won't know that for sure until later. And we might have, had a couple of different instances where we've had a strong to intense tornado, maybe even a violent tornado this evening. We've had multiple storms produce big tornadoes, and we think more will continue to do so. This is a traffic camera video of the tornado that went through Nevada or near Nevada earlier. Look at this. This is insane stuff. That is terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying. What are you doing? What? Okay, I did not know how intense this got. This is my first time watching that. Yeah, guys, my goodness. Another reason we try to, as much as possible, we try to talk about like what roads and what interstates these tornadoes are going to go over, because even when there's a huge giant tornado right in front of you, we sometimes see people drive right into tornadoes. So the best thing to do if you're under a tornado warning, or if you're listening to some coverage about a tornado or whatever, is honestly to just not be on the road at all. If we say, hey, there's a tornado that's getting ready to go across highway or Interstate 80 between this town, and you're west or east of that town moving towards that direction, pull off. You know what I mean? That's unbelievable. Also, we've got an update from Hunter Hurley, who is in Greenfield, Iowa, still assessing. He was there when it hit, and he's been there ever since. And the damage that I'm seeing behind that truck, obviously that truck is heavily damaged, but what I'm seeing behind that truck is definitely high end tornado damage. High end. This is just one scene out of many in Greenfield, Iowa. Numerous emergency services have arrived. We are going block by block to ensure that everyone is out of their residence. So once again, I do believe that Andy is with Hunter right now. So not only is Andy still looking at the radar and trying to help us out, but he's out here, helping people in this way as well. Just the man cannot stop being a hero.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. All right. So once again, we've got a very strong area of rotation coming together here near Bell Creek and White Rock in Minnesota, White Rock, moving up towards Welch and Red Wing. We need you guys to take shelter. Additionally, we've got a bunch of new tornado warnings that are flying in now. Let's go take a look at that newest one in Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. Definitely makes sense. We talked about this not too long ago. Actually, about 17 minutes ago, we mentioned this storm right here near Clinton, and now it is it's doing what we thought it would do, and it's likely trying to produce a tornado near Calhoun and Windsor, and it's moving up towards Manila, Spring Fork, and Cole Camp. So take shelter now if you're in those areas. And now, unfortunately, we know that these storms are capable of producing tornadoes, so we have to watch all of these Missouri storms even more intensely now. We've also got a new tornado warning down here for Green City, Novinger, and Worthington. You guys should take shelter. That looks like a pretty intense area of rotation as well. All of our storms in Iowa, the rotation on them has let up a little bit compared to what we were seeing earlier, but we still have a rotating mesocyclone with a potential tornado coming up towards Melrose. Y'all should take shelter. We also still have a tornado warning for Marshalltown. Y'all should remain in your safe spots. Okay, Allie, you can if you want to go ahead and replace that, you can. Just switch out the battery. Yeah. What an incredible and unfortunate day. Again, I can't believe how many times I've said that this year.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Benton County, Missouri. That's just going to be an extension or like a completion of the original warning that was just issued for Windsor and Calhoun. That tornado, by the way, is probably down. If it's not down, it's producing a funnel.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, it definitely takes shelter if you're in Windsor or Brandon. Missouri. This is Missouri right here. We got another new tornado warning. My gosh. This one is for Iowa. And it goes all the way out to Okaloosa, Iowa. So the storm that is producing rotation right now near Melrose and Tyrone, Iowa, is expected to continue to rotate and potentially produce a tornado as it goes up towards Albia, Eddyville, Kirkville, Fremont, and Rose Hill. So y'all take shelter in Okaloosa, Iowa, as there is a new tornado warning. These cells are just really not nearly as linear as they were supposed to be at this point.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. We have a rapidly rotating wall cloud on that storm that just got tornado warned and headed to Albia, Iowa. Sorry.
Wow. Just 1 second. By the way, Waterloo, Iowa, you guys are under a tornado warning now. And not tornado, I'm sorry, a severe thunderstorm warning now. And we are expecting a 60-mile-per-hour winds within the next hour or so. I'm just watching that that video from the what is it called, the interstate camera or whatever near Nevada. That's just unbelievable stuff. All right, so I know we've got people that are just now tuning in, so I want to go over everything with you again. We still do have that tornado warning for Red Wing, Minnesota, and a little bit of Wisconsin up here. The rotation that has sparked that warning is quite impressive, but it's also very broad. So, I haven't seen any signs of it tightening up here in the last little bit either. So that's good news. But you still need to stay in your safe spots. This is south and east of Minneapolis. Nothing but severe thunderstorm warnings south of that right now. Rochester, we're expecting maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds. A little bit stronger than that, maybe in Spring Valley and Elma. Waterloo, same thing for you, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The next tornado warning is way down here for Okaloosa, Iowa. We're continuing to watch that rotation pick up. This looks like it is about to produce a tornado. We've got a bunch of storm chasers on this one specifically, so we'll see it as soon as that happens. And then, yeah, we've got a potentially developing tornado here near Green City, moving up towards Queen City. And then we've got a tornado warning as well for Windsor, Missouri, over here towards Cole Camp. That rotation is not as organized as it once was. If you're in Windsor, you're getting a big storm right now, but the rotation is to the south and east. I would stay in my safe spot, but hopefully within the next 20 minutes, the storm will calm down and you can come out of your safe spot and everything's going to be fine. But if you're in Cole Camp or areas over here towards Smithton, Missouri, you should stay in your safe spots for sure.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Mays and Rogers County, Oklahoma, now under a tornado warning. Ooh. Oof. Pretty intense rotation there, actually. Near Claremore. So now we've got a potential tornado coming together in Oklahoma. Claremore, Pryor Creek. All these places to the north and east of Tulsa, please take shelter immediately. You are under a tornado warning now. This is Mays and Rogers County and Oklahoma. The storm to the south and west of Tulsa also looks kind of suspicious, so we're watching
Ryan,
it.
when you have a second.
That's Caleb Beecham. Let's talk to him. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to give you an update. I am breaking off the storm. I just got a text from one of my friends saying that my house has been damaged by some pretty significant winds, as well as there's possible damage to the All Squad HQ. So I'm turning around, heading back towards Fort Dodge to investigate that right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Caleb. We hope for the best, obviously, and keep us updated. Yeah, so the Y'all Squad has a headquarters now in Fort Dodge. Could have sustained some damage there, and also Caleb lives up here, so yeah, keep us updated, Caleb. Do what you need to do for sure. Another update. My God, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. More unbelievable imagery from Hunter Hurley. He says Greenfield, Iowa sustained catastrophic damage from this tornado. These are just a few images I captured. Cars tossed, structures heavily damaged,
A new tornado
and
warning
hardwood
has been
trees heavily
issued.
debarked. This town will need any and all disaster relief they
Hey
can
Ryan,
get.
it's Brad. We're on the storm, tornado warning storm. When you get a second, hit me up.
Y'all, this is bad. This is really, really, really bad. I'm going to try to reach back out to Brad here. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, we're on this tornado warning storm that is near Albia, or Albia. I'm not sure how you say that. It is very, very HP, high precipitation. So not really making out too much right now. There's definitely a wall cloud with a lowering, but I have not seen any funnels at all. I would definitely not say tornadoes imminent right now. So it's still organizing, but we're probably going to end up having to go a little bit further east with it.
All right, so Brad's talking about our storm that's coming into Albia right now. Rotation doesn't look as impressive as it once did, but we've seen that happen a couple of times with these storms. Definitely be watching out on the northwest side of Kirksville, Missouri. That storm looks like it's getting stronger as it comes up towards Worthington and Queen City, Missouri. We also got a new tornado warning in Wisconsin while we were looking at some of those damage photos, and that looks like a pretty strong storm up here to the west of Eau Claire. And there's a couple different areas of rotation. Nothing confirmed, I don't think. Yeah, no confirmed tornado here, but you can see very clearly that there's 1, 2, 3 potential areas of rotation that could maybe lead to a tornado here. So we want you to take shelter, especially in Colfax, town of Red Cedar, and Elk Mound in Wisconsin. Tornado warning continues for Red Wing. Y'all stay in your safe spots as well. Let's look at our South Central Missouri tornado warning. The rotation for the Windsor storm in Missouri has really died off, so hopefully they'll allow that tornado warning to expire. But until they do, at least for the next 20 minutes, Cole Camp, Windsor, Manila, Windsor Junction, Spring Fork, and Banner, you guys need to stay in your safe spots, okay? Pretty concerned, I think. Actually, maybe not. The storm that's going through Liberal, Missouri right now has a pretty ominous look to it on reflectivity, but the velocity tells a little bit of a different story. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation here, but there is enough to where I'm going to continue to watch it. Additionally, we've got a storm in Oklahoma, a tornado warning in Oklahoma, and this thing looks just nuts on radar. I don't know if we've got a tornado down or not, but we certainly have what looks to be that on radar here, south of Claremore, Oklahoma, moving over towards Teowa, Harmony Star, and Pryor Creek, Oklahoma. That's an incredible looking supercell there. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the damage out of Greenfield is very significant. From what I can tell, the tornado probably carved and carved is actually the more appropriate term here, sadly, a path that was roughly 2 to 3 city blocks wide straight through the center of Greenfield. There is pavement that has been ripped out of the road surface. We have 2 manhole covers, which were also sucked out of the ground. There are several homes that are completely leveled. Yeah, there's just a lot of damage. There's also probably easily a couple dozen injuries that I've seen through reports so far.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Yeah, like there's not much more that you can say. It's going to take us a couple of days to really understand the gravity and the total impact of the situation we're learning about now in Greenfield. Once again, the National Weather Service, storm chasers, everybody involved in this did a really good job. There was a good warning in Greenfield. So what we've got to do is we've got to really hope that that warning was heard and people did whatever they could to protect themselves. Because I mean, this is just nuts. This is crazy stuff. So, yeah, you know, we're still doing this. We've still got more tornadoes on the way. So I don't want anybody to think that because we're talking so much about what happened in the past, that what happened in the future is not going to be a problem, because that's not the case. We've got more damage probably about to be done or getting ready, or it's being done right now near Teowa, Oklahoma, either in the form of straight line damaging winds or a tornado. I think that this is a classic signature for a tornado here. But certainly strong winds and tornado-like damage happening regardless here between Teawa and Harmony Star in Oklahoma. You got to get ready in Pryor Creek because that's coming for you. Thanks to you guys watching right now. We've got almost 100,000 people in here. Thanks to you guys going over to the y'allsquad.org. Already today we have raised an additional $20,000 to help people, which is amazing, obviously. So thank you so much. And just a reminder,
warning has been issued.
We are going to be in these towns like Greenville, tomorrow, or later this evening even. And we will be there with cash in hand, supplies on hand, whatever it is that we need to help these people out. So if you want to help us do that, go to the y'allsquad.org.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
More tornado warnings coming in here. So let's get back into it. Waverly, and Plainfield and Frederica in Iowa. You guys are under tornado warning right now. Please take shelter. One of the newer warnings that was just issued here is a radar indicated tornado warning for Drysart, Traer, Buckingham, and Eagle Center. You guys got to take shelter as well. Area of rotations right in here. Additionally, I think that's it. I think those are our most recent warnings. But I want to go over this one up here near Eau Claire as well. We've got people watching in Wisconsin, I'm sure. We've got a tornado warning for Colfax, the town of Colfax, town of Elk Mound, and Red Cedar. Please take shelter if you're in the Muddy Creek wildlife area, as this is not a confirmed tornado, but we've got a lot of suspicious looking areas of rotation. Our southern Iowa storm is starting to reorganize again. This is the one that Brad Arnold is keeping an eye on. And it does look like we've got a rotating mesocyclone here near Albia moving up towards Eddyville. So I don't know if we've got an immediate tornado threat with this one just yet. But, this is certainly the kind of storm that you would look for on a day like today to maybe cause some problems. So Okaloosa, stay in your safe spots. Additionally, now the supercell that's near Pella, Iowa, also looks like it might be trying to organize a little bit in the last scan. Might try to produce a tornado as it goes up towards Montezuma. We just got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Vinton and Independence, Iowa. That's going to be for quarter-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado warning continues, at least for the next 16 minutes, for Coal Camp in Missouri and Smithton. That storm is looking a lot less concerning, though. I really hope that they allow that warning to expire soon. Watching now a little bit closer the area of concern here east of Lowry City in Missouri. That's moving east towards Warsaw. Yeah, so we're watching these storms in Oklahoma as well, as they look pretty primed. And I think we had a tornado. If we still don't have a tornado, I think we had one here near Teawa, Oklahoma. And that's moving over towards Pryor Creek. Y'all should definitely take shelter. Tulsa, the storm that's got the tornado warning with it right now, that is the one that you guys got hit by 30 minutes ago, an hour ago, or whatever it was. It's no longer hitting you. The storms are all to your east now, so it's pretty much over in Tulsa for the most part. I'll let you know if that changes. So yeah, there's a lot of different tornado warnings right now. There's 8 tornado warnings, 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a lot of developing situations. I'm going to keep checking in on these. But as of right now, there's nothing that's immediate, like, okay, there's a tornado here. They're all radar indicated warnings, okay? Just for anybody that's just now tuning in, a big part of our stream for the rest of the evening, on top of talking about the dire situation that's happening with, the ongoing tornado outbreak. We really want to raise awareness and bring attention to what has happened. Okay, we're starting to hear a lot of reports of injuries and just significant damage coming from some of these tornadoes that have occurred. The most intense one so far that we've been able to hear about is this one near Greenfield. However, there's definitely damage reports coming in from other areas as well. We had a tornado go through Red Oak, and you know what? Elijah's going to talk about this right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, yeah, there actually have been a lot of damage reports from everywhere. Currently, as of right now, the Storm Prediction Center has logged 15 tornado reports, 54 wind reports, and 49 hail reports. One of the things I wanted to mention was Nick K, one of the analysts in the server. He made a preliminary kind of map showing the track of the tornado that hit Greenfield, Iowa. So I did ask him, we can show it on stream. So you could pull that up and show kind of where the tornado kind of tracked through. Each of the pins is a damaged or destroyed structure that has been already kind of identified through either chasers or through videos, photos of it being damaged or destroyed. So that's approximately the path it took through Greenfield. We'll know definitively once the National Weather Service damage survey comes out in probably, I would say, a few days to a week or so, because it will take them quite a while to survey this amount of damage.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah, for that. Significant damage, at least in the area that we see here in Greenfield. Once again, it looks like Greenfield took a direct hit, and I just want to mention again that like the heads up time, the lead time ahead of this thing was great, and National Weather Service, everybody involved did a good job. So I'm hoping that obviously there's not any good news that's going to come out of this situation. But I'm hoping that it's not as bad as it could have been, because like the damage photos and stuff that we're seeing is just up there with some of the bigger tornadoes we've really ever seen. So we gotta brace for some of the news that might come out as a result of that. But also Corning, that's another area that received a tornado. Red Oak, Villisca, Des Moines, a lot of, right in and around Des Moines on the southern and the northern side, up there towards Nevada, Iowa, big tornadoes have occurred in a lot of these areas, and we're going to continue to hear about those as well. Yeah, Kinsey, that's fine. So it is currently 6:49 local. I'm in the Eastern time zones, 5:49 Central, almost 23 Z. We've been going for 4 hours. And this line of storms has now officially made it into eastern Iowa. Okay, we have currently 8 tornado warnings. Most of those are in Iowa, but we do have a couple in Missouri and Oklahoma. And we have one in Wisconsin. Right now, there are no confirmed tornadoes on the ground. These are all radar-indicated precautionary warnings, so we are taking a moment to breathe and talk about the past a little bit, but I unfortunately do believe that we will be pulled back to the present as some of these storms are getting their acts together and may produce new tornadoes here soon. We need you in your safe spot in Okaloosa. We need you in your safe spot in Queen City, Missouri. Okaloosa is in Iowa. We need you in your safe spot in Traer, Iowa, and Waverly, as these are some of the more concerning storms that we have on the radar right now. Additionally, we've got storm chaser Caleb Beecham, who's had to abandon the chase here because he lives out here, and there might have been some damage to his home, and also our Y'all Squad warehouse. So we're going to wait and hear an update on that. Our Y'all Squad warehouse is in Fort Dodge, Iowa. There are some reports here right near our warehouse that this is where the warehouse is, and there's a damage report just to the north of that. Trees on power lines through town. And there's a couple of 50 and 60 mile per hour recorded wind gusts up here. So we'll keep you updated on that. And I'm getting word that our 24/7 live camera is down at the Y'all Squad headquarters. So definitely we've got some power outages, that's for sure. Huge shout out to Joey. Joey, thank you for that. That's big time. Thank you so much. And also, of course, thank you to everybody who has went to the y'allsquad.org. We've raised close to $25,000 now for tornado victims. We're going to set up shop somewhere and provide free meals to first responders and anybody who needs them. That's one of the things that we usually do in a situation like this. We're going to provide, free internet to people via Starlink. We're going to bring in, truckloads of supplies, whether it be, generators, chainsaws, tarps, whatever it is, bottled water, food. We're going to do that. And also, we're going to try to find people with unique stories who might be overlooked by FEMA and bigger organizations and insurance companies and try to help them out directly. Today in Tennessee, from the most recent tornado outbreak that we covered, Chandra was able to get a family of like 12, wrote them a check for $30,000 because their house was destroyed and they needed immediate help that was not available to them from other, resources. So we were able to do that. And that's the kind of stuff that the Y'all Squad does, and we couldn't do it without you. So please consider going to the y'allsquad.org and making a tax-deductible donation to our 501c3 nonprofit organization. I would love nothing more than to treat the rest of this stream as just a fundraiser for Iowa. However, I think that, we're not going to be able to do that. So we are going to have to get pulled back in here to the radar coverage a little bit. Because our ongoing tornado threat is still right up there. And we probably were about to get some new warnings here. So I want to go over everything one more time from top to bottom, and then we'll get an update from Caleb and Brad and everybody, and we'll get back on that. The tornado warning down here in near Tulsa in Oklahoma is going to be allowed to expire in 20 minutes. And the rotation has died down a lot with that, but it's still a strong storm capable of producing 60 mile per hour winds, and it could still have a tornado with it. So we need everybody in Pryor Creek to remain sheltered. I'm growing increasingly concerned with the storm that's going through Broken Arrow now. This is another one that looks pretty ominous on radar. And it doesn't look that bad on velocity, but it looks like something that could try to produce a tornado as it goes towards Wagoner. So you just keep that in mind in Oklahoma. We're watching out for you guys. There's no tornado warnings associated with the storm that's coming into Warsaw, Missouri right now. However, I think there probably should be. That there's a pretty intense area of rotation here, or at least strong straight line damaging winds that are capable of producing tornado-like damage moving into the Truman Reservoir area near Warsaw, Missouri. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a new tornado warning issued here. So y'all watch out, okay? If you're in Warsaw or areas just to the east of that in Missouri. Brad Arnold is on a ominous looking storm to the north of this. What exactly is Brad Arnold looking at there? Let's ask him. Brad, are you going east or west here? What are we looking at?
Hey, Ryan, we're actually looking due north right now towards the city of Eddyville.
Okay.
You're looking at the rotating mezzo right here. I thought briefly we may have had a little glimpse of maybe a funnel, but we think that it's
a new tornado watch has been
There's
issued.
nothing imminent right now, but we're looking north. Sorry.
Okay. All right. His location, I guess, is just not updating in the app. So he's closer to over here where Don Murray is. Don's got a really good view of that as well. Yeah. So this is the storm that's coming up towards University Park and Okaloosa right now. We've been, once again, talking about Okaloosa for well over an hour, so hopefully everybody in that town's in their safe spot. But also, hopefully this thing doesn't crank up and drop a tornado right here in a couple minutes, because, you know, it does look like a storm that might be capable of that, but it's not necessarily doing it just yet. Still got a tornado warning for Eagle Center and LaPorte City for the next 18 minutes. Stay sheltered. Same thing for you guys over there in Frederica, Iowa. Take shelter now. And we've just got so many damage reports coming in simply associated with the damaging winds here. So I think the main threat for you guys in Waterloo over the next couple of minutes, and Independence and Cedar Rapids, I think the main threat for you guys is going to be damaging winds. Of course, we're watching out for the tornado threat, but damaging winds is definitely going to be a big problem as these storms move into the La Crosse area as well over here near Wisconsin. We got a new tornado watch. New tornado watch for portions of Illinois down into Missouri. St. Louis is included in this. Jefferson City, Macomb. This is going to go until midnight. A few tornadoes likely with 75 mile per hour wind gusts, scattered hail up to 2-inch in diameter. So this is the tornado watch now that is going to carry us through midnight. We'll be live here with you probably through, I don't know exactly how long we're going to go here. We're going to go until I think we're not needed anymore. But hopefully our biggest threat, our big giant, tornado threat that we're covering right now will not persist into the midnight hours. I think that we definitely are still going to have the risk and the opportunity to see a few tornadoes well into the early morning hours tomorrow. But the greatest threat should start to die down, I think, maybe around 10 p.m., if not sooner. So that is good news. We're still right in the thick of it, though. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central right now. A huge shout out to Amy and Justin. I think I missed Justin's, but here it is. Hoping for the best for those in Greenfield and anyone else affected by these storms. I donated to the Y'all Squad as well. Thank you for what you and your team do. Justin, I recognize your name. You're one of our biggest supporters on both sides. And I could not thank you enough for that. Huge shout out to Justin. Chase, thank you for that. If you're just now tuning in, we do continue to have new tornado warnings to cover. So that's why I'm not in full-fledged, what do you want to call it, fundraiser mode, which is probably something that we should be doing right now for the people in Greenfield. But I want to wait until our biggest threat is over before we really dive into that. And also, we're still learning exactly what happened and where, which is something that Elijah is going to maybe talk to us a little bit about right now. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So I had an update actually from that tornado that occurred on the northern side of the Des Moines metro. The tornado, there's damage from the tornado that is within 2 miles of the National Weather Service office and the radar. As we kind of saw with how close it was to the radar, we kind of figured that. But there's something else with that. So that survey, when they go out for it, will be a very interesting one. Not specifically for just the damage, which is important to survey as well, but the speed of it. So that one was moving, we believe, approximately 85 miles per hour. If that was confirmed, that theoretically could be the fastest intense tornado ever recorded, officially by like the National Weather Service. For speed comparisons, the Mayfield tornado in 2021 was moving at about 60 miles per hour. And the current World Meteorological Organization like recognized fastest intense moving tornado is the Tri-State tornado in 1925, which had a forward speed of 73 miles per hour. So if that was rated EF3 or higher, in theory, it would potentially set the world record as the fastest forward moving intense tornado.
Okay. Wow. Unbelievable stuff coming out of the Greenfield area and the Des Moines area. As we're starting to learn more and more about the tornadoes that we've been tracking today. Record-breaking stuff, potentially historic, storms that we just witnessed here. Hunter Hurley is still in the
A new tornado
County
watch has
area
been
where
issued.
the Greenfield tornado happened. So we're seeing a little bit of that through his feed as well, and he's going to be on the screen there as we continue to watch Nick and Brad in pursuit of new storms that are threatening new tornadoes here near Okaloosa and Watchir. Also, honestly, thankfully right now, there's no huge immediate threats as far as like a tornado goes. So I want to keep reiterating that, despite the fact that we do still have strong storms out there and we need to be taking this very seriously. 70 mile per hour winds are getting ready to move into Independence. Independence, Iowa right now.
Hey, Ryan, it's Hunter again. Sorry to interrupt, but do you have a second?
And I think we got I don't know if this is intentional or not, but we've got a cameo from meteorologist Andy Hill right there. Also, Hunter. Yeah, go ahead, Hunter.
As you can see, we're still barely out of Greenfield. I got Andy right here with me in front of the camera. We're going to head to West Des Moines this evening and meet up with Caleb, and then come back down here tomorrow and help out any way possible.
Okay, that sounds good. So yeah, we're gonna probably need a lot of help, Hunter. So thank you, and I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about that tonight. But yeah, there you go, meteorologist Andy Hill out there storm chasing today. Obviously on the Greenfield tornado, they stopped and have been helping out down there. Super thankful for Andy and Hunter and all these guys. I think I don't want to say this with any sort of confidence because we still have a few hours left of where we're going to have a lot of tornado ingredients in place, but I think we might be entering a period of this storm where we're going to shift our focus a little bit away from the tornado threat and more towards the damaging wind threat. That does not mean in any way that we're not going to have any more tornadoes. It just means that I'm hoping that this is, we're going to start seeing a little bit more of that squall line appearance to these storms versus the supercellular look. So we're going to hope for that, but that also doesn't mean that we're going to see any less damage. We're going to see widespread damage from 70 to 80 mile per hour winds here as these storms come through. These storms coming into Winona and La Crosse here in the next 20 to 30 minutes are going to be intense with 70 mile per hour winds. Also, the storms that are coming through Waterloo, Iowa right now over towards Independence and Cedar Rapids also have 70 mile per hour winds associated with those. So y'all get ready. One little tornado warning here for areas between Okaloosa and Watchir. This is probably the most impressive area of rotation that we are still hanging on to right now, but still not anything even close to what we were seeing earlier. as that moves off towards watch here. So hopefully the tornado threat's going to die down a little bit. We can hope.
A new tornado warning has been
Winona
issued.
County, Minnesota, under a tornado warning here. This is going to be for a potential QLCS spin-up, quasi-linear convective system. You'll see a lot of these tonight. Little spin-up tornado there. Likely, not likely, but possibly still on the ground between Altura and Bethany, moving up towards Rollingstone and Fountain City. Take shelter now. That's in Minnesota, the southeastern side of Minnesota. Yeah, Allie. Forever Not Me says, thank you for your coverage today. I was able to alert my family and friends early so we could get all of our shelters. Well, thank you for helping me alert people. Couldn't do anything that we do without y'all. One of the things that I'm noticing here.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So one of the things that I'm noticing here is that we do have a little bit of prefrontal action. Like there's some like isolated cells that are trying to pop up out in front of the line here in eastern Iowa. I'm not seeing any immediately concerning signs that those are kind of latching onto the environment in a similar way as some of the other storms that we've seen have. But it is something that we have to watch. So we'll see what happens with those. Also, our storm up here in Winona County, it's confirmed now. Confirmed tornado. You can see very clearly here, we got a little bit of debris here near Bethany. That's moving over Highway 27 in the next couple of minutes. And then it'll move up towards a Rolling Stone. So these kind of tornadoes, man, it's hard to tell, how long they're going to last. It's hard to tell if this is even still on the ground right now, so that's why it's just important that we don't pay too much attention to the colors on the radar, and we instead just respect the polygon here. Everybody in that purple polygon needs to be in their safe spot, because even if this tornado isn't still on the ground right now and we're just seeing the aftermath or the debris fallout here, a new tornado could be forming right now before we even see any signs of it on the radar, okay? So just keep that in mind and get to shelter. Yeah, this is definitely, I think, just from based off of what I've seen of the damage so far, this is worse than the last tornado outbreak that we covered in Nebraska and Iowa in terms of how intense the tornadoes were. I think that maybe we've seen a few, maybe we haven't seen as many tornadoes today. And I could even be wrong about that, but the damage that we're seeing coming out of Greenfield especially is some of the worst tornado damage I have ever seen. So it's just really, really unfortunate. We got some pictures of people sending in some hailstones. This is from, what is that, CPL in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Some really large hail falling down there in Oklahoma with some of these storms. Let's go check those out. We had a couple tornado warnings down here earlier. We no longer have tornado warnings in Oklahoma, but we still have very large hail and strong winds getting ready to come into Wagoner, Oak Mulgee, and of course Locust Grove. Get ready. 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe even some golf ball sized hail associated with these storms. Let's check back in on our tornado warning up here in Minnesota. Okay. Whoa, that's not good. So we had a spin-up tornado occur down here south and west of Bethany. That most recent velocity signature indicates that we're likely still have that tornado with us. So this is probably still on the ground, going into Rollingstone right now. So hopefully you guys are in your safe spot, and hopefully we get a new warning here soon that carries this past Fountain City. Fountain City, there is no tornado warning for you in Fountain City or Checkville in Wisconsin, but y'all should definitely watch out. That looks like a stronger couplet right there coming into Rollingstone right now. Tornado is definitely doing damage. It's on the ground, and it's coming towards you in Whitman as well. So, yeah, get ready for that between Rollingstone and Fountain City in Wisconsin. I'm hearing a lot of stuff about this too. There's a lot of attention on this storm. I mean, we had 100,000 people in here not too long ago. And now that, you know, the damage pictures are getting out there, this is going to be all over mainstream news. And what's happening, I think, is I think too many people are going to Greenfield. Too many people are going to Greenfield to try to help. Please wait for emergency services to respond and give the green light before attempting to survey damage or render aid in Greenfield. Okay? So keep that in mind. They don't need anybody going down there right now. If they do, they're going to let us know. And that's why, you know, as far as what the Y'all Squad does down there, we're going to wait until we talk to an emergency official down there first before we even show up. Because sometimes you can actually get in the way. Even if you mean well, you can cause more problems than you would it be, helping by showing up. So wait. Strong tornado, I think, here near Rollingstone, Minnesota, unfortunately. This is going to cross Highway 61 within the next couple of minutes and go towards Fountain City. Take shelter. What the heck? I don't think I've ever seen this before. A dust storm warning is in effect for central portions of Illinois. If there's anybody watching in Illinois right now and you send us pictures and videos of the dust storm, I would love to see what this is. Near zero visibility and blowing dust. Life-threatening travel. This is including an area between Washington, Pekin, Lincoln, Decatur, Bement, Champaign, and Tilton in Illinois. Apparently, people are getting the emergency alert on their phones in Illinois near Bloomington for this dust storm. Dust storm warning. I've never seen that before. So I don't know what the heck is going on there. Can we see that on satellite? I don't really see anything on satellite. But yeah, strong winds coming out from underneath the storm system here are apparently kicking up enough dust to cause life-threatening travel in Illinois right now, which is nuts. And that's a major interstate highway as well. They're closing some of the highways because of the dust storm. Yeah, once again, if there's anybody out there that has, that's on the ground here, just poke your head out the window and send a picture, because I really don't see anything on satellite, but this might be mostly under the cloud base here. Like, really, it's dry out there.
A new tornado
So we're seeing
warning
dust kind
has
of
been
getting
issued.
kicked up in this area, moving across Illinois. But you can see that the strong winds are moving in now. This would be like the front side of those strong winds. And it'll follow the cloud tops there. Unbelievable. All right, new tornado warning for Wisconsin. Of course, it is our storm that we've been tracking. No major changes here. The rotation that went through Rollingstone is letting up a little bit, thankfully. But now we've got a new area of rotation here near Cochrane that we're watching. That looks like it could try to produce a new tornado. This includes Winona, okay? So take shelter in Winona and Arcadia and Glencoe and Modena. All right. This is kind of a precautionary warning, but I see at least 2 areas that could be producing a tornado right now. Definitely 70-mile-per-hour winds possible here. And then on top of that, you've got the tornado possibility as well. So this wasn't sent to me, but it's from somebody that's apparently on the road south of Bloomington. So yeah, that definitely looks like a dust storm to me. Nuts. Dust storms, historic giant tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds. I don't know what else is going to be on the menu today, but speaking of menus, I unfortunately am reaching my point of no return here. It's been probably 12 hours since I've eaten, so I'm going to have to order some hamburger patties. Give me just a moment, and we'll get back. I'll be laser focused. Okay, I just got to have a second on DoorDash. And Allie, I've got no idea if you've gotten anything yet, but you should. I don't know if you want what I'm getting. Okay. Dang. Give me just a second, y'all. All right. The protein has been secured. It's on its way. Wow.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. We need to watch that storm south of Bloomfield, south of Tumwa, and just on that Iowa-Missouri state line right there. It's actually showing some low-level rotation on it.
All right, update from Brad, south of Bloomfield. We're watching this storm very closely here. Might be something that is warranted for or warned for a tornado here soon. That's probably our most concerning storm right now as far as tornado stuff goes. Actually, let me check on this storm in Missouri. Yeah, that one's actually kind of pretty concerning too. I would watch out in La Plata, Missouri, as this storm is trying to rotate a little bit more too. Thankfully, I think that the biggest part of our really considerable like tornado situation is over, but it's not done. Like we could still see tornadoes tonight. I just don't think we're going to see anything quite as intense as what we saw earlier. Cedar Rapids, you're next in line. 70-mile-per-hour winds are coming in, okay? La Plata, okay. Yeah, some of the more favorable conditions for tornadic activity as well are kind of in place over here in Wisconsin. So I'm pretty concerned about the supercellular or the discrete nature of some of these storms, but nothing is kind of coming together quite right just yet. So that's good news at least. Did we lose connection on the stream for a little bit? Hey, Tyler, thank you. We are down to 2 tornado warnings, which is amazing. Hopefully that number continues to go down, but my goodness, we've got about 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. That most recent one that we just got is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Independence, Center Point, and Manchester, Iowa. 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail possible as a result of this storm. Anytime you get the considerable tag on a severe thunderstorm warning, that's a much bigger deal than a regular severe thunderstorm warning. So treat it as if you would a tornado warning. You know, get indoors, get away from windows and that kind of stuff. You don't want to stay in a place where you could get hit by golf ball size hail coming through a window. You know what I mean? Take shelter. Don't become another injury report today. Hey, if those things are cold, will you bring me one?
Yeah. Definitely colder than what it was.
Awesome, thank you. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm getting situated here. All right, we're good. We're good. Yeah, the reason I was asking about the connection is we went from like 70,000 people being in here to 35, like in like 2 seconds. I don't know if we dropped frames or if it was something I said. If anybody thinks that we're done with the severe weather threat, that's definitely not the case. If it was something I said. We still got a couple of supercells to watch, and we're mostly watching the damaging wind threat here, which is going to continue to be a big problem. But I plan on staying on the air for quite some time, even just to kind of keep updated on the Greenfield situation. It could also just be a glitch.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. I just wanted to let you know that I cut off your screen because you offended me. So I just wanted to let you know I'm one of those 35,000.
Great. It was something I said. I knew it. Yeah, I'm just kind of absorbing as much information as I can here. I think we're about to do another big. I'm about to do another kind of like dive into the Greenfield thing here. We are nowhere near done understanding what just happened out there. Gosh, look at here. This is Ryan Scholl's point of view. This, I believe, what we're looking at here is the base of what used to be a house. This is somebody's floor, a slabbed home. If you've ever heard the term slabbing, like this home was slabbed or whatever, that's what we're talking about. Once again, as these storms approach your area, if you want to send in photos and videos, the best way to do that, and only do it if you can do so safely, but the best way to do that is on Twitter or X at Ryan Hall, y'all. Also, please consider tagging your local National Weather Service as well. Little update from Caleb. Caleb's he's going around and collecting our probes right now, and he's going to go back to Y'all Squad HQ, make sure our warehouse wasn't too severely damaged. And he's already on the phone with, Greenfield, the folks in Greenfield, to figure out what we're going to do as far as our plan goes for the Y'all Squad response out there. Cedar Rapids, I know we got some people tuned in from Cedar Rapids. This big storm is coming towards you. Our biggest concern right now, I think, in Cedar Rapids is going to be the wind, but there is, there's a couple of areas of very side-lobed rotation that I'm watching. That's not necessarily an indication of a tornado there, but that is an indication that we might have some rotation associated with these strong winds that's coming through. So definitely the tornado threat's not over. Okay, it's certainly not over as we continue to watch these strong winds, set up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, move over towards Garrison and Benton. Brad Arnold is kind of, keeping an eye on these more southern storms. Theoretically, these storms should be in a position to where they could produce tornadoes here over the next couple of hours. So far, though, they've been in that position for a while, and they haven't. They really haven't produced much in the way of, tornadoes. So hopefully that trend continues. But latest scans there on this storm and this storm, the one approaching La Plata especially, it does show some rotation, especially in the upper levels of that storm. So get ready. Y'all watch out in La Plata. And look at that. At least for a brief moment, we are without a single tornado warning. Oh.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I gotta learn. I can't be doing that. Okay, never mind. We have a new tornado warning, and it's exactly for that area of rotation that we were just talking about. So you got an early heads up here if you were watching the Ryan Hall Y'all channel and you weren't one of the 100,000 people that just randomly left 5 minutes ago. By the way, it does look like Mediacom and Metronet are having big outages right now. So yeah, that tornado warning is for Vinton, Brandon, Rowley, Casketon, and Winthrop in Iowa, and that is that's a decently concerning area of rotation there. Like it's the blocky appearance of it here means that it's side lobed, which means that there's some contamination that has led to the decreased, or it's not an exact representation of what's going on as far as the wind speeds and direction goes up here in the clouds, but there's definitely a big mesocyclone there, and we could have a tornado coming up towards Vinton, Iowa here soon. So we're watching that extremely closely. We also have about 70,000 people without power now in Iowa. And it looks like we got another new tornado warning coming in.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Oklahoma. Decent area of rotation near Locust Grove there. Tornado warning radar indicated for Rose, Leech, and Cloud Creek in Oklahoma. Take shelter if you're in Delaware or Mays County in Oklahoma.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. If you don't mind, could you say that the storm?
Brad got cut off there, but I think he's probably trying to get me to say that there's no tornado warning with this storm right
Greenfield
here.
Is not
Because that's the one that he's on.
going to produce a tornado.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's
So
saying.
that way, maybe it will produce a tornado.
Remember, Brad Arnold is the tornado sniffer out there, so he's whatever storm he's decided to latch onto is probably a storm that we should be paying attention to. So I still believe that that's the case with this one here that's coming up towards Birmingham, Iowa. And the rotation, man, on this storm up here coming up towards Mount Auburn and Brandon, Iowa, continues to look, I mean, more and more impressive. So unfortunately, this might be the real deal here.
I got cut off there, Ryan. Sorry, Ryan. What I was saying was, if you don't mind, could you say that storm that's east of Bloomfield won't produce a tornado, so maybe it produces a tornado?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what he was saying. But this one looks like the real deal here coming up towards Brandon and Rowley. Now, the storm that Brad Arnold is on, I actually don't, unfortunately, Brad, I'm sorry, I can't help you out. I think that it actually does look like it could produce a tornado as it comes up towards Birmingham. It's not, so the storm is kind of getting a little weaker, but the base of it, as far as from what I can tell, looking at velocity here, and we can't really see much of what's going on with this storm from this angle, but it does look like it's trying to get a little bit more organized there. So unfortunately for the people out in front of the storm, this might be something that we have to watch here as the storms go in the general direction of Mount Pleasant in southeast Iowa. Let's check in on our storms up here in Iowa, what's this place called? Wisconsin. Hey. What's this? There's a little bit of a weird thing going on here. The radar data in this specific area right here is just not very good. But there might have been a little tornado here. I would say watch out in Blair, Wisconsin, and up here towards Taylor and Whitehall, Wisconsin, because there's something weird going on here where we've got what looks to be like a velocity couplet. The radar data is a little messed up and interfered, and we've also got what looks to be like a debris signature here as well. So I don't know if we've still got something down, but we definitely had something, whether it be strong straight line damaging winds or a tornado that caused some problems here east of Dewey's Corners, moving up towards Blair. So y'all watch out. There's no tornado warning with this right now or anything, so we'll see what happens with that, but y'all watch out in front of that for sure. R. Heath says, I'm guessing you said you were going to order burgers. People thought you left for a bit. Yeah, maybe. If looking on the back end here, it's definitely a glitch because the chat rate, everything about the stream is equal. It's the same, but the only thing that had dipped off, and it was like literally in a matter of seconds, was the viewer count. So I'm going to just assume that we still have a bunch of people watching, and obviously, like we have a lot of people watching, but I'm just I think it's a glitch on YouTube's end, and hopefully we're still getting the message out to people here in the way that we normally do, thanks to the great platform of YouTube here. I really do think it's just a glitch with the number there. It doesn't really matter though. We used to do this same thing with only like a couple hundred people watching. As long as there's somebody here willing to listen to me talk and potentially be helped out by what we're doing here, I'll be here. New tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Guess what? It's that storm. I feel like meteorologist Andy Hill right now. No, but for real, unfortunately, this is a pretty unfortunate situation where we've got a large tornado warning now. Where, we've got a lot of different areas where that could happen again. A tornado definitely touched down here east of Arcadia, caused damage, and now it's probably in the process of lifting. But it could happen again anywhere between Strum, Hale, Northfield, Hickston, and Price up here in Wisconsin. What was that? Okay, we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here for Pottsville, Monona,
a new
Harpers
tornado
Ferry,
watch has been issued,
and Walken in Illinois, and Iowa, and a little bit of western Wisconsin as well. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Get ready for that. Tornado warning down here in to the east of Waterloo for Brandon and Raleigh continues. The rotation is let up a little bit, but the strong winds are still going to be the main threat, I think. In fact, they went ahead and issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with winds up to 80 miles per hour likely as the storm goes towards Manchester over the next 30 minutes or so. Davenport, how many people we got watching from Davenport? In and around that area, at least. Big time storm to your west. Getting ready to see some small hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds in Wilton and Durant over the next 20 to 40 minutes. Nothing tornadic with that, though, at the moment. The only other tornado warning we have right now is down here in Oklahoma. That rotation has let up a lot, okay? So hopefully they allow that to expire. But at least for the next 30 minutes or so, let's stay in our safe spots down here in Leech and Twin Oaks and Rocky Ford in Oklahoma. Thanks to y'all wonderful people, we've already in a very short period of time we've already raised another $40,000 for the victims of the tornadoes today. So once again, thank you for that. And if you haven't heard me talk about it yet, feel free to help people in Iowa from the tornadoes that happened today by going over to the y'allsquad.org and submitting a tax-deductible official donation to our nonprofit organization. It's a 501c3 registered with the IRS, all that stuff. Like it's the real deal. Go over to the y'allsquad.org for that. And we're going to make a video about this and eventually post it on our YouTube channel. So you can see exactly what's happening with your donations. A very unique thing that we're able to do here through YouTube. New tornado watch. Plumb way all the way up yonder here in daggone northeastern Wisconsin. A few tornadoes likely. Quarter-size hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds until midnight tonight, all the way up there towards Stevens Point and Marinette. Chewy. Thank you. You just said it right there. No, I'm good. Resident Germ says, how much percentage of the donations go to victims? It's close to 100%. Obviously, we've got a warehouse. We've got like expenses, a couple of different expenses. And like we pay for the stuff like the food that we give out to people and the equipment that it costs that we use to cook the food, and the Starlink internet that we give out for free to people. Essentially it all, like obviously 100% of it goes into our efforts to help people. But like if you're talking about how much like of it goes as cash directly to the victims, it's not, there's stuff that happens in between that. I will say this: it's probably, as far as expenses go, we've got a lot less than most organizations. We've got like 5 people and 1 building. Anybody want to guess? Oh, did I already say it? Did I already say what's for dinner? Oh, I was going to ask if you guys wanted to guess. It's hamburger meat. Cheers. Oh, here we go. We're about to lose another 30,000 people talking about burgers. Rotation is really letting up with our eastern Iowa storm there. The damaging winds, I think, are the biggest problem now. Our tornado that was definitely down near Arcadia, Wisconsin, is no longer down. However, there is still a tornado warning for Osseo and Maryland in Wisconsin, so you guys should remain in your safe spot. They just put out a new considerable severe warning for La Crosse and Viroqua. Take shelter now for those 70 mile
Ryan,
per hour
I'm still waiting
winds.
on one of your followers to pull beside me and throw a couple hamburgers in my face.
Hey, you heard him. You heard the man. You got permission. Go for it. Are we ketogenic or celiac? Neither. I feel better when I don't eat anything but meat. I obviously eat more than meat in like my general life, but especially when I'm live streaming, like I think I could go for like 24 hours if I just had me some hamburger patties. You know what I'm saying? All right, new tornado warning should be coming out for this circulation right here. I don't know if that's what's happening right now, but it definitely should be. Spring Green, just to the south of Spring Green, we've got some circulation going on here. A tornado is probably about to come down here between Wyoming, Arena, and Spring Green. We should see that. There it is. There we go. So now, Prairie du Sac. I think I'm saying that right, in Wisconsin. You guys got to take shelter. That's a very intense-looking area of rotation there. This looks like it could be a big tornado trying to happen. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have a quick update from Greenfield. It's a sad one. Local EMS is now reporting multiple fatalities that occurred in Greenfield. Exact numbers are not known, but they did say multiple.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, thank you, Elijah. I really, we've been talking about this, and if you haven't seen it yet, the damage, the photos and stuff that we've seen coming out of Greenfield, it's a miracle. It's going to be a miracle if lots of people aren't severely hurt, and unfortunately, the damage that we're seeing there is up there with some of the bigger tornadoes that we've ever seen. And some of those carry very high injury and death counts. We don't know the extent of exactly what's happened up there yet, but my hope is just that it's not as bad as what it could have been. There's not a lot you can do in a situation where you might have 200 mile per hour winds, but I think that the warning was was placed in a good enough time to where I hope at least a lot of people that maybe wouldn't have otherwise, maybe if this happened in the 90s or you know, something like that. It's hard to word what I'm trying to say here, but like obviously that's terrible news, and I'm just hoping that we continue to learn that the precautions and stuff that have been put in place, the stuff that we've learned over the years as the weather enterprise are. I hope it's working. And
hey, Ryan,
these kinds of situations are how we. It's how we determine that. It's how we know how are we doing. What do we need to do different? How can we do better? So obviously a no fatality situation would be the best situation, but that's not where we are right now. Let's hear Brad Arnold again. I forget.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. When you get a second, on a real note, this is
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so Brad Arnold wants to speak to us. We're going to talk to him, but I do want to say that rotation near Spring Green is getting more intense. So I think we've got a tornado down near Spring Green, moving up towards Helena, Coon Rock, and Black Hawk in Wisconsin. Take shelter now. Go ahead, Brad. Whenever you're ready, Brad.
Hey, Ryan, I was going to let you know, I know it's a long way from radar, but that storm that's southeast of Kirksville is really showing signs of rotation. I don't think there's a tornado warning on that just yet, but we're going to head south. These ones are kind of struggling up here. This is more of a tail-end Charlie kind of storm down there that looks like the best storm on radar. It's a little further away from radar, but really rotating rapidly.
All right. Thank you, Brad. So we're going to go check in on that storm. I'm going to show you that most recent tornado warning that just popped up here in Missouri. Barnett and Olean, Missouri, you're now under a tornado warning. Take shelter. They also issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Jefferson City, Missouri. So y'all get ready for that. We still have a tornado warning down here in Oklahoma for Twin Oaks, Oklahoma. You guys stay in your safe spots for the next 10 minutes or so. They should allow that to expire. Some of the more concerning looking signatures on radar that we have are in Wisconsin right now. Spring Green. Tornadoes probably going through Spring Green and Helena right now. And then we're going to continue to see that move up towards Black Hawk and Denzer and Bluffview, Wisconsin. Y'all take shelter. I want to show you the storm that Brad Arnold was just talking about as well, because I think it's important that we look at that. It's hard to see, like he said, but we've been looking at this one for a while. The storm that's been dancing around near La Plata is still showing signs of having some really intense rotation in the higher levels of the storm. And it's also, it just looks like a storm that would try to produce a tornado as it moves over towards LaBelle and Lewistown. So just know that we're still watching this one very closely, and I think that this will probably warrant a tornado warning soon once we get a little bit more data on it. Tornado warning continues for Winthrop, Iowa. Get ready for 80-mile-per-hour winds, potentially, and maybe even a tornado. And then up here in Wisconsin, we still got a tornado warning for Levi, Price, and Maryland and Hatfield. No individual areas of rotation to pinpoint here, but there's a lot of different places where there could be a tornado trying to form right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Knox County, Missouri is our latest tornado warning. Is that going to be the storm that we have been talking about? Or is it going to be a different storm? I'm going to let you know right now. There it is. Yep. So this is the one that me and Brad were just talking about. So you are now officially under a warning in Novelty, at Adena, and Knox City. Way to go, Tornado Sniffer. He sniffed it out again. Clark, Wisconsin, Monroe, Vernon County, Wisconsin. You guys are under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now. 70-mile-per-hour winds possible in Nelliesville and Toma over the next 1 hour. Sorry. I forgot to mute. But that needed to happen just then. Okay. I think I'm refueled and I'm ready to go. For however much longer we need to go here. Current situation is we've got 6 tornado warnings. We've got no observed tornadoes as far as the National Weather Service is concerned. I personally believe that this circulation over here near Spring Green is probably producing a tornado, or it's very close to doing that. So I would be probably treating this a little bit more seriously, I guess, if I was a resident over here between Plain and Sauk City in Wisconsin. That's a dangerous storm. You guys got to take shelter, okay? They did allow that tornado warning in Oklahoma to expire. So that's good. Update from the Adair County Sheriff's Office. Anyone wanting to volunteer equipment or manpower, please just post your contact info and what you have to offer to this post. Is that on Facebook? Where is that? Please don't call dispatch. They are pretty busy right now. Yeah, it's on their Facebook. So Adair County Sheriff Office on Facebook. Comment on their post if you've got something to offer them. If you don't want your number out in the public space, please just direct message the Sheriff's Office page. Thank you to all of those who are offering their help. Sheriff Jeff Vandewater. So, yeah, that's if anybody's thinking about that. Once again, I do believe the Y'all Squad is already in contact with officials there in Greenville. So we've got a lot to offer, and we will be talking to them about that here soon. Yeah, I think we're going to set up the whole hub. We're going to have our big Y'all Squad tent out there and cook food for first responders and the victims, and give out free internet and all that good stuff. Bluffview, take shelter. Davenport, how many people we got watching in Davenport right now? You're getting missed by a lot of the stronger storms to your north, but I am watching these little cells down here to the south and west of Davenport. These will move up towards Davenport eventually and likely cause some problems. Also, Cedar Rapids, you're about to get hit by some really strong winds. Get ready for maybe up to 70-mile-per-hour winds within the next couple of minutes in Cedar Rapids. Also, our tornado warned storm in northeast Missouri that we've been watching continues to show increased signs of rotation. So get ready in Knox City and LaBelle. Additionally, we have another tornado warning down here south and west of Jefferson City in Missouri. That one's not as impressive, so I'm not too concerned about that one, but you should still stay in your safe spot if you're in Olean or Spring Garden, at least for the next 14 minutes. And then if we're in Jefferson City, just know that you are under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for the next 44 minutes. Rotation with our storm that just went through Spring Green continues to look ominous, but not as impressive, I guess, as it was earlier. So if we don't have a tornado down right now, or if we did have a tornado down, it might be lifting. So That's a good sign, but it could come right back down. So if you're in Bluffview, you should stay in your safe spot up there in Wisconsin, okay? Riley has a video.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Riley has a video. Never mind. I don't think we... Never mind. Hold on. We might show that video from Riley here in a minute, but right now we won't. Got sirens in Davenport. Did somebody say that? Sirens in Davenport. There's no tornado anywhere near Davenport right now, so don't worry too much about that. In fact, there's not even a really strong storm coming towards Davenport anytime soon.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
On the northwest and northern side of town, up there closer to DeWitt and Loudon, we've got some strong storms, but nothing tornadic. The closest tornado warning to Davenport is like 100 miles away down here near Novelty. This one I'm pretty concerned about, though, as it comes up towards Knox City and LaBelle, Missouri. You guys should be taking shelter if you haven't already. Up here in Wisconsin, we continue to have a tornado warning for Prairie du Sac and Bluffview. Y'all take shelter, okay? I know I'm saying that wrong. I'm just going to embrace it, and you guys just got to deal with it. I'm sorry. Best I can do. YouTube. Dude, YouTube's being so buggy today. I bragged on YouTube at the beginning of this stream, too, talking about how it was the best platform. Let me down. Still watching a lot of different just sources of information here just to try to keep you guys updated on everything that's going on. Chris Holt, thanks for becoming a sponsor. That's big. So this severe weather threat is you know, it's going to die off eventually, but I don't think it'll completely go away. Does anybody want to look at the future radar? Is that interesting to anybody? Because I'm going to get that set up, as Elijah gives us an update. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, so the DAO, the Doppler on Wheels project, just actually made a post a few minutes ago. So they collected data for the Greenfield tornado as part
A
of
new
the
tornado warning
BEST
has been
project,
issued.
and no, I'm not exaggerating that. BEST is the name of the project they're on this year. And the data they collected measured wind speeds in the upper 90 meters per second. And that's in the science world, meters per second is the typical units used. But if you convert that,
A new
90 meters
tornado
per
warning
second
has
is
been issued.
201 miles per hour. And they collected it in the upper 90s, which means they measured everything over 200 miles per hour on that tornado.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. You know, all this talk, all of the imagery that we've seen and all of the talk about the data that we've gotten from the DAO is certainly going to lead to speculation about the rating that this storm will get. And I just want to go ahead and address that real quick before it, you know, goes crazy in the chat. Like, we don't know what it's going to be rated. That's based off of damage. All right. It doesn't even matter if like the winds were actually 300 miles an hour in that storm, and we got that recorded on radar. If it didn't produce damage that can prove that, or that looks like it was, you know, caused by 200 mile per hour or greater winds, then it won't get that EF5 rating. So we won't know until a couple of days from now. But what we do know is that it was an incredibly, honestly, we probably won't know until even longer than that. But what we do know is that it was an incredibly powerful storm, and thousands of people, maybe hundreds of people, I'm not sure exactly what the total numbers are, but people are displaced, people are homeless tonight because of these tornadoes, and it doesn't matter to them if it's an EF4 or EF5, you know what I mean? So we will, of course, keep you updated on that. But there's so many people who get too caught up in that in our chat and stuff. So just don't worry about it. We're going to keep you updated on the impact that occurred to people and what's going on down there. And of course, the data and stuff like that we got from DAO, we are going to continue to share that as well, because that's just incredibly kind of it lets you. Hopefully, it kind of lets you peer into how significant the situation was. That if we had winds above 200 miles per hour, that's an incredibly powerful tornado. All right, so I'm getting word that there's another post here from Hunter. At some point, I'll get to that. Real quick, I do want to talk about those newest tornado warnings that just came across. Nellsville, Greenwood, Longwood, Owen, you guys are under a precautionary tornado warning. 70 mile per hour winds, though, are on their way, so get ready for that. Additionally, we've got another radar-indicated tornado warning that was issued down here for Mount Horeb in Wisconsin. This is definitely a pretty concerning area of rotation here, so get to your safe spot if you're in Barneveld, Blue Mounds, or Mount Horeb in Wisconsin. This is a dangerous storm. Take shelter immediately. Hunter Hurley says, I'm glad to have had Andy with me today. We left Greenfield about an hour ago, and we're staying in Des Moines tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with Caleb and the Y'all Squad to provide relief, cook for the residents and first responders, and help out in any way possible. So another update from Hunter there, which has just been instrumental in our understanding of what's going on out here. These are some of the pictures we got from Hunter earlier, which were some of my first indications, I guess, of how incredibly insane this storm was. Obviously, we knew it was bad, but specifically what we can see back here is just right up there with some of the bigger tornadoes I've ever seen. So, new tornado warning, by the way. North Freedom and Decorah, Wisconsin, now under a tornado warning. Y'all should take shelter right now. And we are getting very close to $50,000 raised for these tornado victims today. Can't say thank you enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are currently seeing a big increase in tornado warnings here in Wisconsin now. We have a lot of potential areas of rotation and tornadoes that are trying to form here in Wisconsin. We're not seeing quite the prolific tornado outbreak that we were earlier, but this is definitely a serious situation. And we know that these storms are capable of producing big time tornadoes, so we want to take everything very seriously here. Additionally, we've still got that radar indicated tornado warning for northeast Missouri moving into LaBelle. That's a strong storm there. We want to make sure that you guys are ready for that. Tornado warning continues south and west of Jefferson City, but the rotation with that is not it. It's not really there anymore. Our strongest part of our storm is getting ready to move into the Wisconsin Dells and Madison, Wisconsin area. So this is kind of where we're focused right now. A Katarina. Thank you very much for the incredibly generous super chat. Jared Stark, thank you. Appreciate it.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch. A few tornadoes possible. This goes until midnight tonight. Rockford, Illinois, down to Ottawa. I-39 there. Doesn't quite make it all the way to Chicago. But through midnight, we could see a few tornadoes, some hail up to the size of quarters, and 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts in this area. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have a bit of good news actually here. So with the Greenfield storm, I just sent
a new
tweet.
tornado
You
watch has
cannot
been
show it on
issued.
stream, but it can be retweeted. It was a house that is completely swept off the foundation. The people in it survived, no injuries. The house was 100% swept clean, and there are no injuries. They survived.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Elijah. That's probably an unbelievable story. I can't imagine being inside of something like that and living through it. Literally, I don't think anybody can imagine it. But yeah, I did retweet that. You can see the house clearly swept off of itself there, and you can see it kind of littered into the tree line in the background. So I don't know how somebody survives that, but we're very glad that they did. So yeah, we're starting to hear even more information out of the Greenfield area now. Which is south and west of Des Moines. It's one of the first big tornadoes that we really tracked today, one of many. We currently don't have, as far as I can tell, we don't have any big tornadoes on the ground right now, but we do have a couple of areas of rotation that we're watching very closely west of Madison, Wisconsin. Huge shout out to Andrew Ridgway for the 20 gifted memberships. That's super awesome of you, Andrew, and congratulations to all the people that got memberships. We did do a members only pre-stream today as we were getting set up, so you guys will have access to that now in the future. Since there's a Tigers versus Royals in Kansas City, are they keeping an eye on the weather too? They probably are, but the vast majority of the severe weather is well to the east of Kansas City.
A
now.
new tornado
They're out of the
warning
woods.
has been issued.
New tornado warning. This one includes Madison. How many people do we have watching right now from Madison, Wisconsin? It should be a couple at least. If you know somebody in Madison, let them know. We got a tornado warning here. We got a strong storm, first of all, capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in, and then we've got a potential tornado, as a result of all this vorticity that we have out here. No singular area of rotation for me to point out to you right now, but the sirens are definitely blaring in Madison as a result of that latest warning that just came out there. Oh, I was going to show you guys the future radar, which is what I call the HRRR model, which, whatever. It's definitely not actually the future radar. It's rarely ever, accurate. However, it is a good indicator of general trends and it's a good idea. It's a good thing to look at, okay? Let me show you. Let me show you real quick. What the radar could look like as we go into the future tonight. And maybe even a little bit into tomorrow. All right, so this is the 18Z. Looks like the vast majority of our storms, at least like the really organized ones, are expected to mostly be done by 1Z, which is 40 minutes from now. However, that is not, once again, it's not the complete end of the severe weather situation. We're going to have a damaging wind problem probably all the way through 3 or 4Z. And then if we kind of focus a little bit farther to the south, these storms are going to be causing problems in southern Missouri and Arkansas until 5, 6Z. We're talking about the next 4 to 5 hours or so. So based off of what I'm seeing here, I am pretty confident when I say that the biggest part of this is definitely over. Okay, we are now definitely in a damaging wind threat thing. That's going to be our biggest focus. Tornadoes are certainly going to continue to be possible, but I don't think that our big giant tornado outbreak is still underway, thankfully. With that being said, I'm going to sit down. I'll see you guys down there. I picked the wrong chair, Bulls. All right, so we do have quite a few people talking about Madison being in Madison, Wisconsin. Awesome. And it does look like Storm Chaser Caleb made it to our Y'all Squad warehouse and the door opened. And it looks like maybe there's not, severe damage to our Y'all Squad warehouse, so that's good. Madison, Wisconsin, you guys are getting ready to get in on some strong winds, and there is a tornado warning, but I don't want anybody to freak out. All right, I think that we're going to be all right, but I'm going to be here with you for the next 40 minutes as we wait on this storm to come by, okay? And yeah, once we get things are already calming down quite a bit as far as our tornado coverage goes. But once we lose a couple more of these warnings and things are a little bit less intense, we're also going to go through the damage and reports and stuff a little bit more in depth with Elijah. So our coverage isn't ending here anytime soon. Oh yeah, Reed Timmer's video of the tornado is like the tornado that went through Greenfield is probably one of the craziest tornado videos I've ever seen. I'm just now seeing it. That Reed Timmer, like his what do you call it? His catalog of tornado footage is unbelievable. Not necessarily just because of the quality of it or, anything like that. It's just the specific kinds of tornadoes that gets a very unique look at that other chasers seemingly don't. The Wichita, Kansas storm from a couple years ago is one that comes to mind. Andover. You know what I'm talking about? And then now this one, he's got a really unique view of it. Really cool stuff from Reed. We love Reed Timmer. Craddy, thank you so much. Don't be scared, be prepared. Absolutely. Hopefully, we were able to help some people be prepared today. And hopefully you guys are not scared, but rather prepared over here in Madison, as the storm is about to come through Madison right now. Big winds are going to be the biggest problem, but we do have to watch out for that tornado threat. As this line of storms has a history of producing tornadoes. I think the tornado warning down here in Missouri near LaBelle is about to be allowed to expire. The one near Jefferson City was allowed to expire. We do have a big storm coming into Jefferson, though, with quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Pretty strong storm down here to the south and west of Jefferson City near Lewisburg, Missouri. It's rotating a little bit, but mostly that's a hailer and a winder, if you know what I'm saying. No tornado warnings for the rest of that line back to the south and west. We do have some new convection popping up back here in Arkansas that is windy, but it's not tornadic. So once again, I think we're really on the downhill side of our big tornado outbreak here. Thank goodness. Any predictions for Michigan tonight? These storms will eventually make it into Michigan, but by the time they get there, they're going to be a lot weaker than what they are right now. So, yeah, I don't think that you've got much of anything to worry about in Michigan, really.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We've got a PDS severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois. Oh, wow. We must have gotten a report or something, because the radar really isn't really I mean, it doesn't look that impressive here, but we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with destructive winds, 90-mile-per-hour winds likely in places like Stockton, Freeport, and Lena, Illinois over the next 48 minutes. A destructive severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for Galena, Lena, and Freeport, Illinois. Take shelter as if it was a tornado warning. 90-mile-per-hour winds is going to topple over mobile homes. It's going to rip portions of the roofs off of some houses. It's going to tear off tree limbs and knock over trees and all that stuff. Okay, it's a very dangerous situation. These winds are not necessarily driven by like a big line of storms necessarily. It looks to me like it's more of a situation where whatever the mechanism is that's driving this whole storm and the dust storm to the south is kind of mixing in with our convection that we have here, and that's leading to some very strong winds coming up across northwestern portions of Illinois right now. Once again, a PDS severe thunderstorm warning should be treated as if it's a tornado warning, and you got to take shelter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Sauk, Marquette, and Green Lake counties in Wisconsin. And that's going to be a continuation of our radar-indicated precautionary warning that is in effect right now for places like Bluffview. There is very strong winds and some rotation associated with this, that we could have a tornado at any moment, especially up here towards Decorah, Portage, Marshalltown, Dalton, and Kingston. Y'all get ready for that and take shelter if you haven't already. It is a precautionary warning, and it's in effect for the next 46 minutes. I'm going to read this message we got from the Y'all Squad, and then probably whenever you're ready, Elijah, whenever you want to go through what you've got to go through, I think now would be a decent time to do that. But like if you need more time to compile stuff, that's fine too. So I'm going to...
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Okay, I'm going to read this off, then we're going to talk to Caleb, and then we're going to talk to Elijah. Kathy and Todd donated $500 over at the y'allsquad.org, and they said, in March, my husband's cousin and family were affected by the tornado that hit Indian Lake, Ohio. I was watching your stream and was able to text her to get her into a safe spot, and it saved their lives. Thank you for all that you and your team do. We thank the Lord for all the folks that you help and are happy to be able to help in the small way. Kathy and Todd, that's a big way. Thank you very much for the very generous donation to our nonprofit. That's big. Everybody say thank you to Kathy. Now let's talk to Caleb. Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to give everyone a quick update. So just from everything that I can see, everything looks okay on our end at both the Y'all Squad warehouse and here in Fort Dodge. I do have the Y'all Hub hooked up to the back of Hall Force 1 right now. I've been in contact with emergency managers or emergency officials in Greenfield, and it does look like they just need people right now to be able to do anything. So we are already working on getting supplies there, as well as setting up a cooking stand so that we can start cooking for these people as early as tomorrow morning.
Awesome. All right, so that's an update from Caleb. Now let's hear from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So real quick, also the PDS like severe thunderstorm warning you were talking about, there was a confirmed report of 80-mile-per-hour winds measured by a weather station about 20 minutes ago. So I don't know exactly what triggered them to issue it for destructive, but that was 20 minutes ago. There was a measured wind gust of 80 miles per hour with that. So with all the damage reports we have, the Storm Prediction Center currently has recorded 20 tornado reports, 134 wind reports, and 110 hail reports. Now, there are 6 significant
A new tornado
wind
warning
reports,
has
so
been
I'm going to
issued.
read these off because these may have been tornadoes or they may not have been. So one of them, there was the gust I just mentioned of 79 miles per hour measured by a weather station. We had several trees blown down all across Iowa. Power lines were blown down all across Iowa. Trees on houses in Carlisle, Iowa. There's 6-inch branches down in Polk County, Iowa. Basically the overall just wind damage is very widespread across most of Iowa. It almost would feel like we don't know if it's a true derecho due to derecho has a specific term, but the effect of like a derecho being like a windstorm, it almost had that effect across most of Iowa today, just because of how this storm system kind of progressed. So with the tornadoes, obviously we had the really big one that hit Greenfield, but there was a lot of other tornadoes as well. We had some earlier in the day near Corning. That was where we had 2 very, very large debris balls Both of those tornadoes lofted debris over 25,000 feet. They had really, really strong rotations. So it was just a lot of damage that's coming out of there. There was also a car thrown 300 yards from one of the Corning storms, which that is a very, very strong tornado. And again, that's not the same storm that hit Greenfield. So we've probably had several really high-end strong tornadoes today.
Wow.
In intensity terms, at least.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. Keeping us updated on the scope of the event, which now we've got our first tornado warning of the day in Arkansas. Hector, Arkansas. You're under a tornado warning, as we do have a fairly robust area of rotation coming together here.
Hey Ryan, I have an update for you.
We're going to watch that closely, so you guys need to get in your safe spots in Broomfield, Hector, Stump Toe, and Gobbler's Point in Arkansas. You guys need to take shelter. Let's hear from Riley real quick. Go ahead, Riley.
I've heard from a couple people in Greenville that they are requesting everyone who's not already in contact with the sheriff's office and providing support with the sheriff's office to leave the town. They want everyone who's not a critical first responder out of the town by sundown.
Understandable. So, I know in some of these situations we're live and, people see the damage and, they get inspired. They want to go down there and help. They've got I've got a shovel, or I own a backhoe or a loader. I'm going to load it up and go down there and help. If you haven't already made it down there, or if you haven't already been in contact with the sheriff's office, maybe just don't and wait until tomorrow and wait for some guidance. Because it sounds like to me that they're getting a little overwhelmed with the amount of people that are flocking into the area when they probably haven't even found all of the people that need to be accounted for that actually live there. You know what I mean? So, yeah. And of course, you've got walls and roofs off of houses ripped off. You don't want too many, people from out of town walking around at night. You know what I mean? It probably wouldn't make the residents very comfortable there. So, we're going to be working closely with the officials in Greenfield to make sure that whatever we're doing is just completely helpful and only a positive influence or impact on the locals there. The Y'all Squad should be seen, as a welcomed entity, I think, as we come in there tomorrow and do everything we can to help those people out. So the tornado warning down here in Arkansas, that's our newest one. I do think that you should take shelter in Hector, but I'm not too concerned about that as far as like what it looks like in the near future. I think that the biggest threat here is honestly going to be the hail and the wind, and then on top of that, we've got the very real possibility that we could have a tornado come down here. Muskogee's just south of Muskogee, Oklahoma. We've got some more hail and wind, 60 mile per hour wind, quarter-sized hail. Possible over the next little bit. Jefferson City, you guys are getting in on a big storm there. Hail and rain is going to be your biggest thing. The tornado threat's pretty minimal right now. Stronger storm with golf ball sized hail. 1.75 inch in diameter hail and some strong winds, maybe around 60 mile per hour, coming into Urbana and Max Creek, Missouri. Madison, Wisconsin. Got a lot of Madisonites in here, or I don't know what you guys call yourselves. But strong winds are moving into town within the next 20 minutes or so. Heavy rain and hail within the next 5 minutes or so. So it's going to be a long storm. You are under a tornado warning. Those sirens are going to be going off for a while. But the good news is I don't have any one area of rotation to point your attention to where I think there's a tornado. There's just a couple of different places where a spin-up tornado could happen at any moment. Like over here near Lodi, we're watching that one. And that could happen anywhere, okay? So that's why we've got these big, broad blanket tornado warnings out. Even for places like Portage and Montello and Markeson up here. Take shelter if you're under a tornado warning. This is just going to be a big windstorm for most of you, though. We've got Justin Davis watching us from what is that, 30,000 feet there? What a time to be alive, man.
A new PDS tornado warning has been
warning
issued.
now. Wow. So that went from 0 to 60 really fast. So there was nothing, and then now suddenly there's a PDS tornado warning for this storm down here coming up towards Wilton. This is to the west of Davenport. Definitely has, we got something going on here. We got a little hook here on reflectivity. If I look at velocity, I don't see much. If I look at correlation coefficient, I also don't see a whole lot. However, this is, the National Weather Service. Let's read about this. There's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Atalissa, or 8 miles north of Muscatine, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So another fast-moving tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. So, yeah, I don't know. Have we seen any pictures of this thing out there or anything yet? I don't know. This is certainly a different situation. It's not like our other tornadoes that we've seen today where it was very obvious what's going on radar. This, honestly, to me, this doesn't look like a big tornado on radar, but like radar doesn't always tell the complete story. Go ahead, Elijah.
Okay, so sorry, I was a little weird. You're right, it is like weird. The IEM actually did not post this specific warning, but it was tweeted by the National Weather Service. So I have not seen any report for an ongoing tornado. There's also no confirmed debris in the air based on correlation coefficient, but the National Weather Service apparently has confirmed that there is a tornado on the ground. So I just wanted to let you know that, but that's why it's a little weird.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. Yeah, so the folks at the National Weather Service know something that we don't here, and it's probably whatever these weather spotters have called in, and hopefully it's obviously like a trained source there, indicating that there's a tornado on the ground here. So we need you to take shelter. Unfortunately, that's about all I can tell you. I do know that we've got, if there's a tornado down still, it's right in this area and it's coming towards Wilton. So hopefully everybody in Wilton, Iowa is in their safe spots. It's going to be knocking on your door very quickly because this is a fast moving storm. Allie, I don't know what's going on. Is that color, is that on OBS or is that like from the source? Okay, does he know about that? Yeah, see if he can't like restart it or something, because I would like to show some of that. All right, anyways, if you are just now tuning in, we got a PDS tornado warning, by the way. Potentially large damaging tornadoes on the ground now, moving up towards Wilton. And New Liberty.
A new tornado warning.
Okay, we got a new tornado warning for Marathon County, Wisconsin. That's way up here in Wisconsin. McMillan, Friendwood, Edgar, Rib Falls, and Hamburg. You guys are under tornado warnings now. Please take shelter if you haven't already. This is a precautionary radar indicated tornado warning, but this line of storms here has a history of producing tornadoes and damage. In fact, just about 30 minutes ago, we had power poles and lines down along Highway 10 just to your south and west there in McMillan as a result of this storm. So we think that maybe even more intense damage is possible as a potential tornado is going to go up through Edgar, Poniatowoski. Rib Falls, and Hamburg in Wisconsin. Once again, going back down here to our PDS tornado warning, which is just, it's blowing my mind, man. We've got some rotation right in here. Once again, if there is a tornado down, it's not very detectable by radar, but, it's going to be near Wilton right now. And then it's going to go up towards Sunbury, New Liberty, and New Dixon over the next little bit. I've still yet to see any sort of visual confirmation on that. I'm looking to see if there's like a storm chaser that's posted a picture of it or something. All right, sweet. Storm relative velocity. Man, I don't know what the heck's going on here, Bulls. But hey, listen, we're taking shelter. All right, we're taking shelter. National Weather Service issues a warning. We take shelter, right? Sunbury. Hopefully, you guys are doing that. New Liberty, New Dixon. Hopefully this is a brief threat if there's a threat here, and we'll get through this together. Definitely, there's definitely a rotating storm here. I mean, like you can see the pretty classic supercellular signature here going over Wilton right now. Hopefully, though, this is not causing damage. So, yeah. And
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Hey Ryan, there's spotters on that storm. There's just a wall cloud. They canceled the PDS tornado warning. It was a misclick.
It was a misclick. Oof. Okay. All right, let's go look at this newest tornado warning in Arkansas. Down here in Arkansas, Conway, Johnston, Pope, and Van Buren counties in Arkansas, you are under a tornado warning. Okay, Russellville specifically, you guys have got to take shelter. This I can see this one. I can see the rotation right here. Delaware, you've got a rotating mesocyclone over you. That's moving east towards Russellville and Mars Hill. And this will probably reach Adkins in 44 minutes or so. So take shelter. Additionally, we have a severe thunderstorm south and east of Tulsa that looks pretty ominous on radar here on reflectivity. You can see we've got a big hail core here. We've got what looks to be a hook, maybe an RFD surge trying to come out here in front of it. If we go to velocity, we can also see that there's a little bit of rotation here near Taha. I hope I'm saying that right. It's broad. It's not very tight at the moment, but if that continues to show up, I would say that we might see a tornado warning for this as well. But right now, the main threat's going to be those ping-pong ball-sized hailstones and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving over towards the areas just to the south of Muskogee near Keefeton, or Keefeton, something like that, in Oklahoma. So yeah, honestly, these storms in Arkansas here are some of the more robust-looking storms that we have right now. We do have that tornado warning to the west of Davenport still in effect here. So at least for the next 10 minutes or so, let's stay in our safe spots over there in New Liberty and Dixon. Hopefully we'll be able to come out and put that one behind us. Madison, you are still under a tornado warning as well. The strong winds are probably still about 10-15 minutes out. Some of the stronger winds are going north of you now towards Pontiac. Maybe 70-mile-per-hour winds getting ready to cross Interstate 39 there between DeForest, Windsor, and Lowville. So y'all get ready for that. Eventually, this will make it into Madison. Right now, though, you're still in the calm before the storm, essentially.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, confirmed tornado warning for Marathon County, Wisconsin here. That's our northernmost warning. And I think I see what we're looking at here. So this one looks a little bit more convincing. And I do believe that, you know, this is cause for additional concern in Athens, Poniatoski, Rib Falls, Marathon City, and Hamburg in Wisconsin. Take shelter now. This is an observed tornado warning. I do believe this is a public confirmed tornado. So, yeah. There's definitely some rotation here. There very well could be a tornado crossing Highway 29 to the west of Wausau. So yeah, take shelter now all the way up there towards Hamburg, Wisconsin. Once again, Madison, Wisconsin, you guys are next in line. Got 70-mile-per-hour winds moving in, some hail and a potential tornado. Take shelter if you haven't already. You've had so much lead time there. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spot by now. St. Louis. Northwestern parts of St. Louis are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a general severe thunderstorm. Nothing tornadic, nothing considerable here. This is 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail moving into St. Louis now. Our Arkansas warnings continue to be there. The storm going over Hector right now has a big-time rotating mesocyclone, but it is big. It's not very tight. It's not producing a tornado at the moment, I don't believe. But Russellville and Hector and Austin and Arkansas, all these places need to be taking shelter immediately. Also continuing to watch the rotation actually increase between Chieftain and Oktaha in Oklahoma, south of Muskogee. Pretty strong storm coming together here, moving towards Braggs and Paradise Hill. Y'all get ready for that. So once again, we've got a public confirmed tornado crossing Highway 29 here, going up towards Athens and Hamburg in Wisconsin. And then I think our biggest story in Madison right now anyways is going to be the strong winds that's coming in. Get ready for considerably strong winds over the next little bit. We still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for portions of northwestern Illinois as well for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Lots of reports coming in of that. Train Spotter recorded 80-mile-per-hour winds. What was that, 10 minutes ago, I think? Near Elizabeth. And then we had, honestly, there's quite a few 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gust reports coming out of this storm. So, you know, Rockford and Janesville and Monroe, you guys are next in line to potentially get some pretty strong winds here. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the confirmed tornado warning.
A new tornado warning
you
has
might
been
not have
issued.
seen it, but the warning is actually for a movement of 80 miles per hour. They marked it moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. So I just wanted you to be aware that it's another fast-moving tornado.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. These things are nasty. We've got 80 mile per hour moving tornadoes tonight. And it's getting dark. It's not dark yet, but it's going to start getting dark. Hopefully these storms die out quick because we don't want 80 to 90 mile per hour rain-wrapped nocturnal tornadoes. That sounds like a nightmare right there. But yeah, hopefully things start to die out here. But this one up here is not. As it goes towards Hamburg, it's going to get there fast. Take shelter in Hamburg, Wisconsin. We've got a fast approaching tornado coming right towards you. New tornado warning, by the way, in Fall River, Columbus, and Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. This one's moving fast too, and it's potentially producing a tornado near the town of Bristol, moving up towards Otsego and Fox Lake. Take shelter immediately. Madison, we're now 10 minutes maybe from some of the stronger winds moving in. Also, we got to watch little stuff like this for potential spin-ups. A tornado is possible in Madison. There's not a specific area that I'm watching right now for tornado genesis that's visible on radar, but QLCS spin-up tornadoes are very possible in situations like this. So you've got to be in your safe spot if you're in Madison, Wisconsin. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Dixon and Rochelle in Illinois. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. This is not associated with the main line of storms. This is actually some prefrontal convection here that's prompting that warning. I think that's what it looks like anyways. And then we've got that tornado warned cell back here towards New Liberty. It's now radar indicated tornado warning for New Liberty and Dixon. We'll see if they extend that out. I don't think they will. Definitely a strong storm though going up towards Grand Mound in eastern Iowa. By the way, look at what y'all have done. Thanks to you guys going over to the y'allsquad.org, we have already raised $53,000 for the tornado victims in Iowa today. And I want you to looky here. We've already got a trailer full of supplies and cooking equipment on the way to Greenfield right now. That trailer is full of things that the people at Greenfield, Iowa need. And we're going to be delivering that tonight. All right. Once we get there tomorrow, we're going to set up shop, start cooking stuff for first responders and victims in the area. And we're also going to start bringing in more supplies, chainsaws, generators, tarps, whatever it is that they need. We're going to bring them in and give them to people for free, no questions asked. And then we're also going to be talking to first responders in the area to try to find people who maybe need a little bit more assistance. And we're going to help in any way that we can. Okay? So this is literally... I mean, I don't know any other place that is like doing financial response and help like this quickly, and it's only possible because of you. So thank you so much. This is already in, this is near Fort Dodge, Iowa, and it will be in Greenfield in an hour. So that is what I call rapid response right there. Huge shout out to Caleb Beecham. And meteorologist Andy Hill and Hunter Hurley, who I think will also be, helping out a little bit tomorrow. So that's good.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in Greene County, Wisconsin, and Lafayette County, Wisconsin. Let's just add all the counties in Wisconsin. It seems like, especially on the southeastern side here. Everywhere around Madison is under a tornado warning right now. Now Argyle, Wyoda, New Glarus, and Pottsville, you guys are included in this. 70-mile-per-hour winds are moving in now, and a potential tornado. This is a pretty concerning signature right here. That's definitely, what is that? That could be a tornado trying to form, or it's just another big burst of wind, which could cause a spin-up tornado. Or just, tornado-like damage as this area of strong wind moves up towards, once again, Browntown and Wyoda over the next couple of minutes. We currently have 63,000 people without power in Iowa, 21,000 without power in Wisconsin, and 12,000 in Minnesota. Emma has the right idea. This is great stuff here. We've got our go bags packed.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Emma says, I'm ready for a potential tornado warning. Don't be scared, be prepared. Love to see that. Love to see that. Got your go bags packed, ready to go. Hopefully you got some helmets, charged tablet, phone, all that good stuff. Another tornado warning for Madison. This is associated with this area of rotation right here near Verona. So we could have a tornado trying to come into Madison right now. I want to make that abundantly clear. There is some very strong winds coming into Madison right now that'll feel like a tornado, even if it's not. But there also could actually be a tornado in there. So Madison, Wisconsin, I know we've been talking about you forever. You got missed by that first big pocket of wind that went to your north. Now we've got another more intense one, I think, coming right into town over the next 10 minutes or so. Wow, and these storms in Iowa are also producing large hail. Rowan says this is hail in Iowa. I don't know what part of Iowa, but if you ever send in a report, please try to make sure you include your a general location. But I would say that this is probably from that cell that was that prompted the tornado warning west of Davenport earlier. If it's recent. If it's recent. I don't know if it even is recent. Allie, let's take 3. Let's take him down, and let's put Caleb in 3.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They literally might as well just go ahead and paint the whole southeastern side of the state in a tornado warning. They are making sure all of their bases are covered here. That one's actually for the more northern warning. Big tornado warning, not because there is a big tornado, but because there is a big area where potentially, multiple small tornadoes could occur. So we've got a strong line of storms coming through capable of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and a lot of little MLQCS tornadoes are possible here as they go up towards Merrill, Tomahawk, and Antego, Wisconsin. Take shelter now. There's not a big tornado on the ground, but there could be several small ones that cause significant damage over the next 30 minutes or so. These are fast-moving storms. Madison now, some of those strong winds are moving in. Just above the surface, we're talking about 60, 70. I see some 80 mile per hour winds here just above the surface. So that's at least going to be, 50 to 60 miles per hour on the surface, maybe even higher than that. The radar doesn't always tell the full story with situations like this. So get ready in Madison for some strong winds. And once again, brace for a potential tornado as well. Tornado warnings in Arkansas continue. The rotation near Russellville is continuing to look really impressive. I don't know. Do we have anybody in Russellville, Arkansas, watching right now? Hopefully you guys are in your safe spot, but a tornado might be trying to form right over the town. I don't know if it's down. I doubt that it's down, but I would be concerned about this if I was in Mars Hill or Economy in Arkansas. That if that continues to organize like that, we might see a continuation of this tornado warning for places like that over towards St. Vincent even. Y'all watch out. New mesoscale discussion here. Tornado and damaging wind threat continues through eastern and southeastern portions of Wisconsin there. I really do think that these storms will mostly die out over the lake, though. Once they get to Michigan, they'll be remnants of what they are now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Wild Rose and Watoma and Red Granite. Mount Morris and Saxville, you guys are under a tornado warning as well. Whoa, Michael, thank you for sending these pictures in. This is near Greenfield, Iowa, or this is Greenfield, Iowa. We've got drone imagery of a very clear path of destruction here. Wow, that is a strong tornado. It literally flattened everything in its path. Holy smokes. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm going to bookmark these, and we will look at this maybe next to Google Maps imagery. And we've already got something like this already put together, but just to kind of make our own version of that, we'll kind of map out the tornado path here in just a moment. Once things start to calm down a little bit, obviously that's something that we need to do anyways, is just to try to figure out what we're going to do when we get down there in a moment to help survey the damage and, figure out who needs help and what streets we need to go down and all that good stuff. So we will get up right on that with you all. I'm really hoping that the severe weather threat is going to be secondary to our recovery efforts once these storms once they make it to the lake here. But knowing my luck and what year we're in, we will be drawn somewhere else for new tornado warnings or something. I don't know. Okay, we do have, and this is a great call, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Madison as those strong winds up to 80 miles per hour are moving into town right now. Madison, then Cottage Grove, Sun Prairie, get ready. You're under a tornado warning and a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's double sign to take shelter. Wow. Still just continuing to be just kind of mind blown by some of the imagery that we're seeing. We're already starting to hear some stories as well about stuff like, we were talking about the debris fallout and the debris field from Greenfield earlier. There's apparently people that are finding pictures, 50 miles away from Greenfield or whatever, that have just fallen in somebody's backyard. So those kinds of stories only happen, in the biggest tornadoes. So like, it's crazy that we're already hearing about that kind of stuff. Let's show you just an update on some of our rotation signatures that we're following here. Yeah, it's definitely a very strong storm with a couple of different areas where a potential tornado could occur, moving up towards Wausau and Merrill and Antigo, Wisconsin. Hopefully everybody up there is already in their safe spots. You guys have been under a tornado warning for a little bit now. Similar situation is unfolding here between Ripon, Beaver Dam, and Columbus. And now some of those stronger winds are probably moving into Madison, Wisconsin at this moment. So y'all get ready for that. Once the severe weather situation calms down a little bit more here, of course, we're going to go into recovery mode. We're going to continue to talk about the damage and talk about our plans with the Y'all Squad. But also, we might talk a little bit about tomorrow and the future severe weather setups that unfortunately we do have to deal with here. Because today's not the only day that we'll be live, I think, over the next week or so. So this was, this is what today's outlook looks like. We've still got that moderate risk in place. So I think we're going to get an update soon. Actually, no. When is the next update? Let's see here. Day 1. Yeah, right now. Okay, yeah, I thought so. Yeah, so we're a little. It should be coming out really soon. So we'll get an update. I'll show you that once that happens. Then I'll just go ahead and show you tomorrow. So tomorrow we already have an enhanced risk of severe weather for Dallas up through Little Rock into the Boot Heel of Missouri, and a slight risk that goes plumb all the way up to upstate New York. All right. So right now there's just a 5% tornado probability. So as of right now, I have no plans on live streaming tomorrow. We're probably going to spend most of our time working on the recovery efforts over here in Iowa. However, if this gets upgraded to a moderate risk, or if we get that 10% hatched tornado risk, we'll be live tomorrow. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Also, looks like big storms are possible on Thursday. Down here right now, it's a slight risk, but we'll watch the potential for that to be upgraded. We might get a little bit of a break Friday, but we're right back at it Saturday with a day 4. What is this, day 5? Slight risk right here for the Red River Valley over towards Little Rock, and then a pretty rare extended outlook all the way out on May 26th. We've got a slight risk of severe weather in West Kentucky, Middle and West Tennessee, and places like this.
A new tornado warning has been
this
issued.
Actually, the last time I looked at this looks pretty concerning. This looks like definitely, if things don't change, this will be a day that we're live here on the channel talking about maybe another either damaging wind event, widespread damaging wind event, or a tornado situation, unfortunately. So this is what we're looking at today. Today's severe weather outbreak is the beginning stages of a multi-day severe weather outbreak, unfortunately. New tornado warning is for Ripon, Alto, and Fond du Lac. You guys can go ahead and try to tell me how to say that, but I don't know. Fond du Lac in Wisconsin. Take shelter. Hey, you know what? Let me try something real quick. You know, AI is not good for much, but one thing it might be good at is helping me with that kind of stuff. Let me try something. Fond du Lac. Hold on. Let me try something real quick. Hey, I'm just a sample man. I'm a weatherman on YouTube, okay? And there's a tornado warning for this place in Wisconsin. I think it's called Fond du Lac. Fond du Lac. Can you help me pronounce that correctly?
Sure. It's pronounced Fond du Lac. Does that help?
It does. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Fond du Lac. All right. Hey, that's cool. I think we need to integrate that into the live stream. That's like Jarvis, like Iron Man's Jarvis. Like I'm just going to... Anytime I've got a question like that, I'm just going to ask AI. That's awesome. All right, so we've got a tornado warning here. We hope that you guys are taking shelter. I think we've got that update to our SPC outlook as well. So as soon as I get that graphic for you, I will show you that.
Ryan, AI is wrong. It's Fond du Lac.
Fond du Lac? Oh man, even AI is wrong. I'm screwed then. There's no getting it right for me. Okay, so this is the latest day one outlook. This is the remainder of our moderate risk. We've got a tiny little sliver of moderate risk left here, according to the Storm Prediction Center. Essentially, by the time these storms get past Watertown and Whitewater and Beaver Dam in Wisconsin, the tornado threat is going to be going down significantly. So these storms will make it to Milwaukee and like Chicago, but the tornado threat is going to be much less there than what it is right now. But it's not going to be zero. So obviously we need to be weather aware all through the night. Anywhere that you see colors here on this map. I do think the storms are going to weaken significantly, though, over the lake. AI was right. Okay, you know what? This is one of those situations where you guys don't even know. You guys don't even know, and you live there. People from one street say it's pronounced this way. People from this street say it's pronounced another way. Riley lives up here, so I figured he'd know what he's talking about. The chat during situations like this, the chat is just a really entertaining place to be. Big storm still going through Madison right now. The good news is we have no verifiable debris signatures or velocity couplets that are of extreme concern. We do have some, concerning areas, and that's why we have so many tornado warnings, but I really don't think we have any big tornadoes down right now. We've just got a lot of potential tornadoes maybe about to happen. So we need a lot of people to take precautions, right? So take shelter if you're in any of these places that are under a tornado warning right now. Some of those stronger indications of maybe some spin up tornadoes are occurring up here in the more northern mode near Merrill over towards Antigo and Harrison. Take shelter now.
A new tornado warning.
We got to go back to
issued.
Arkansas. Pope and Conway counties in Arkansas are under a new tornado warning here as, this storm just continues to look really impressive on velocity. It's kind of like reorganizing here. Looks a little bit more, it's got a little bit more oomph to it near Mars Hill. It could have a mesocyclone trying to produce a tornado here near Adkins and Economy. Watch out in places like Happy Bend, Wesley Chapel, Arthur, Birdtown, and Sunnyside in Arkansas. Take shelter now.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Hey, looky here. We got a tornado watch down there as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Waupun, Lomira, Oakfield, or Campbellsport and Eden in Wisconsin. Lomira, Farmersville, Kekasky, Ashford, and Armstrong.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning that just got issued as well. We're gonna take you to that momentarily. I'll tell you one thing I've learned from you guys tonight is the pronunciation of that town is heavily debated. I don't think anybody is agreeing on this, but listen. I'm flying by AI. That's how I'm going to go from now on. That's what I'm going to listen to. So blame the collective knowledge of humanity and not me. Okay. All right. So there's a new tornado warning in Arkansas here for Clinton, Arkansas. Grave Hill, Claude, Formosa, Choctaw, B Branch. Somebody says we just call it Fondy. That's good. That's probably what I'd call it. I'm gonna head down to Fondy. You need anything from the market, honey? I live in Oshkosh. I'm gonna go down to Fondy. Just past Nekimi. What's up with these town names over here? Oh, here's a good one. Taycheeta, is that right? Taycheeta, right next to Alfondi down there, and Mount Calvary. Very French. By the way, all these places that I'm saying are under tornado warning, so I'm not just saying town names for nothing. Like you should be taking shelter if I'm saying your town name. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I actually had a update not from this event. So 2 days ago, there was a moderate risk. We did not go live for it because it was a big windstorm that occurred in Kansas and Oklahoma, or the derecho. The National Weather Service of Norman has rated several tornadoes that occurred in Oklahoma. One of those, which is something that a lot of people probably saw, the server even reacted to it a lot, was there was a tornado emergency that was issued. The tornado occurred in really, really rural area. The tornado emergency only had about a population of 500, and it didn't even hit the town that the tornado emergency was going for. But there is a map of all their surveys that they did. It's one long tornado family, and one of the tornadoes, the very first one, was a mile wide. They said that was the Custer City storm, which a lot of people knew. You retweeted a bunch of the things related with that tornado emergency. So I just wanted to mention that since they've released the surveys for some of those.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. I was, for a day like yesterday is a weird day. We were really trying to refine the criteria of like what it takes to trigger a live stream for us. But I was here, I was monitoring everything and looking at everything. And that was definitely a crazy crazy series of events that happened with that storm that really wasn't picked up by any of the forecast models. That went down there to the west of Oklahoma City and then eventually through Oklahoma City. And so, yeah, just crazy stuff. So the 2024 severe weather season just continues to be absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. If you are just now tuning in, we are tracking a bunch. We've got 9 tornado warnings. We've got a line of tornado warned storms moving through Wisconsin right now. Fond du Lake is under a tornado warning. Rosedale, Mount Calvary, Johnsburg, Oakfield, you guys are under that as well. We do have a tornado warning for Madison, Wisconsin right now. And honestly, Madison, you guys have just been getting hit by several rounds here, and another round is about to move in where 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds are possible again in Madison, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so if you've already had a big storm in Madison, another big punch of wind is getting ready to come through, so get ready for that. So yeah, the storms are almost moving. They're moving very fast, but there's way more of a northerly component at this point than an easterly component. So it feels like they're moving slow geographically across the state of Wisconsin, but each individual storm is moving very, very fast. Let's go check out this severe storm in Texas. There is one in Texas, by the way, plumb way out here in the middle of nowhere. I don't know what in the world is going on here. This literally has popped up by itself, seemingly unprovoked. What was this, an outflow boundary or? I don't know. Anyways, it's a very strong storm. 2-inch in diameter hail possible here in Brownwood over the next little bit. Also rotation. This storm is rotating. I would say that the National Weather Service will warn this. A tornado warning is probably due for this storm within the next, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Like if we continue to see velocity returns like this and they get closer together and brighter, maybe 2 more scans like that, and we'll probably see a tornado warning for that. So this is down here in Texas near Brownwood. Also seeing some rotation come together here with this storm in Arkansas that's to the south of Blue Mountain, moving towards Danville. That's probably another one that will get a tornado warning at some point here. It looks like it's trying to organize into a supercell that is similar to those ones up here that are tornado warned now to the north and west of Conway. Speaking of those, still have a really impressive circulation here near Happy Bend, moving over towards Wesley Chapel and Solgohachia in Arkansas. There's something about these towns today, man. These tornadoes are hitting towns that are just very hard to pronounce. Arkansas, I usually do fine with Arkansas, but that was a kind of a curveball there. So once again, if anybody's watching in Madison, Wisconsin, you've got another big round of strong winds coming in right now. Get ready for it. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So this is about the Texas storm that you just pointed out. There's actually a report from 10 minutes ago of nearly 3-inch hailstones with that. So it's a really big hail producer.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. That is really big hail. 3-inch in diameter hail would make it larger than baseballs. So get ready in Brownwood. That's a big deal. and also maybe the town of Dalzell, Woodland Heights. This is a classic supercell. It's got the eagle presentation. If you ever hear a storm chaser break over, and you'll hear them say sometimes, this supercell's got a rear flank, blah blah blah. Sometimes you'll hear them say something about an eagle presentation. This is what they're talking about. Very classic sign of a strong supercell. Maybe a little bit of a split getting ready to happen here. So, big hail, strong winds, and maybe even enough rotation to warrant a tornado warning if we continue to see some increased velocities there near the surface of the storm. We've also got a rogue. Never mind. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Wetumpka, Oklahoma, associated with this long line of severe storms that stretches over towards Gore and Warner as well. And in a few moments, we're probably going to get a new warning here soon. But let's go check back in on our storm up here in Wisconsin. There it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Forest, Lincoln, and Marathon counties in Wisconsin. This is another big blanket precautionary tornado warning for places like Antigo, Harrison, Nashville, and Hiles in Wisconsin. Take shelter now. There's not a big tornado coming for you, but there's a big storm that is capable of producing many small tornadoes over the next 45 minutes. Take shelter in Nashville and White Lake in Wisconsin. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So there is some really amazing photographs that Reed just posted on Twitter. I'm going to post it. You can't show it on stream because it is Reed, but you can retweet it. It's drone video from the Dominator that was on the Greenfield tornado, and they are amazing to look at. There's no other words to say it.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. Yeah, we've retweeted that on Twitter. Obviously, you can go follow Reed Timmer. He's Reed Timmer on Twitter. Or, we've got a laundry. We've got a huge list of media that we've retweeted around these tornadoes on my page as well, at Ryan Hall, y'all, if you want to go look at that. But once again, the man, the myth, the legend, Reed Timmer has done it again and has probably captured one of the greatest tornado videos of all time, which will be studied, which will be, lots of good things comes from these videos. I don't think people realize that. People like Reed are not just out there. I mean, Reed definitely is an adrenaline junkie, and he definitely loves, storm chasing and all that stuff, but that's not all that's happening there. If it wasn't for people like Reed, the science that goes into tornado forecasting would be behind where it is now. We need crazy people like Reed Timmer. Some people give him a hard time, because he gets in there, and what he does is really dangerous. But what he did today and getting close to that tornado and getting those images is gonna help people in the future, because that is really high quality video. And it'll be studied intensely for years to come. So we've got some stills there on Twitter if you guys want to look at that. Velocity. Continues to look more and more impressive with our storm here in Arkansas. And also we've got a little bit more of a hook. So the tornado potential with this storm continues to increase in Arkansas as it goes towards Wesley Chapel. Take shelter immediately. Yep, nothing but respect and love for Reed Timmer, PhD. Somebody just said, what's happening in Fondy? Let's go back up to Fondy. This is around, Oshkosh, point south past, Oakfield and Eden. You are under a tornado warning. And right now, there's not a lot of rotation to pinpoint, but there is a very good indication of some very strong winds moving into Fondue Lake. Yeah, we need you in your safe spots. Just go ahead and take shelter. Tornadoes possible, strong winds. Also, Madison, Wisconsin, you guys are, still getting in on some really strong winds now. This should be the last big punch as far as the big, strong winds go. There's still more rain and storms coming, but hopefully, for the most part, Madison's done with, being under tornado warnings tonight. And another milestone here, the y'allsquad.org is the y'allsquad.org is at close to $60,000 raised just today. And I do think that definitely puts us well over $250,000 raised just in the past month for our relief efforts. Now we're spreading that a lot amongst a lot of areas. We've, went to several towns in Iowa, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Tennessee. The list goes on and on. But now we've got an additional $60,000 to specifically, I think a lot of that's going to go to Greenfield because they're going to need a lot of help there. Our friend Brandon Clement has incredible drone footage. And Brandon, if you're watching this right now, we're going to license this. But I've retweeted this if you guys want to see that. He's got a drone of the entire path of the storm there that went through Greenfield. You Dragon, thanks for the 5 gifted. T Junkie. Thank you for that, man. That's awesome. Everybody say thank you to T Junkie. He's donated to the 501c3 and also here on YouTube. This is his 10th super chat. If it wasn't for people like T Junkie, we literally would not be able to do what we do here. So yeah, I know, we talk about it pretty often, but this is what we do here is pretty expensive, and we would have to run ads and do all that crap if it wasn't for you guys. So huge shout outs. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so that very northern storm or severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin is actually an EDS. If you read the text, it does say extremely dangerous situation, which is extremely rare to see because typically they don't issue those for 70-mile-per-hour winds. I don't know exactly why they issued it, but it is an EDS, severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. Something a little different there. This is an extremely dangerous situation. These storms are producing widespread wind damage. Seek shelter now inside of a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. So yeah, very strong winds and very dangerous situation here between Crandon, Townsend, and Lakewood. We'll probably see an extension of that severe warning up towards Iron Mountain as well, up towards the upper peninsula of Michigan as those storms continue to go off to the north and east. EDS. If you're just now tuning in, we are still covering a severe weather outbreak, which is taking place from just about the upper peninsula of Michigan down through Texas. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning in Texas now for tennis ball sized hail. And we've actually had some reports of hail even larger than that. And they also added a tornado possible tag to this storm, which is likely due to the rotation that we've been seeing with it. So big time storm up there in Brownwood, Texas, all by itself.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Here. Tornado warning now for Fond du Lake County, Wisconsin. Oh, Fondy. So yeah, let me check this out. Let me see what's going on here. Definitely a little bit more in the way of rotation with this QLCS setup here as it comes into Fond du Lac. So definitely take shelter if you haven't already. Okay, there's not a huge tornado coming into town or anything like that, but this is something that you should take shelter for. I promise. Winchester and Fox Crossing, you guys are also under a severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour winds and now also a tornado warning. So take shelter now. That storm is eventually going to make it up to Appleton, so you guys get ready for that. Green Bay and Milwaukee, these storms are coming for you. They're just not there yet. They'll probably get to Green Bay before Milwaukee, so you guys go ahead and start getting ready up there. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so we have a new damage report that it's not just a like tree falling on the road, because we've gotten probably just since the last time I did damage updates, we've probably gotten 50 more trees falling across roads or power lines falling across roads from just either winds or the tornadoes that occurred. But in Loudon, Iowa, a weather station measured a wind gust of 86 miles per hour, and right around there, the roof got blown off a country club, and numerous large trees were also downed across the entire town. So it looks like really strong winds hit there. That might have been the winds that happened for that really that what would that be, a PDS, the destructive severe thunderstorm warning we had earlier, where it was kind of like confusing to us at first why it got issued. I think it might have been in that area.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. Continuing to help us uncover the mysteries of what's happening out there tonight. Definitely interesting stuff there. Our storm that is, moving through Wisconsin now is getting close to Milwaukee and Green Bay. We're going to keep you guys updated. I think we're going to see a new considerable severe thunderstorm issued here for Green Bay within the next little bit. Also, I just want to once again bring everybody's attention up to the Y'all Squad number. We're just about to cross over $60,000. Obviously, I've said this a lot, and you're probably tired of hearing me talk about it. But like one last time, if anybody hasn't yet, please go to the y'allsquad.org and make a tax-deductible contribution to our nonprofit. We are going to be in this town, Greenfield, Iowa, tonight, immediately on the ground, helping people, and everything that you contribute is going to be immediately available to us to help these people this evening, and we'll be there tomorrow. We'll be there the next day. We're going to be here for a while. So yeah, right now we're at 60,000, and let's just set the goal at 70, and at the next $5,000. I'll match every dollar. So if we can get $5,000 if within the next little bit, I'll personally donate an additional $5,000, and that'll get us to $70,000 like that. So once again, if you haven't already, please consider going to our official 501c3 nonprofit organization and making a tax-deductible contribution over at the y'allsquad.org. And this is Brandon Clement, by the way. This is his video of the whole path, the drone footage of the whole path of the tornado as it went through Greenville. Yeah, definitely really intense damage. It's pretty interesting how in some places it's very concentrated. You see like a completely slabbed home, and then literally a couple houses over, seemingly not much damage at all. But where it hit, it hit. Our storm, all of our people in Fond du Lac, you guys are just now getting those big winds moving in now. Remember, you are under a tornado warning. We want you in your safe spot, okay? But Hopefully the winds are just going to be the main problem. We'll get this out of our hair here soon. Unfortunately, it does look like there's going to be a pretty long period of rain, thunder, and wind and all that stuff that occurs up here, but the initial big winds will be over hopefully within the next 30 minutes or so. Robert H., thank you. Lynn says, I watched the Greenfield tornado hit live. It was intense. I'm glad the Y'all Squad is here to help people. Okay, we did it. We did it. We hit 65,000 very quickly. So now I'm going to make a donation of $5,000, and that puts us over 70. Well over 70 at this point. Allie, I hate to make you do this, but you're going to have to do mental math because mine's going to come in the form of a check. Or just add 5, just add 5. So right now it'd be 71. Awesome. So we have officially raised $71,000 for the victims in the tornado victims in Iowa today. We're probably going to focus a lot on Greenfield, but if somebody needs help in one of these other towns, we're going to try to extend a hand as far as we can. Or Kinsey, I guess you're the one editing the thing right now. So you just add 5 to whatever it is that we've got on there from this point on. Okay, sweet. Die down a little bit. We can hope. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the governor of Iowa has authorized a disaster emergency in 15 counties that were impacted by the storms today. These counties would include Adair, Adams, Cass, Clay, Hardin, Harrison, Jasper, Tulsa, Marshall, Montgomery, Page, Palo Alto, Potawatomi, Tama, and Warren counties. If you are in those counties or you were impacted, I would go to the disaster declaration because FEMA is going to be in the area as well. The Y'all Squad will also be in the area as well, potentially. But 15 counties have now had FEMA authorization across Iowa over the storms.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. So FEMA is being authorized. Governor is involved now. It may, disaster areas declared. This is, the people out here. I have no doubt. We've seen this happen before. Place gets hit by a tornado, the community and everybody gets really involved, and the people down here are gonna get help. So that is good news. And of course, the Y'all Squad is going to be a part of that. Our biggest priority is going to be finding the people who would be overlooked. Okay, it's like, okay, FEMA for whatever reason isn't going to specifically, go to this area or talk to this person. They don't have insurance, or their insurance company is giving them a hard time. What can we do as a 501c3 that specializes in like finding these little nooks and crannies to help those people? That's on top of our big stuff that we're dropping off major supply drops and doing free food and all that stuff as well. And we have rocketed now. We're almost to $80,000 raised tonight from the Y'all Squad. That's unbelievable. Thank you all. You guys allow us to do, like, we really do make like a big difference. Everybody that
a new tornado
interacts
warning
with the
has been
Y'all
issued.
Squad is very happy to see us. So, and that's all thanks to you. New tornado warning in Arkansas, Twin Groves, Republican, Old Texas. Take shelter. The rotation still here continues to look very impressive, but we've yet to see a report of a tornado out here. So hopefully we're not seeing any ground contact. But these supercells in Arkansas are, quite the lookers. They look like they would be producing tornadoes at some point, but thankfully they aren't right now. Josh Fenwick. Huge shout out to Josh. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, these storms in Arkansas right now are probably the most concerning ones as far as a tornado potential goes. So I'm watching them very closely. I don't want to leave you guys out in Wisconsin. The tornado threat with these are a little bit less, but the damaging wind and all that stuff is still there. So just bear with me. Stay in your safe spot until that tornado warning is allowed to expire. It's going to happen, I promise. It's official. We are over $80,000 raised now over in the y'allsquad.org. I feel like 10 minutes ago we were at 65,000. That's nuts. I do think I'm allergic to tornadoes. You guys remember our last severe weather sequence, got sick. I had no problems whatsoever for the last several days and at the beginning of the stream, but it's happening again. We're good though. We're good. Tony says, how do I volunteer for the Y'all Squad? We are working on setting that up. We don't have anything in place yet to sign up for that. The only way really you can help with the Y'all Squad at this point right now is through monetary donations. And that's not ideal. Well, obviously, not everybody can help that way, but they still want to help. We're working on finding other avenues. We just, we're a small team, so we don't have like a way. Like, I think that if we opened up a volunteer portal right now, thousands of you guys would apply and show up, and we just don't have the manpower to manage that. You know what I mean? So we're working on it. We're working on it. Yeah, so Kinsey I'm hearing now that the Y'all Squad over the past 30 days has raised over $350,000 for tornado victims, which is, just nuts. Nuts. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have more updates that have now come in actually from the Associated Press related with the tornadoes. So specifically, this one is mostly about the Greenfield tornado. So the Iowa State Patrol has officially said there are multiple fatalities that did occur in Greenfield. They did not give specific on the numbers, but they said multiple. Most of the damage appears to be concentrated on the east and south parts of the town. Also with those turbines. So the tornado did take down multiple 250-foot tall wind turbines. The one that we saw that caught fire, there was a couple of them that caught fire, but one of them, like the big one that everyone saw, when it impacted the ground, it created a crater that was almost 6 feet deep, according to Jordan Hall, who was right there and got drone video of it. So I don't know exactly what it is, but they did note here the U.S. Department of Energy states that turbines are designed to shut off when winds exceed a certain threshold, which is typically around 55 miles per hour. So that fire, based on actually video that occurred beforehand, the fire started
new tornado
before
warning has been
the
issued.
turbine hit the ground. So it looked like maybe the blades didn't lock up like they're supposed to, and it got too fast, started a fire, and then the tornado took it down by wind power. But it was technically on fire before it collapsed.
That's insane. Thank you, Elijah, for giving us some more insight into what happened down there in Greenville. So yeah, just and we're going to continue to hear more and more stuff like that as the coverage continues. One second. Brad is the tornado sniffer. Does that make you the tornado sniffler? Yeah, I guess so. This tornado warning down here in Arkansas continues to grab my attention. I want to, just bring you guys back down here. There's not a tornado on the ground or anything at this very moment, but it does look like something's trying to happen here around Springfield and Holly Springs, Arkansas. So I'd definitely be watching out in Twin Groves, okay? Also, this supercell looks really impressive over here towards Plainview as well. So we're watching the Perryville area in Arkansas. Go ahead, Elijah, and I'll be right back. I'm going to step away from the mic for like 2 seconds.
Okay. So I actually got another update, like right after I stopped talking about the wind turbine. Someone a lot smarter than me quickly let me know probably what happened with fire. So the turbines, when they do hit a certain wind threshold, there are brakes that basically try to prevent it from turning. So what actually ended up happening is the brakes were continuing to try to force it from turning, but the wind was so strong that it basically overpowered the brakes and started a fire. Almost in a way, it like your brakes going out and stuff, it just wore the brakes out on the turbine. So that's most likely what happened. Obviously, I wasn't there. I don't know. The person I talked to wasn't there either, but that's probably what actually happened was the brakes couldn't stop it from turning. The tornado was strong enough to overpower the brakes and cause the turn, causing a fire, and then tornado collapsed it.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. That's once again, just we're slowly learning more and more about the tornado and just how powerful it was, and interesting details like that are going to continue to emerge. Our job now, I think, for the rest of this stream is just going to continue to kind of update you on things like that. Update you on, our plans with the Y'all Squad, and then also continue to cover this severe weather situation, which is dying down. I want to make sure that's clear. It's not over. Green Bay, you guys have got 70-mile-per-hour winds on the way. We got a couple tornado warnings left up here around Fond du Lac, Mount Calvary. But there's no big tornado on the ground anywhere or anything like that. Everything is pretty much precautionary. And we're really mostly concerned about the very damaging winds, especially with the more northern mode here. However, these storms in Arkansas are just very, ominous looking at their presentation on radar. Big mesocyclone here near Worcester and Greenbrier. Hopefully this winds down a little bit, but right now it does look quite concerning in Arkansas. So I'm kind of focused on that a little bit right now. Take shelter if you're in Twin Groves, Greenbrier, or Guy in Arkansas. The governor of Iowa is going to visit Greenfield in the morning. This is one of those. This is one of those situations where, this is a big deal. So there's going to be a lot of people visiting in the government. Breakaway, thank you for that. Speaking of the Y'all Squad, we have heard from her a couple times today, but Vice President of the Y'all Squad, Chandra, I was out there in Columbia, Tennessee today interviewing and talking to a family of 16 that survived the tornado in Columbia, Tennessee during our last live stream. We were able to help these guys out, and we were able to do a lot of stuff for the family, including just giving them $30,000 to help them, make ends meet. Since their house was destroyed, and they're a family of 16, and they all thankfully survived. So huge shout out to Chandra and all the people that are helping the Y'all Squad do what we do right now. We're still helping people that were hit by tornadoes weeks ago, and of course now we're making plans for what we're going to be doing over the next several weeks. William, thank you for that. David Brooks, thank you. These storms in Wisconsin, for the most part, are getting a little bit weaker. I think the strongest part of the storm is still probably in more southern portions of Wisconsin. But Green Bay, you guys are about to get slapped with some really strong winds, so get ready for that. Crunch Wrap Supreme, thank you so much for that. You guys are being very generous. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm congested again. Bro, that's so embarrassing. I like, what do I got to do to stop sniffling? You know what I'm saying? And like, I'm going to be here probably, I don't know about tomorrow, but there's going to be several other live streams this week. I do believe. Bro. All right. The storm in Arkansas is just, it is bait. I don't know if it's bait or if it's actually like something that's really concerning here. We've got like a very well-defined hook. We've got velocity, big, broad mesocyclone here. So this is something that we're continuing to watch. I would definitely make sure I'm in my safe spot if I'm in Greenbrier. Or McGinty Town or Centerville in Arkansas. Some people in chat are saying maybe you're allergic to something in the studio. I don't think so, because I'm here all the time, even when I'm not live streaming, and this doesn't happen. It's got something to do with talking, I think, and probably it's got something to do with that. I don't know what. Maybe I'm allergic to talking. I don't know. Believe it or not, I don't talk a lot. On a day-to-day basis. A lot of times I'm, making videos or writing videos in here. Actually, I take that back. I talk too much. Justin, thank you for that. Red Bull allergy? Maybe. Justin, thank you so much for that. If you guys are just now tuning in, we still got quite a few people hanging out here. We're at the end stage of our severe weather outbreak. Things are really starting to wind down now. It's not going to be over for several hours. We're going to see severe storm warnings and tornado warnings well into the overnight and early morning hours tomorrow. But things are definitely winding down. And, we're watching these storms in Arkansas very closely, but hopefully they don't cause us too many problems here. But yeah, strong winds getting ready to move into Green Bay right now. And basically, I think the rest of this stream, we're just going to be kind of relaying warnings as they come out. And I think deductible. It's easy, PayPal, credit card, whatever. Let's really show up. Let's stick to our motto and show the people of Iowa how much the Y'all Squad is behind them. By just doing everything that we can. Once again, we've already got people on the way. Caleb Beecham, field director for the Y'all Squad, is currently on the road towards the affected areas right now. Caleb, I don't know if you're listening, but maybe flip that camera around. Let us see the trailer again. I think that it's full of the kitchen equipment that's necessary for our Y'all Hub. And also, I just saw them stop at Walmart, where they probably picked up some supplies there as well. Some of these places in Wisconsin are also getting a lot of rain. Something that should be noted here. We talked about this earlier. The storms are moving east, but there's a big time northerly component within that overall eastern movement. So we're seeing some training thunderstorms here, especially around Madison. Some places have already picked up well over 3 or 4 inches of rain, and we've got 2 inch per hour rain rates with some of these storms. So flash flooding might be a big problem here around Fondy. And also up there towards Chilton and between Madison and Beaver Dam as well. So if you live in a flood-prone area, get ready. There's more rain coming too. Like, look at all this, goes all the way back here towards Iowa. New flare-ups in convection are kind of expanding their rain field here. And there we go. We're officially over $90,000 raised today. And just unbelievable stuff, y'all. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the National Weather Service in Goodland, Kansas, just released a new damage survey from extremely destructive winds last night at about 11 p.m. They recorded 118 mile per hour winds, they believe, struck around Parks, Nebraska, the town of Parks, Nebraska. So there were several structures that were damaged around there from these straight line winds, and the highest damage points actually came from snapped power lines. A lot of people think that just like tornadoes can snap power lines and such, but straight line winds, if strong enough, can actually do it as well. And in this case, there were several power lines that were completely snapped by the straight line winds in Parks, Nebraska from last night.
All right. Wow. Thank you, Elijah. Allie, put Caleb in 1, and we'll probably just go ahead and I don't think we're going to have chasers for the rest of the night, so we'll just follow Caleb in the trailer there. So once again, these storms over here in Wisconsin are continuing to do considerable wind speeds. Green Bay, you've got those strong winds moving in right now. Next in line, we've got Two Rivers, Algoma, Sturgeon Bay, Jacksonport. I do think that these are going to weaken quite a bit as they go over the lake. All right, so at some point here after these storms go over the lake, and once we start to hopefully see these storms die out a little bit in Arkansas, we might try to wrap it up. But I would love to see us go over 100K here for the all squad. So we might stick around for that as well. But I know that we've got a lot of work to do here, so we might have to end it at some point here in the near future. Greenbrier, big time, broad circulation still with this storm. I don't even know if we're going to see a continued tornado warning on that. They did just issue a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for Rosebud and Mount Vernon. The rotation just continues to get more and more broad. Okay, it was not as tight as it was before, so that's good news. That's very good news. And it's probably within the next 10 minutes, our last tornado warning in Wisconsin will be allowed to expire. Now, does that mean that there won't be another one immediately after that happens? Of course, that's possible. So I don't want to talk too much about that right now. But, things are definitely waning here. We are entering the exit period of our coverage here. 1 second. Also, just to kind of recap a little bit of what's happened today. Elijah just sent me some of the information on some of the storm reports and also the interactive storm report map from the Storm Prediction Center. Almost 400 total reports so far today. 127 hail reports, 238 wind, 21 tornado reports. You can see big concentration of tornado reports around Highway 34 west of Creston, east of Red Oak today. That's not necessarily because of a larger amount of tornadoes in that area. I think there was just a lot of storm chasers in that very specific spot today when that tornado went through. Of course, we've got those tornado reports up here near Greenfield. That's where one of the larger tornadoes happened today. And then, we're going to continue to see those probably pour in from around Des Moines as well. We've got quite a few actually on the northern side of town over there towards, the storm that we watched go between Maxwell and Nevada, Iowa. There's a report right here associated with that. And then you can see where the vast majority of our wind reports were concentrated up there in southeastern Minnesota and eastern Iowa. And we've also had quite a bit of hail reports today associated with some of these storms, which a lot of those are even coming in right now from anywhere between Madison and Cedar Rapids. And then we had quite a few hail reports earlier as well in Nebraska. Lots of hail reports in Texas and Oklahoma today with our storms. That's mostly the reports that we received near Tulsa. No tornado reports or anything like that with those, even though we did have a couple tornado warnings. But lots of hail from the Broken Arrow area especially. And we've got wind and hail reports in upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts today. We had some severe weather over there. Some of these hailstones were the size of golf balls, which is pretty big for that area. Also, lots of wind and hail reports down here near Miami. So literally a widespread severe weather day today, and it's gonna be like that again tomorrow. We're gonna have widespread severe weather possible tomorrow. Let me show you what I mean here. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, this is the severe weather outlook for tomorrow. Enhanced risk of severe weather from the Boot Hill of Missouri all the way back past Dallas towards Waco. Don't know if I'll be live yet. We'll see. Just pay attention. I'm definitely going to have a video of it. So I'm going to have a video in the morning tomorrow talking about that setup and also all the future setups. But if this gets upgraded, if the tornado outlook gets upgraded to a 10% hatch, or if a moderate risk of severe weather is issued for any reason, and it includes Dallas especially, we're going to go live. All right. So if those things don't happen, we're probably not going to go live, and we're just going to make that video, and we're going to talk about our efforts, or we're going to focus on our recovery efforts. And then another chance of severe weather on Thursday. Big area. Another chance of severe weather on Saturday. I'm honestly, as at this point, I'm most concerned about the threat of severe weather on Sunday. That could change. We're pretty far out here, but this looks to me like a pretty nasty day, and it'll likely be another day that we're live here on the channel. If we're not live tomorrow or the next day, we'll likely be live this day or maybe Saturday. So if you want to be here for our coverage, make sure you subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. We're getting close to 2 million subscribers, which is crazy. I'm trying to see where we are right now. We are 1,931,728 subscribers as of right now. Just a huge shout out to everybody who's hitting that subscribe button. 2 million is a big deal. And the more subscribers we have, the more people we're going to be able to reach in the future. I think every live stream that we've done over the past month or so, we've at some point during that live stream hit 100,000 concurrent viewers, which is crazy. That didn't happen last year. That certainly didn't happen at all the year before that. Every year we reach more and more people, and it's simply because of you guys and your ability to, get those notifications and instantly share it out to as many people as possible. So thank you for everything. And also before everybody exits here, I want to mention the Discord server again. We've got like 25,000 weather enthusiasts in a Discord server. We'll have the mods post a link in the chat here. You guys should go join it. Elijah is in there, and he's going to update us on the storm reports and everything that we're learning about this severe weather outbreak today. He's going to update us throughout the week in the post-event updates section of the Discord server there. So yeah. Thank you all for everything. This is I think we're really doing awesome things with our reach here, and just appreciate you all for allowing us to do it. Thanks for giving us the best job in the world. Lots of capable places, lots of, places where you could potentially be, getting weather information like this. So we're honored. We're thankful that you choose this. We take it very seriously. Yeah. We try to direct that energy as positively as possible, because it is just me here in a house on YouTube, and we've got a team. It's not just me. Like, there's a lot of people involved here, but there's not nearly as many people involved as like if you consider like an expense sheet or like a payroll as a big news station or a big multimedia conglomerate, right? So the fact that I think that, once again, I think that our broadcasts are becoming one of the most consumed, weather media things in the world. Like, we're right up there with, Fox, CNN, Weather Channel, whatever it is. Because of that, the energy that would normally go towards advertisements and like making sure that corporate shareholders and stuff got their share, we're able to point that energy towards that number that you see up in the top and other things like that, because we don't have a shareholders, we don't have a boardroom, we don't have 800 staff. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. The big multimedia conglomerates and stuff that have that stuff, there's a reason they have it. They have nicer looking graphics. They have nicer presentation and stuff. But the fact that we're able to take some of that attention and focus that energy back into the communities is a really unique thing that I don't think you could even possibly see if it wasn't for the fact that we don't have the need for all of that revenue. You know what I mean? We're just pointing it right back to the community. So thank you. Oh, man. This is a highlight from earlier today. At least for a brief moment, we are without a single tornado warning. Oh.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
At least for a brief moment. Oh my God. I don't know how many times that's happened. I got to learn. Yeah, so as these storms continue to go over the lake and move east, we're going to continue to have severe warnings tonight, possibly even in Michigan. But the big time severe weather threat is over. Okay, we now, bear with me here because there very likely could be another tornado warning that's issued while I'm saying this. But we now have no tornado warnings. And I think, even though we could see a new tornado warning for whatever reason here soon, I think for the most part, our plethora of tornado warnings are over for tonight. Even if we get another one here soon, I don't think we're going to have 9 or 10, and I don't think we're going to see any more PDS warnings or anything like that as we go through the night. So that's good. I know that I probably just jinxed it, but at some point I do have to say that. And at some point it is true. It has to be true. There can't be infinite tornado warnings for all of eternity forever. All right. So I think that's it. I think that we've got about $95,000 raised for the All Squad. There we go. We're officially over 95,000. That's good. Like, thank you guys so much. That's an amazing number. I think that puts us close to $400,000 raised over the past month for tornado victims, which I think is just nuts. So thank you guys so much for that. Of course, if anybody else is just now tuning in that wants to know where to donate, how to donate, or whatever, y'allsquad.org, the y'allsquad.org, official 501c3 organization. Go over there, check that out. Also, feel free to share that, around Facebook and stuff. If you see people like, where should I donate? What should I do? Add us to that list because obviously we're already in contact with the officials down there and we're on our way. We'll be there tonight. So, once again, thank you all for everything. I know we've got a lot of severe thunderstorms warnings ongoing, but that's going to be the case for a while. Hopefully I will not see you guys tomorrow live because the severe weather situation is not going to be bad. But if I do, I will see you right here. And even if I don't go live tomorrow, I'm definitely going to have a video. So subscribe with notifications on. And we're going to go over the severe weather threat for tomorrow and then the next day all the way through the weekend. I will definitely see you live, though, at some point before Sunday. So just get ready for that. Thank you. I will see you all next time. Goodbye.